is to help people.
All right, let's make sure my microphone's working. How about here? How about now? Okay, steel series sonar, so we're good there. All right. Well, let's see what's going on the internet. I was watching some Asmongold because he's pretty awesome. Oh, Don Lemon got arrested today. That's pretty hilarious. Oh, I kind of wanted to see that. Swatch Crowder.
Don Lemon has been taken into custody, arrested just days after a protest inside a Minneapolis church.
People have the right to worship. And you know what? People are going to be a little more touchy about it after COVID, where they were shut down from worshiping in churches, but you could still go to Costco. Don Lemon, speaking of gay. Don Lemon, noted Christian sodomite.
That's a good title.
And here's the thing. You guys let me know.
The Jesus of our time, yes. I would say.
I wouldn't say.
No. I go back and forth. Do gay guys not fare well in prison, or do they fare really well in prison?
I think it's like a vacation.
Seems like it's...
I see. Here's the thing: it's not about whether you like having, anal sex or not. It's about the consent.
Right.
He's not getting attractive guys in there.
Yeah.
He's not getting kind men that are treating him well. That's not what he's getting. Sure, but he's not getting a spaghetti dinner.
But still, that's kind of what he's used to, because in the wise words of Norm Macdonald, say, yeah, you never heard. No one's ever said, yeah, he made love to my ass. It's time for Don Lemon.
No, because here's the thing. What if he's... I was gonna say, what if he's a top normally, but he's in prison, and they're like, you don't get top privileges here. You're bottom bunk.
Yeah, I don't know.
You got to work your way up to the top, buddy.
Yeah, you got to work your way up.
It's harder than I thought.
All right. We'll tell you how it started, and we'll tell you how it's going, okay? Because we covered it while it happened. Don Lemon, noted Christian theologian sodomite, decided to take an active role in storming a church and disrupting peaceful worship, and then obviously became antagonistic with the pastor there. So let's go back to then. Don Lemon was quite bold, and he even called out federal officials, telling them to come get, not on me.
Look, I stand proud and I stand tall. This is not a victory lap for me because it's not over. They're going to try again, and they're going to try again. And guess what? Here I am. Keep trying. That's not going to stop me from being a journalist. You're not going to diminish my voice. Go ahead, make me into the new Jimmy Kimmel if you want.
What?
Because I'm not going anywhere, and I'm going to believe the same things.
Was that his I'll be your Huckleberry?
That's what he wants to be.
Yeah,
that's what he won't be.
You're going wherever people tell you to go.
Yes.
This is, and Andrew Wilson and Joe Rogan were talking about this in the show, where Andrew Wilson, he really did, he perfectly encapsulates. He said, Don Lemon doesn't realize, and I've been saying this for years too, your opinions don't, no one brought you on because they thought that you had insightful opinions. You were the gay black guy. You checked the boxes.
Yes. You
and
just
he
checked
actually
boxes.
believed, like, yeah, you know what? People really need to hear what I have to say. No, you are a gay black man, and that's it. You're a gay black man, and that's why you had a job.
And he was good at journalism things at that time, like reading a prompter.
Not really.
Having a smile that people enjoy.
Being gay and black.
Being gay and black.
We got to go back to that. Don't forget
Being black and gay.
Yep,
Yes,
depending on the sequence.
Yes.
So that brings us to now.
Horrible.
Come and get me, feds. Oh, shoot. You did. He was arrested last night.
Yeah.
Breaking news now, just into our CNN newsroom. We are learning journalist and
Dun,
former
dun,
colleague of
dun.
ours, former CNN anchor Don Lemon, has been taken into custody, arrested just days after a protest inside a Minneapolis church. Now, he has maintained that he was going in as a journalist to cover the protest.
Oh, he maintained it. Well, this morning at his arraignment, he actually gave his explanation for his action.
I was drunk.
I was drunk. And baby's awake.
I'm drunk now. I'm drunk right now.
Then he hit the popper.
That would actually be a good excuse.
Yeah.
I'd be like, oh, that makes sense. It's Sunday.
Yeah. You know, we assume that you're just at a stable baseline of poppers, like a Bane mask, and so you add alcohol to the mix. Okay.
I thought it was a conga line.
And for those of you who are new to this,
Conga?
What?
it's a Congo line with
Congo.
Yeah, it's a Congo line. He's in line to get his, battery stuff.
This all. Let me just give you a refresher. This is what he did. Watch.
There's nothing in the Constitution that tells you what time you can protest. There's a Constitution and a First Amendment to freedom of speech and freedom to assemble and protest. I'm not part of the group. I'm just here photographing. I'm a journalist.
I'm not part of the group. Yeah, he's part of the group.
To disrupt. That is what this country is about.
Okay, so we don't know the charges as of this moment in time. Most likely, obviously, going to.
I hope it's the KKK Act.
Or the KKK Act,
The
which
FACE
will let
Act.
prosecutors charge anyone with, and references available, this comes from Cornell, by force or threat of force or by physical obstruction, intimidates or interferes with any person lawfully exercising or seeking to exercise the First Amendment right of religious freedom at a place of religious worship.
Oops.
And his attorney, is it Abe or Abby?
Abby.
Ab Lowell? I don't know. I've only read it. I haven't seen the attorney. So could be a man, could be a woman. That's the way he wants it.
I am assuming that it's spelled A-B-B-E and it's pronounced Abby. We know who that is.
We do?
We know they're black. Oh. Well, I don't know if it's a boy or girl, but I'm thinking it's a girl.
How's that conga line
Can I
going
get to the
for you
quote
now?
from the attorney, guys? May I?
No, we need to figure out this.
So the attorney wrote, is it black? Now I'm curious.
Yeah, it's definitely a black woman, and that's how they spelled
Is
it
it a
because they were
black-
like,
It's
I bet
pronounced
it's a man.
Abe. That's all I have.
Abe. Abe.
Abe.
Okay. All right.
Obey.
well,
then
they
I'll
always
just read
keep
it.
me
Then I'll
guessing.
just read it based on Josh's description. How
Thank
it was
you.
probably said. Don has been a journalist for 30 years.
Mother.
And his constitutionally protected work in Minneapolis was no different than what he has always done. The First Amendment exists to protect journalists whose role it is to shine a light on the truth and hold those in power accountable. There is no more important time for people like Don to be doing this work. Instead of investigating federal agents who killed 2 peaceful Minnesota protesters, the Trump Justice Department is devoting its time, attention, and resources to this arrest, and that is the real indictment of wrongdoing in this case.
I hope it's a Jewish guy.
I really do. I told you it's Friday. 11 a.m. If this is you're watching a clip, tune in. We do it every day, and Friday is, we get to let her. It's casual Friday.
Is this on YouTube?
Probably not right now.
Not anymore.
Thank God. Yeah. So, of course, because, birds of a talentless gay feather,
Yeah.
Brian Stelter
Flamingos.
also had to add in his 2 cocks.
Return of the fight. He's getting the shots now. His body ain't straight. Return of the fight. Return of the slack.
I think Lemon's reporting from inside the church was very valuable. As a viewer, I learned a lot about how it happened, how it all went down. He interviewed some of the protesters in real time, yes. He also interviewed some of the worshipers, and I thought their comments were really insightful about what they went through, about how troubled
more
and scared
interrogated
they were
them.
by the disruption. At the same time, like I said, you learned a lot from the protesters.
Their comments
about
were,
why
"Get
they
out,
decided
we're
to show up
worshiping."
there,
Yes.
believing that one of the
He literally
pastors
asked Don
in the
Lemon to
church
leave.
also worked for ICE. Think about the many cases we've covered in the past year of Trump retribution. Don Lemon is another figure on that list. President Trump has repeatedly attacked Lemon, both when Lemon was an anchor here at CNN,
You mean
but
like
again, more
Russia
recently.
hoax, bogus impeachment
Trump has
case?
made no secret of his disdain for Lemon, and Lemon, of course, has been harshly critical of President Trump for many years as well. So he is a Trump foe, and this is another example of the administration targeting a Trump foe.
And we are getting early reports that Don Lemon has managed to escape and is now on the run.
Maybe she knows. What say there, fussy britches? Including her.
Dun, 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 dun.
Oh.
Any hole will do.
Crazy thing is, his prison jeans didn't even have pockets. I don't know how he emptied. Why were you laughing? You saw a picture of the attorney?
Yeah, our resident black counsel.
Just put it up.
That's what I thought. That's why I said Abe. I was like, this seems like a Jewish.
Hey, but you know what? We don't know he doesn't sound like that.
That's true. We can't.
No,
we don't know
true.
how he identifies.
That's why it's even funnier if you picture him going, these peaceful Minnesota protesters.
Research is also trying to verify, but according to Wikipedia at least, he also represented Hunter Biden.
What? John Edwards?
Oh, so he's a piece of trash.
Yeah. Look, and I get it. People will be like, the First Amendment. And I said it will be hard to make this stick because the defense will be the First Amendment. And the First Amendment not only applies to freedom of speech, but particularly freedom of the press. So he kind of has two layers of defense. Should it apply here? No, absolutely not.
No.
Of course, it protects your speech, but this is what I've always talked about in the past, and you've seen this many times on Change My Mind, where people go, the First Amendment, freedom of expression. I go, oh, okay, here it is. Can you tell me where it's freedom of expression? Speech is very clearly defined. It has very clear limitations, boundaries. Expression does not. For more proof, see postmodern art, where people go, this is art, and it's literally a pile of trash, or someone's vial of blood that they drink out of an armpit. That was an actual piece that existed. That's expression.
Nasty.
Well, not all expression. Some people say that they are expressing themselves through writing. That's the voice of the unheard. No, it's limited to speech, which means it does not protect the method of gathering the information or delivering the information as a journalist. What you say is not a problem. If you write something offensive, that is protected. If you fire it out of a t-shirt cannon into someone's face, that is not. It's not the words, it's the weapon. It's the same thing when people say you can't yell fire in a crowded theater. Actually, you can if there's a fire, or if you, within reason, would believe that there is a fire. The problem is if you are knowingly lying to incite a physical action that could lead to harm to other people. This isn't very hard. It's not difficult to understand, but I also know that judges tend to really lean toward favoring journalists because that is a very important protection in the United States. It absolutely is. What do you do when journalists are no longer journalists? They are activists, and they are, in some cases, engaging in crimes, even as minor as trespassing. That's really what this discussion is about. That's what this decision is going to be about, and you guys comment where you think it's going to go. What were you going to...
I was just going to say, he became a part of the protest.
Yes.
I have zero qualms about them arresting him. I think it's fantastic that the KKK Act might be used to put Don Lemon in jail. But really, it does come down to the FACE Act that we quoted earlier. It's very, very clear he recorded himself doing it. He was not a passive, just like, hey, what is happening? What is happening? He's like, this should happen. It should be uncomfortable. This is what we do. We interrupt. We do this stuff. It's like, okay, well, you've crossed the line. There was another independent journalist arrested, too, that nobody knows about. I mean, they don't know the name of this person probably, but it's not just Don Lemon being targeted. It was several other people being arrested as well. So I hope there's actually a penalty for this.
He definitely crossed a line. I don't know.
These people crossed the line.
All the footage and stuff. I'm sure there's footage that hasn't been released that they're going to subpoena or as evidence. But when he was talking to that pastor, that's impeding their worship.
Comparison.
That's literally the leader of the worship.
People are going to protest by robbing a bank, and you're a journalist, and you follow them to the bank and document it. Like
you blocked his path. You had other people.
You're a part of the robbery.
You blocked him from leaving. He asked you to leave. You said no, and you kept interrogating him. Not interviewing him.
No.
Interrogating him against his will. He asked you to leave. You refused. That right there is trespass.
Well, here's the thing. I have a direct comparison. This when, I did one of the Crowder confronts at Juiceland. It was the transgender individual who posted a location where we were doing Change My Mind and encouraged people to slash the tires and act violently. And I went to Juiceland in Austin, where this transgender individual worked, and I had a Bristol board of all the things. And so, like, hey, I just want to know why you think this is appropriate. And of course, the boss came in, and white lady, like, it's okay, you're being victimized. Well, this is the one who encouraged violence. I'm just wondering if you're okay with this. Then they called the police. The police told me, okay, you have to get off the premise. I did. I gave them my identification. I handed over a hard drive, and I said, you can keep the Bristol board. I have copies. And they said, look, so thank you for cooperating. You're not allowed back at this Juiceland location for a year. I said, can I go to other Juicelands? He said, yeah. You just can't come
here.
Not
that you would, but if you wanted to.
Oh, I immediately went to another Juiceland.
Oh, did you?
No, I did not.
Oh.
I have never been before nor since, but I understood it. And my gripe, my problem was not with the police officers. They were helpful. They were respectful. They were called. They don't know the situation. Same thing if I'm carrying and I am pulled over, right? This is something that you have to take into account. Don Lemon was asked to leave and he did not. I know that if I was asked to leave and I did not, and I refused to cooperate, I would have been in the process of committing a minor crime, granted, but he was. And then you add on top of that, impeding people worshiping freely. That is a different, that's a different level. And the Supreme Court, by the way, they've already issued statements on this. They specifically communicated that a journalist has, quote, no special immunity from application of general laws. He has no special privilege to invade the rights and liberties of others. There you go. That's also why libel, slander, defamation is a thing. And a lot of these networks have had to pay out the nose to not only people like Donald Trump, but Nick Sandmann, some other people who they've slandered. They've gotten away with it for far too long. And in this case, hey, people have the right to worship. And you know what? People are going to be a little more touchy about it after COVID, where they were shut down from worshiping in churches, but you could still go to Costco. So I get it. I hope it's a win for them. I think it's a 50-50 shot. I don't want to give you guys false hope. Anything else?
He was indicted
I'm not sure
by a grand jury. So I think that's.
So it doesn't sound like a vengeful arrest.
No.
I mean, they definitely wanted to go after him after this. There were calls for his arrest. A judge refused to sign, but basically said, like,
And
if
then
you
a
want this to
tribunal
happen, you need
judges
to go through this
refused,
grand jury process.
and
If you
then the
disagree with my
grand
decision,
jury.
that's exactly what they did. The
Yep.
grand jury came back, and
He
he's
said, yep.
arrested.
Okay. So
There you go.
there you go.
To all of
courts
them.
will play this out.
We
That's
will
how
let the
it's supposed to
process
happen,
play out.
That's what I've been
Don
Yeah, I
Lemon,
don't
you're
trust the
welcome
courts,
to come
though.
on the show. I give you my word. That I will be.
What did you
I
say?
give you my word that I will be as respectful.
I refuse this admonishment. It was a legitimate correction.
Don Lemon, don't visit the show. I wouldn't either. We are beneath you. Don't. Oh, you're still here? You're
Hey,
still
hey,
watching?
hey. Wait, is this giant duck?
May our Lord Jesus continue to bless y'all. He has given you to a gift of communicating in a way that connects with so many.
Oh.
I don't have this gift, but God did bless me with a good job. So let me use what I have been blessed with to help you too. God has been and is doing amazing things with you.
Wow.
Thanks so much.
Man, that is so kind, and God bless you. And it's true that we all have different parts in the body of Christ. We all have different giftings and all have different callings, and we all do different things, and there's not one that's
That's
better
cool.
than the
Hey,
other.
they did their face reveals.
So we thank you so much.
Giant
matters.
DOC. Remember the
Thank you
lady
so much. It really means a lot to us.
that does the Muslim
All of the super chats mean a lot to us,
Islam
guys. We really appreciate all of your
apology.
support. But when someone says
So this is them.
that's like, I think we've only had like one other person said 500, and that's like, whoa.
Yep, this is in David Wood's house.
That's a lot of money.
Thank you so much.
Bro Bill Murray says,
I don't know because they're nothing. They're in America finally, not in the UK.
To Google these names.
And from NCIS, I don't think I look like her.
Oh, you know who that is?
I Googled her.
Okay.
I saw the super chat earlier and I Googled her.
Okay. Well, that was probably
So-
before you were on camera, right? Or that was after?
Yeah, I
Okay.
think so, yeah.
Okay.
I
So
think
some of
so.
these guys, I think some of these back chats, some of these super chats, they're back. They go back. So we're going to start getting to the actual reactions pretty soon, I think, right?
Right?
All right. So
I hope we haven't, we're not too
Uh-oh.
far from what you guys thought we look like.
It looks like blood.
Psalm 144 trainee. Glee, just glee.
Yeah, you gotta get it on
I feel.
sticky.
Once I've touched down in the US
That's
soil,
what.
it's
Fine. No, that's
there
good.
we are, guys, in the U.S.
Glee.
In
Yeah,
the
go
U.S.
ahead.
Let's destroy that religion.
Whoa.
Go for it.
Praise God, guys.
Yellow slime, like Bumblebee. Hey,
Joseph is a member for 2 months.
getting slime on my blanket.
Thank you.
Hey, take your slime back. You got a little piece here.
Literally stopped studying for this.
Oh, whoa.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, but you get back to your studying
Back to
after
work,
this.
man. Back to work. Thank you so
Nice
much.
to meet you, Sparkly, by the way.
Yeah.
I see, I recognize the names.
Yeah. Thank you.
Sky R42 Music. Jai looks like Bill Burr.
Bilber. I gotta Google that one.
Yeah, Google that one.
I'm gonna look that one up real quick. Hold up. So
Bilber.
Images. Oh,
he does look. Yeah, you do look like him.
Okay, I mean, I can kind of. Who is he though? Is he some? Who is he?
Go to.
Let's see, guys. Bill Burr. Oh, he's a comedian. Oh, he's a comedian and podcaster. Okay.
When you get older, you look like him.
Interesting. Okay. All right.
All right. Let's see. Welcome back to America. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're real. Yes.
Yes.
Real, yes.
Not just avatars. Not just pictures.
We're not bots. We want bots, and we want green pictures.
No.
You're real.
Emmy-winning actress and comedy icon Catherine O'Hara has died. It's breaking news this afternoon,
I don't know
and we're
her.
on it. ABC News
Can't
learning
remember
that
what
the
she was
Canadian-American actress
Her name
passed away
sounds
today
familiar.
at her home in Los Angeles following a brief illness. That's according to her agent. The Hollywood icon and screenwriter, known best for her work in Beetlejuice, Home Alone, Schitt's Creek, and most recently the award-winning series The Studio. Under her belt, 2 Primetime Emmys, a Golden
Beetlejuice,
Globe,
okay.
and 2 Screen Actors Guild Awards. Our entertainment contributor, Chris Connolly, joins me now. All right, Chris, bring us up to date. Do we know anything about cause of death at this hour?
I don't know a thing, I'm afraid, Kira, but I do know that this is as shocking and upsetting news as the entertainment community has had this year. This is a deeply beloved and admired performer. Going back to her days with SCTV in the 1980s, she was seen as the greatest sketch player of her generation, right up there with Gilda Radner and, and Imogene Coca going back for a while and stuff. And people know her, of course, from Home Alone.
Home Alone, she was the mom.
And that, and from her Emmy-award-winning work in Schitt's
Oh, the
Creek.
mom from
And
Home
as you
Alone
mentioned,
died.
Also in the studio. But this is someone who was universally admired and beloved by everyone in the entertainment community, both as a performer and as a human being. And the devastation that this loss will set upon everybody who knew her or just watched her in the movies or on television is vast.
And just, there's some reports coming out saying possibly it was some type of illness that she was suffering that led to her death. Of course, we'll wait for more information to come forward. But I think it shocked everyone because it wasn't long ago we were seeing her there on stage when the studio was being honored. And just her relationship with her co-stars and fellow writers, from Eugene Levy to even
Sad news.
Can anyone help me on the back line? Guys, I need help. Please. It's only 3 healers back here by ourselves. Strange isn't helping.
Man, look at our Strange missing his reload cancel. Hey, brother, why you miss your reload cancel, Strange?
Look at our Strange. He's not even putting his hip into that whip. Look at it.
Let him now. Yeah, Strange, I'm not even gonna lie. I'm black and I know all about that whip. Hey, man, I ain't even gonna lie to you. That nigga just got a cape for nothing.
Oh, guys. Honestly, our Strange is throwing. He's not peeling for the front line, the back line, blocking Iron Man's ult or Hela's ultimate. Honestly, I can't play a game with a solo tank like this. Brother's really bad, man. Dude's really awful. Honestly, dude, take space, bro. You're not taking space, man.
Take space, take
You
space.
just don't know how to take space, dude. You actually suck, dude. Honestly, dude. Pack it up, man. Pack it up. I want there to be more tank team-ups with each other. I want more tank team-ups with other tanks. Because then it would
That'd be kind of nice. Be a tank synergy.
Stop getting the individuality of being solo tank. I don't understand why they don't give more tank benefits with each other. Like, yo, if this tank is with this tank, you guys get a, you know what I'm saying? Then it promotes duo tanking.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, do you guys remember when Hulk and Strange was going on with
Gamma?
Nigga, it was double tanking galore. Peak time. I really think we should go back to actually incorporating those team ups. But we want to get a healer and a tank. We're going to get a healer regardless. Give us 2 tank team ups. You know what I'm saying? I would really love that.
Angela and Cap.
Slow down on the simple fact that us solo tank players are suffering because nobody wants to truly stay there. And then when people go play tank with us, we have a second. Rare moments, nigga, they just leave and they go back DPS or they go healer. Or when we have one tank, most people don't feel that tank position. They'd rather go to healer or DPS because they're like, oh, we already got one tank. Like, bruh, like let's say you got a Penny and you get a Penny buff with team up with Magneto. Now you're incentivizing having a main tank with an off tank. Like, I don't see how hard is that concept. Am I saying something crazy? Like, I don't see
Maybe
why
a
the
little
concept
bit.
is so hard. Like, let's say
Massive day for the unemployed. The jail toad files just dropped. We've got a bunch of people talking about this, including lawyers who wear suits like Legal Mindset and Jizzqueef. We got the kettle calling the pot black.
I know who you are.
Do you?
You're an evil rapist.
You know me well.
Takes one to know one.
Anyway, Tectone got booted off his agency despite them initiating this several months ago, and the civil court finds that there's reasonable grounds to believe that the respondent committed SA as well as stalking. Tectone hit with a 10-year protective order in X's sexual assault case. Travis County ruling requires Tectone, real name John Robertson, to stay 200 yards away from Pink Chew, give up firearms, delete her photos or videos, avoid all contact, and pay her 15 bans and legal fees. It runs until January 23rd. The judge found reasonable grounds under civil law's lower evidence standard, with no criminal charges filed yet, despite evidence sent to prosecutors. Basically, he can't own guns for 10 years.
They're all mags. Stop saying clips. You look stupid here.
Still don't know who Tectone is? He's a former Genshin Impact content creator who lost all of his hair due to stress. Oh, and he's also 42 years old. Now, this isn't a criminal
he's
case.
old.
This was done in a civil trial, so apparently from what I hear, I'm not a lawyer, obviously, I'm a figure, but the standard of evidence in a civil case is much lower.
Very, very
In
low.
cases, it's evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. And in civil cases, you know, it's a balance of probabilities, meaning more likely than not, 50%. Testimony alone can be sufficient in civil court if the judge finds it credible, consistent, and more believable than the defense's version. So labeling Tectone a is still inaccurate. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you guys and conceal my bias. I want Tectone to be innocent.
Huh? Could I have another soda, please?
I like the guy. I don't want him to be a but at the same time, I'm not going to sit here and carry water for Tectone and a girl with information I don't have, calling her a liar and stuff like that. Anyway, Tectone said, guys, real quick, let me correct some that I see being said about me. I wasn't convicted of a crime. I wasn't involved in a criminal proceeding. No, I'm not going to jail or facing any criminal punishment. Guys, this was a civil hearing with a significantly lower standard of proof than a criminal proceeding. Also, Tectone's biggest hater, Mizkif, chimed in. And
Yeah, I hate Mizkif. Can't stand him.
Told you guys that I was going to be getting the
He
transcripts.
looks like a douche.
Daddy's got the transcripts. Okay? I'm going to preface this before we go over this transcript and let you guys know something. I am not biased in this at all. Stop the cap.
225 pages of documents. Come on, bruh. You literally got a Lakari notepad talking about how much Tectone hates you. But also, I don't really think discrediting Mizkif does anything to help Tectone. Unblock me from Twitter, man. I'm a big fan.
And it's a protective order based on as well as stalking and harassment.
I'm sure Tectone would agree here, but he is kind of he was spurking out a little too hard on Twitter and on his stream.
And then we have filings and accusations coming from this, mainly from a drop by Mizkif, who is clearly trying to put information out there that leads people away from his own case at this point.
32-year-old bald male.
Tectone has his own mental health stuff. We'll see is his consistent threats on social media, wherein he has told his audience of over 1 million subscribers he suffers from schizophrenia. He has delusions at least once a month, and they're not controlled. Well, okay, so he's allowed to tell his audience about his mental health condition if that's something that's out there and that's relevant, right?
This is a 7-hour court hearing, and obviously I can't go through all of it in my YouTube video, as well as I can't even fit that into ChatGPT to put it into Fortnite terms. So I'm not playing judge, jury, nor executioner, but I will go over some of the stuff that went pretty viral. And you know,
it's Filthy Frank, motherfucker. It's Filthy Frank, bitch.
By the way, remember, he was also accused of having a micro, right?
I'm gonna let you know something, chat. There are some signs today that show he has a mic.
I mean, he did build his whole following off Genshin Impact. I feel kind of bad for the dude with small who just caught a stray. Like, bruh, it feels like society treats them worse, man.
Who can relate?
I've also got confidential polygraph results.
Dude, this is actually Saul Goodman.
So he did a polygraph test. He gave consent for it. He's under a doctor's care for low T and anxiety.
Low testosterone and Genshin Impact like white on rice.
Did you ever put your in Pink's mouth without her consent? No. Did you ever put your in her without her consent? No. You ever have sexual contact with Pink without her consent? No. Polygraph examination. No deception indicated.
I'm not an expert, and I genuinely don't know how effective polygraphs are, but it is interesting how Legal Mindset even got this confidential file in the first place. He has me blocked on every account, but can y'all post this under Tectone's latest tweet and please ask him if he's jealous? Thank you, showing that she
What a low life.
Miskiff also claims that Tectone brought up Hassan shocking his dog in court, which is pretty funny. Anyway, the defendant, Pinkchu, accuses Legal Mindset of doxing her family in Tectone case. She accused YouTuber Legal Mindset of doxing her by streaming
This
leaked, unredacted
girl just seems lawsuit
sparking a county investigation
happy.
and forcing her to plan a relocation
Thank you.
for safety.
Guys,
Ooh, feels
once
good.
again, if I'm going to disclose my bias, and I do have a bias here, I like Tectone.
And again, this isn't my hill to die on, but I will point out some hypocrisies and things I found interesting in the case. Yeah, so if I can explain on that, when all these things came out, I lost a pretty large chunk of my audience, and content creators kind of have to pivot what they're doing to other topics once they lose access to a demographic. So originally, I never covered anything political or talking about, you know, white privilege. But yeah, I would say my content definitely had to find a new route on how to be successful online. You should have just said Genshin Impact was and he was tired of being a loser. Although it is kind of based how he just admitted in court that he's a grifter. Anyway, after this, a lot of his former anime colleagues cut ties and wrote out some pretty long manifestos.
You're going to hear Judge that he would demean her by having her write and here on her face before he made her perform. Once again, what you're into in the bedroom is between you and your partner, right? If you're into some kinky stuff between you and your partner, as long as they consent to it, it's fine. But
they're not even claiming this wasn't consensual. So to me, because this is a civil case, they're almost trying to paint him in a way, if you know what I mean.
Never actually engaged in traditional intercourse. It was only he received blowjobs. There was never any reciprocation. So they're literally making a case that because he
never
didn't
got anything
have
in return
sex with her, this is abuse, right? So I just want to make it clear here that there's an argument here that really the problem is they didn't They ask you specifically, have you been sexually victimized in any way? Not sexually, but sexually victimized in any way. And your answer on July 24th was, and I presume this was no.
Bro, why are the files redacted? We got Jeffrey Epstein up in this. So what I gather here is that she changed her mind after.
Didn't understand until she got out of this relationship how bad it was. And this is kind of the thing that, you know, I see in a lot of the cases where we get sexual claims filed a year, 2 years, 3 years later. We saw this in the Khan case, the Princeton case, where you have a person that does not think they were just that knows everything was consensual, but then they have a friend, perhaps a very activist friend, who convinces them that they were SA'd because they weren't, because of their perspective and their prerogative on this, right?
Now, a lot of this is conflicting testimony and interpretation, where most of it sort of lands on the judge. Again, not a proven criminal finding. I don't even have to defend Tectone. Like, at the end of the day, this is testimony. Anyway, Mizkif, bro admitted to most of the things he's accused of, and he's trying to say that it's just a civil court case to diminish the reality of what happened. Tectone didn't just go to civil court. They found what he did was so bad that if he kept the videos in his phone, he would be criminally charged. You don't just get a restraining order. You don't just get a protective order, especially one for 10 years in Texas where you cannot hold a gun or firearm in procession. Tectone's previous wife of 10 years had accusations of him as well, but he had her sign an NDA to shut her up. I've had over a dozen women come forward to me thanking me for speaking about Tectone and his actions to women for decades. Don't believe anything he says. No shot I believe a woman came to you to thank you, let alone multiple women.
Question you asked him to do when you first broke up. What did you actually ask him to do with regards to the videos? Answer. I asked him multiple times in multiple circumstances, please delete any footage you have of me because I know some of it was non-consensual. He would make collages of my videos and things like that, and it was disturbing. So he essentially was making a spank bang. Right, he was making a spank bang. Are you concerned about what he'll do if he has those? Yes. What are your concerns? He'll post them online publicly, continue to share them with more people. As
Isn't
stated,
she a OnlyFans star anyway?
Anyone wants that. Has he threatened you with putting those out? Yes. If he really did that, if Tectone really did that, that's not good.
I don't think keeping videos of your ex-partner on your phone is a good thing, you know, even if they were recorded with consent. If one side wants to, you know, get those videos deleted, just out of respect, you should probably do that. And even if you don't respect your partner, why would you want to goon to your ex anyway? That's kind of weird.
There was, I could say, maybe 2 or 3 times where he asked and then it got to the point where he didn't ask. Well, okay, but that's presumptive consent. So if you're allowing somebody to do that, that's typically presumptive consent, right? If you've done that before, it's like, this is the consent.
Better to be safe than sorry and ask every time you do something like that. Be like, yo, can I record this real quick?
Okay, would it surprise you if the investigation been suspended? I suspended it. You suspended it? Yes. And so it was your request to suspend the investigation. So once again, we're seeing the criminal investigation was dropped here. Due to all the threats and harassment, I couldn't do it. The officer was requesting for my safety. But you proceed with the filing of a protective order, yes. And hopefully after the protective order, if I feel safe and comfortable enough, I will probably most likely reopen the case. So she's trying to say she's going to reopen the criminal case.
And since the burden of proof does lie on the accuser, it'll be interesting to see if she actually does reopen the case because she did indeed get that protective order. Mizkif tells a creepy story about Tectone and Emaru and says it's been in his back pocket for a year.
I'm going to tell you a story right now that I've had in my back pocket for a year. And I want you guys to hear it. This is alleged. Tectone one time went to Emmy's house when her parents were there. And allegedly, Tectone went to her parents' house, sat down while she wasn't there, and told them that he thinks that he would be a great boyfriend for her and that he should date her. Her parents thought that she was dating Tectone.
I mean, that's unrelated to the case, but I thought it was
That's
funny.
hilarious.
Again, we shouldn't pre-convict Tectone of a
course,
crime,
Miz is
but
upset
at the
about
same
that.
time, we should still listen to and understand Pink Chew's position as well. I can take her seriously without declaring Tectone as guilty. Also, is a criminal charge only. You cannot be guilty of in a civil case. Like, he'd genuinely be in jail if he was a
Man, these 3D bitches. On God, I'm sticking with my 2D Genshin Impact baddies from now on. I'm straight up goon maxing.
Yeah. Oh, here's Hasbin's reaction to the Eliminator.
Amazing. I'm so happy. So on the day that Hassan got banned, Don Lemon also got
Oh
arrested.
yeah, and Hassan got banned.
Just like,
Yeah,
I mean, I
it's a
used to
good
pray
it's a
times
good
like
day.
this, and then they even go in.
What?
Even bringing in the chain emoji.
Well, yeah, Hassan got banned. Don Lemon's
Oh my
in
God.
prison.
That this is the White House is using the chain emojis on fucking Don Lemon. I love to see this. So tired
Life
of
gives
winning.
you
I'm not
lemons.
tired of winning. I haven't won yet. I'll be winning whenever this guy gets a sentence and gets put in fucking jail for like 2 or 5 years. That's what I want to see. I want to see him go to jail. Like, I want to see
Yeah,
him
I do
stay
want
in
to see him go to jail.
He wants to go and be a victim? Good. Let's make him earn it. That's the way I see it. I hate these pieces of shit. These people going around lying, spreading their propaganda every fucking day. He's been doing this for a long time. No, I don't get your hopes up. I didn't get my hopes up before, but you know, I'm getting a little bit happier. I'll tell you that. So yeah, and put him in a box. I know that won't happen. A fat liberal judge will let him off. Maybe
Yeah,
not.
probably.
Right? It could be a federal crime, and we could
But,
decide
oh well, who
where
cares?
exactly he's going to be sent to. And you know, not we, but like you know, they could decide where he could be sent to, and it could be a lot worse for him, man. Like you've got to think. You know, you've got to be an optimist every once in a while, man. You do. And so Don Lemon has been arrested. I am so happy about this. As I said, I used to pray for times like this and for involvement in the St. Paul church riots.
It may look like MAGA coded, but there's a reason they have so many white people here. I'm just going to be honest. It's because of what they're
MAGA coded. Yeah.
I'm talking about white people. Look at all white
Is he
people.
married to a white guy?
The white people and the black people. Look at this person. Look at this Asian person.
Guess
Look,
that's all you can
my
think
God,
about.
that's a
White men, huh?
Mexican. Oh my God. Look at that. Oh my. Wow. That's an Arab. He might be a Muslim. Ooh. Damn, bro. Like these people counting them up. They're counting them up like statistics. Isn't that weird? Jesus Christ.
the operation that they're doing today. It's important to have
The wrong
allies, as
thing.
they said, white allies here. So that
the entire idea of white allies is a predication on the justice and the media system being biased against black people and for
Bring
white
one
people, and that it will offer them more grace and more
What's your
positivity.
balloon? What are you
That's
doing
the
with your
kind of
balloon?
very passive racism that people like Don Lemon like to push.
is what I could say. I turned our
That's the
camera
reason
off
why
of them
they
because
talk
I
Yeah,
about
I
white
can't
allies.
stand this Don Lemon, dude.
There we go.
It's
Everybody's ready
predicated
to
on a
go.
lie.
Let's go. Okay.
Such a pain in the butt.
Thank you guys for
Are you
allowing
my
me
white
to be
ally?
here. Thank you guys.
If you're an American, I am.
How are you? Good to see you. We're on. We're not saying what it is, what's
You're a
going on,
patriot.
but thank you.
Yeah.
Tell us why are you
Thank
doing
you.
this?
So, yo, guess what happened to this bitch? That's right, she got
She,
arrested. You
she
know
got
what this
arrested
stupid
too.
bitch went and said? She said that this was the closest she's been to slavery. She thinks she gets arrested for causing a little fucking nuisance here. And she's talking about being close to slavery. What's her fucking name again? Who's her fucking name? Give me a minute.
Right
Let
up.
me pull this up. So this is what she went and said. Listen to this. Listen to this retard. You ready?
We had belly chains around our waist, and we had handcuffs with bars in the middle.
Mhm.
As someone who majored in African American
So you don't hurt yourself.
I can tell you that that is the closest I ever felt to slavery in my life. Being shackled as if I was a slave.
Yeah, you're a prisoner.
It's unacceptable and unconscionable, but it's on brand.
Put him back on.
Yep.
Put him back on. That's what I think. You want to go around and talk about how this is slavery.
Dad.
Bitch, you made a mistake.
Let me-
You broke the
Mhm.
law. You got arrested.
Dad.
And she wants to talk about slavery. They used to pull black people's teeth
Are
out
you
and give them to
not-
white people. How do you think
Yeah,
George
why?
Washington got all those teeth?
I'm a
But she's
just
going
screaming.
around acting like a victim.
I don't have a timer going.
As if she's a
Oh,
slave.
yeah.
This is. Are you kidding
Right there.
Why
Oh
you
my
go up
God.
there?
This is so fucking
That's-
ridiculous. I don't
That's
even
where
know
it
what
sees
to
me
say.
from.
They used to
And not
separate
you,
black
because you're
families
naked.
whenever they took them off the boat from
Mm.
Africa, and they would
Alright,
separate
you're wearing a
them, send
polo,
them to different
but still.
plantations for the sole purpose of destroying their
You're
fucking,
basically naked.
destroying their morale and turning them into worthless animals, basically,
Make it
so these
smaller.
plantation owners could treat them
Yeah, I
that
can
way.
fix it.
That's the reason why. Is like people don't even understand how bad slavery is. And whenever I hear somebody like this say that invokes like such a horrible fucking atrocity, that treat them like they used to be treated like fucking animals.
Yep.
And you're talking about you got arrested and you think that's the same as
That's
slavery?
Right.
Nope.
What are you talking about? Like you
His
need to go take
right.
your degree back.
No, we're close.
Because apparently they didn't teach you shit.
Got the liberal college.
Oh my God.
Dada.
We had all black units as, in World War I as the U.S. You're right.
Yeah, let me
Yeah,
fix
all
this one.
black uni- and
Looks
some
like
of those
you bit
guys,
into it or
I
something.
always read that some of those guys they went over
And
to
make
Europe and
it
gave
fun.
I think it moved it moved the awareness of like
No.
kind of the racial identities in America.
Said no.
Moved it
You
forward
cannot
a lot.
have my
World
soda.
War I did because they went over to Europe and Europe didn't have the same views on race that we did, and I think it really changed the way a lot of people saw things, especially obviously the black guys that went
Working
over there,
on
but
it.
even the white guys too. It is. So it's segregation, not slavery. That was still really bad though. Like let's be
Yeah.
honest, right? The way black people were treated in World War I was not good.
No.
They were
They were
heroes.
cannon fodder. That's what they were used as. They became heroes because of that.
Civil rights attorney, longtime activist
Should
here
have
in
been
the
more
community.
respected.
And you know, we protest and do activism in all kinds of ways.
Yeah, you fucked around. You fucked
There you go.
around, huh?
This is
Ooh,
Operation
somebody
Pull Out,
fucking
more of a
around.
clandestine operation.
Operation Pull Out? Operation Pull Out, huh?
We show up somewhere.
Looks like you failed.
That is a key
You got pulled up
location.
on.
They don't expect us to come there.
Oh.
And then we
Clandestine
disrupt business
operation.
as
She's
usual.
Delta Force.
So that's what we're about to go do right now. We've had a lot of success with the times we have done Operation Pull Up. After George Floyd was killed, we went to the
You remember that?
Oh, that's really fluffy.
Police Federation head's home.
Cool. I like it. Really fluffy. Is it super sticky or is it just like crunchy?
I don't give a fuck. I
wanted
don't
to-
want to listen to this bitch anymore. Anyway, so Don
I
Lemon's
wanted
got
a
arrested.
light one.
This is amazing. I'm so
Okay,
happy.
at the table. You're gonna get it all over my blanket. I know. I saw it already. Thank you.
I'm so happy about this. And her dash
It
pulled
was
out. That's a
really
fact.
dark. I was
And
in
so,
the
yeah, best part of this is all Don's
add
video will
in
be
the
entered as
sleeping thing.
evidence to
Then I'm
establish
like,
the required
well, I
parameters
wanna,
for the
like,
charges to
add
stick.
sleeping
I know. I love to hear
Yeah,
that.
I like
man.
how fluffy it is. It
All
looks
the
like
black
a
activists
cloud.
are real sellouts. They
Yeah, it
accuse us
does.
conservatives of being.
Oh,
I
you're
think that
right,
there are
it
some
does.
real legitimate, honest black advocates and black activists, and I think that there are issues that, you know, like in general, I think that most of the issues that black people have in America are really kind of class issues in most cases. Like a lot of, like basically issues that a lot of black people face are also issues that, you know, white people and other people of the same socioeconomic status face. So like, for example, like I believe in, for example, like DEI, right? I do, but like I do on the basis of like, let's say, like, let me give you an example of something I believe in. Like, let's say you go to a school and you have a good GPA, but you come from a poor family. I think that they should give you an advantage to be able to get into school because coming from a rich family is a quantifiable advantage that every single person has an opportunity to take advantage of. If, like, let's say your parents make $250K a year and somebody else's parents make 50, like, you're going to be coming from, on average, a much weaker household and a much less educated household. And so if you approve something like that, that's going to help disproportionately way more black people. It will. Proportionally, it will be way more because the fact is black people on average have way
the
less
lower
money than
median.
white people. Look at the average household income for a white family versus a black family. It's night and fucking day. And so the fact is that, yeah, it will help more of them, but it's going to help everybody on the basis of class. That's the way it is. No, they don't. They absolutely do. Anybody could tell you that. Anybody, if you think that coming out of a rich family isn't an advantage, you're a professional retarded.
Yep.
That's you. That's you. You're just as retarded as look. Where is he? This guy.
AOC.
That's you. Do you want this to be
Oh,
you?
them all.
No, you don't.
Oh, and yeah, Mr.
Your problem? That's a separate issue.
Mr. IBM, Bill Gates got into some hot water in the Epstein files, I hear.
It's probably TOS. I can't really talk about any of that stuff. People perceive it as like being bad. Like, sure, I mean, every culture has different things they've got to deal with. As a white person, it's not really my place to speak on it, especially, you know, considering on Twitch, right? Like, let's be honest. But I do think that for income, it's a fact. It's obviously a fact. So, yeah. And white people can be poor. That's why I think it should be done based off of income. It should be done off of income rather than race. I'm all about making sure, like, let's quantify things. Look at it definitively. And so anyway, oh, look who it is. Look who it is.
And there's a certain degree of entitlement. I think people who
gay,
are, you know,
is
in
what Lemon said.
religious groups like that, it's not the type of Christianity that I practice, but I think that they're entitled, and that entitlement comes from a supremacy.
He ain't no
white
Christian.
supremacy. And they think that this country was built for them, that it is a Christian country, when actually we left England because we wanted religious freedom. It's religious freedom, but only if you're a Christian and only if you're a white male.
Well, part of the religious freedom is the fact that you can go into a church and then not have people interrupt you and try to shut down your service because they disagree with it. And they've come up with a conclusion about your religion that, as in their mind, allowed them to justify harassing you and taking away your place of worship. Like that's the whole idea. He's actually right. No, he's right about that.
Much. And so, yeah, I absolutely 100%, but it's an intimidation tactic. And, you know,
People didn't like Catholics long after independence. People didn't like Catholics until like maybe 50 years ago. You want me to be honest? being a Catholic before then was seen as a little bit problematic. Like JFK, whenever
Well,
he
JFK
ran
was
for
problematic.
president, one
They
of the
thought the
big
Catholic
problems
Church was
and
going
the
to
big
take over.
attacks against him was that he was a Catholic. It was that basically, how can we let this guy run for president if he's a Catholic and he's just going to listen to the Pope? You know, do
Yep.
we want the Vatican running the country? This was JFK, right? I mean, that's very recent.
I don't understand how I've become the face of it when I was a journalist. I do understand that I'm the
Journalist.
biggest name there, and I'm also
Yeah, he thinks he's got so much clout.
Why don't you just settle down? All right, why don't you
He
just
is
calm down?
infamous. That is why.
You know, why don't you
God
just
damn
dial
that
this
idiot.
back a little bit? Right, just dial
A
it back.
lemon drinking his own lemonade.
as I was on with my producers this morning, you know, you and Kylie talk all the time. My producers were saying, I said, how did I become the face of this? And my producer said, Don, you're a gay black man in America.
True, bro. They arrested you because you're gay and black.
No, that's the only reason you got a job at CNN, though.
Arrest all the gay black people. All right, go get them. Yep, round them up. We can't be having this.
Drake.
Yeah, let's go get all the gay
No,
black
I don't know if
people.
Drake is. I know Diddy. Diddy's a little weird here and there.
Stupid ass bitch. Why'd CNN
And
drop
who
this
else?
retard again? Well, there you go. You just said it. And yeah, he was a journalist. Yeah, he was a journalist. A long time ago, he used to be a journalist. Now he's arrested. And so let's go. I'll look at a few more of these that are worth looking at here. And this is again one more.
Into Minneapolis a little bit ago and did some reconnaissance on the
Investigative
ground. Speaking to an organization
reconnaissance.
there that's gearing up to for resistance and protest. I've been surprised.
Oh, yeah.
pleasantly
Resistance, like, you know, the resistance in Star Wars. Remember Star Wars? This is the same.
Yeah,
thing
I'm
as Star
getting
Wars.
tired of people using Star Wars terminology for real life.
Diverse community. If you see this when we first
Yeah.
pulled up,
Yeah.
we're like, wait a minute.
Remember Star Wars?
Which,
You're gonna be the rebels. I'll definitely be the Empire.
And as it turns out, because we were like, well, this is kind of MAGA coded, right? Saw the American flag or whatever, but these are resistance protesters. They're planning an operation that we're going to follow them on. I can't tell you exactly what they're doing, but it's called Operation Pull Up. And it's Takima Armstrong, and she has been doing this since George Floyd, Dante Wright, and others, where they surprise people, catch them off guard, and hold them to account. And so that's what we're doing here.
Why are you holding innocent people that have nothing to do with
these operations are surprise operations again.
with those people to account?
They're all thinking about this, talking a whole lot of shit, man. And you've seen them embracing Star Wars resistance thing with the Luna and the bird. No, I haven't seen that at all. Absolutely not. And retard talks like he's a solid snake. I know that, man. It's fucking funny. But that's it. And now he's fucked. Now he is totally fucked. So let's go ahead. We pull up some more of this here. And at my direction, this is it. At my direction, early this morning, federal agents arrested Don Lemon. And Taryn Jean Cruz, I don't know who the fuck these people are, in connection with a coordinated attack on City's Church, St. Paul, Minnesota. More details soon. So CNN is obviously crying and upset about this because, you know, it's going to make them look bad. It's scaring them. I think that's good. I want them to be scared. They should be scared. They've been peddling bullshit for a long time.
RGCN, from what I understand.
I've been waiting on this for a while. And you remember also when all these people are saying about how much they care about like freedom of press and everything like that, and First Amendment. Remember how many of them were happy whenever Fox got sued for a bunch of money with the Dominion voting machines? Remember that? And then they were happy when Tucker Carlson got taken off the air. Never forget that there's no ideology. There's
I hope
guiding
Fox
principles
can
at all. It's just people making a bunch of bullshit and saying
acquire their money that they lost from the Dominion voting thing, if anything is found
in jail. How about that? And Matt Walsh, he writes
from these FBI investigations that are happening,
but here's one extremely important caveat
and whatever Maduro has to say, because apparently Venezuela was involved in it.
For an extended length of time. If he is not convicted or seriously punished, then this whole thing is an unequivocal win for him. It makes him a martyr and 10 times more famous with no significant consequence. Lemon was totally irrelevant prior to this. No one watched his show or even knew that he was still alive. Now he's relevant again. He'll almost certainly get another job on cable news on the heels of this. The only way to make this a win for the good guys is to punish him severely. Make the reward of fame and martyrdom not worth the cost. You got somebody else letting them know. Oh, he just letting them know. There it is. Oh my God. Kind of true. It is. It is true. Like, this is exactly how you need to handle this shit. And I'm so happy to see this. I am. And he won't unless they arrest the people in that church. Well, I mean, I think so. We'll see what happens, though. I have no idea. And how did I become the face of this? You did it on purpose to be relevant? Yeah. If you won't do that, then you never should have arrested him. Exactly. Like, you should absolutely go after this dude as hard as you can. And so I'm hopefully, you know. And
5 to 7 years, hopefully.
Listen to this. They arrested Don Lemon. This is horrifying. I don't care what your political beliefs or leanings are, what journalism outlet you represent. This absolutely cannot stand. Well,
Yes, it can.
It sure seems like it can. Sure seems like it can.
He's not immune from law.
What a surprise. So, man, what a profound statement from Matt Walsh. Great job. I mean, usually, I mean, like, I don't really listen to a lot of things he says, but I agree with that one. I'll tell you that.
Yeah,
for
Matt
sure.
Walsh can be a little boring sometimes. He has some hilarious movies, though. And What is a Woman?
How's he gonna
Great
do that
movie.
if he's already in jail?
Especially if you don't know the answer to that question.
I will look at in a bit. I'll look at why Hassan got banned and everything. Early this morning, they arrested 4 individuals. More to come. I like to see more to come. I like this. I like to hear that a lot. And yeah, this needs to get a lot better. Oh, video shows federal agents surrounding the home of Minnesota leftist activist Georgia Fort, who masqueraded as a journalist while attacking St. Paul Church.
Oh, another journalist masquerade.
Yes.
He's scared.
Oh, what's wrong? Knock, knock.
Okay.
Peekaboo.
Knock, knock. Open up. It's the police. It's the police.
It's the federal
Get your
police.
slippers on.
Okay. Well, this is really scary. There's kids in the house.
Yeah, it's not meant to be like normal.
In the community, and to me,
shut up.
They don't really care. They got a warrant. Either she's coming out or they're coming in.
Finish, sir. Can I finish?
No. Shut up and
Get your phone. This seems a little bit.
That's nice, Karen. Now come down here so we can arrest you. Okay, are you done talking? Great.
yeah, she
All
probably
right.
uploaded
Come
it
on
real
down.
quick.
It's time to arrest you.
Aggressive to have all these cars in our cul-de-sac.
That's right.
2, 3
That's right. You shouldn't have fucked around.
agents, and now I saw the one.
I wonder what they do that they can afford such a nice house.
So to me, this is a little aggressive to just serve a warrant.
Yeah, serve a warrant. I wonder if they're part of the Somali fraud.
At the beginning, they said, "Oh, well, they're just black bagging people, and they, you know, they don't even have warrants, and they don't even know who they're arresting." Now they do have a warrant, and it's like, "Oh, well, now,
Yeah,
you're
exactly.
being too mean with the warrant. Oh, now the warrant's too aggressive."
Move the goalposts.
Yeah, sure.
Just keep moving them.
Hope they bust the door.
Slide the warrant. Let me see the warrant.
Let me see the warrant. Here you go. Oh no, this is a real warrant.
Can you imagine being a
Open
police
the
officer?
door and then we'll show you the warrant.
You imagine it? It's like, bitch, just come outside.
Yep.
You know there is no way.
He probably
this
tried
ends
running.
and with you not going outside.
I mean, if you
Just
watch
go
this
outside.
video, it looks like she tried running out the back door.
What I have been told is not a
There, she's trying to escape so they can't see her into another bedroom or something like that.
Was she running away?
Yeah.
Oh, you know what I think this is? I think so because she obviously is the one that uploaded this. So think about it like this, right? She didn't upload the rest of it because the rest of it probably makes her look bad.
Yep.
So the only thing that she did is she released the only part. It starts out and there's a cop in a mask at the door, right here.
And
Like,
a
it
cop
never
looking through her
showed how it
window.
happened. She never said anything about how this happened. So it just starts right there. And like, it's so easy. Is she going to get in her car and run? The poor cat was probably traumatized. Maybe they should arrest the cat too.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck, man. Like, you got to go.
Get in the bag.
I mean, the thing is, like, who knows what that cat knows? You know, maybe she was talking and conspiracizing with the cat. You think about that? Yeah, no, everybody says don't arrest the cat. All right. We got a bunch of animal lovers in chat. All right, nobody wants to arrest the cat. We're not ready for that yet. But, yeah, it's illegal in Canada. Yeah, it's just unbelievable, man. And why is he wearing a mask? Why he wearing a mask is simple, because people like this, they go, she's a public figure, and she is part of an organization that likes to harass and dox federal agents and then try to harass their families. So, like, if you're a federal agent, like, do you want to be dealing with that? Fuck no, you don't want to be dealing with that. Absolutely not. It's cold. Well, I'm saying maybe it's also cold too. I mean, I think it makes it better. But yeah, it's cold outside. Maybe that's why she didn't want to go outside. You think Don Lemon plays high guard? Yeah, he's probably. Maybe they should do that. Maybe he has to like get the highest rank in high guard, and then we'll let him. We'll let him out of jail. How about that? And Don Lemon
wonders why people are saying that. So the Trump administration wonders why people are saying that they are trying to form a dictatorship.
Yeah.
Well, look at the landscape.
Okay. All right. Let's see the landscape.
Arresting Don Lemon, who covered a protest in
What does that have to do with the dictatorship? These are like two
TMZ.
separate things. They're two.
I need a
they're two
baggie.
totally separate things. Like a dictatorship is no checks and balances and no
Yeah, I
separation
need
of
to put my
powers.
phone down.
Don Lemon
I don't know
was
this, Rhoda.
indicted by a grand jury. So
Thanks, love.
okay, we got to go back to the basics. Okay. So you've got three of these. Okay, this is the way
Yep.
the government works, right? You have the executive branch, the
Judicial.
judicial branch,
And
the legislative branch.
yeah,
Okay. So the grand jury is the judicial branch. Okay. You see that? That's the
Yeah.
grand jury. And then the executive branch going after them. So this is, see, they're not mad about the separation of, they're mad they're losing. You see what I'm saying? That's it.
It's just
Minneapolis is just insane,
Yeah.
ridiculous, dictator-like.
How's that have anything to do with being a dictator? Like, I don't even understand. Like, you just saying words now. We're just saying words.
Is the playbook that
It's the playbook that dictators like who? Like Hitler?
use to
Like
destroy
Germany, Nazi
democracies
Germany.
and take the will of the people away.
That's right, guys.
No.
Whenever somebody gets arrested for interrupting a church
Yeah.
service, that's exactly what dictators do.
It is as
Okay.
simple as that.
Isn't that what
The First Amendment is the
dictators
First
go and
Amendment
interrupt the
for
church service
me.
usually?
It is considered the preferred amendment when you have to start balancing what's more important. The framers of the Constitution.
I mean, I agree with that, but you just made that up, right? I mean, like you just made that up. Like nobody agreed with that. I mean, I think you need the Second Amendment to have the first. I would say the Second Amendment is probably the most important one.
Mm-hmm.
Like realistically, it's the Second Amendment.
Constitution knew that a free press was essential to a democracy. Without a free press, you don't have a democracy. And it's real clear that Donald Trump and company doesn't want a free press.
By the way, like you can have a democracy without free press. So democracy just means that everybody gets to vote. Like these are two things on a different spectrum. Like I feel like there's a correlation, obviously, but like you're just making. Why do you just go on here and just say shit? Who just goes on here and says shit? Why they do this? Why they just go on and
These
say
people.
Press. The idea that a journalist, which Don Lemon has been for 30 years, would walk into a church.
Should have known better. Should have known better. Had 30 years experience, still thought he'd get away with it. Should have known a lot better.
And
Big
film
mistake.
a demonstration which is of national interest. And then to say, somehow, when you watch the video, they say he's part of the protest. Watch that video. He is covering the protest.
Right.
He is covering it. That's what
And
journalists
then he's
right.
a part of it too.
riots. I
Like
was
grilling
a
that
local
pastor
reporter in Los
and
Angeles for 15
staying after
years,
he's
and I covered
requested to
riots,
leave.
floods, and
So this is a stupid argument. Let's break it down. So number one, if you are with the people that are breaking the law and your act of presence there is also breaking the law, then you being a journalist doesn't solve, it doesn't serve any purpose. So a rioter, if let's say the police issue an order for dispersal and then a press person doesn't leave, that press person will probably get arrested or made to leave by the police. So this entire idea, this is a complete false equivalency because really any journalist can cover something, but their presence in the area categorically being a crime does not, their journalism activity does not override that. You see what I'm saying here? So, for example, if you're there recording a riot, you're not breaking the law. But if you're there inside of a private residence with somebody else, then you are breaking the law. It's so obvious. Really, it's so obvious. Like, I mean, I don't know why. And this is what people just love to. They love making up bullshit, don't they? Why they always make up bullshit? Why don't they just say that? Why don't they just say what it is?
What are you doing?
I don't get this. The church is
You're
different.
doing a
That
butt
would
dance.
give TMZ the right to go harass a
A
famous
butt
person in
dance.
church. Exactly. Of course, the church is different because it's private property.
That
Yeah,
is a
like a riot is something that is, again, that is a distinction made by the police. It's not something that's categorical like private property.
Get your butt off my wires, boy.
And earthquakes and
Hey,
all sorts of
you're on my
things
wires.
where I had to step into areas where there were police, where there was activity, private property.
No.
You're covering.
Get your butt off
If
my
a
wires.
journalist
Go.
is in front of a crime scene and they step inside under the yellow tape and they say, "Well, I'm going to record the body up close because I'm a press journalist and I can go and do whatever I want."
Yeah,
Would they get
exactly.
arrested?
They can't.
Of course
They
they
would.
get arrested.
Yeah.
What are you, fucking retarded? This is the most dishonest, brain dead, dumb fuck argument that I've ever even heard. It doesn't even make sense.
An event like this, like a protest, which
Buddy.
I've covered many, you step into it.
Listen.
And that's what journalists do.
Yeah.
And that's what Don Lemon did.
It's
The idea
not.
that the Justice Department is saying he walked onto private property. That is insane. A church invites everybody in.
Come on.
Into these, this is like, hey, let me subvert your religion. Let me weaponize your religion against
Your alien
you
pants.
so I can rationalize harassing you while you're trying to go to mass. Yeah, hey, I don't believe in your religion, but I'm going to use it against you so I can rationalize harassing you.
Mm-hmm.
The church is supposed to do. What are you talking about? It's supposed to do this. This is crazy. They weren't there to
Looking
worship.
for all worshippers, but those people aren't there
Have
to
you ever seen a
worship.
church with a no trespassing sign saying no journalist?
Yeah, I mean all the time. Like what's the logic here? Let's go ahead. Let's apply this again. If you break into a church at 2 a.m. and you're living inside of the church and they tell you that you can't live there, and they call the police, should they be able to do that? Should anybody be able to break into a church and live there and they can't do anything about it?
Absolutely.
There's no
Church
logic.
has
There's no
every
thinking at
right
all.
to kick
It's
people
just all
whoever they want
fucking-
out.
It's just bullshit propaganda. It's so stupid.
Oh yeah, that's what this case is about with Don Lemon.
Allowed? Have you ever seen any house of worship that says that? It is insane.
Yeah, they all say that. That's why they lock their doors. You break into a church. Go break into a. You don't believe. He doesn't even believe this. If you actually believe this, go break into a church. Go break into a church at 2 a.m.
Get your
Go
butt off
break
my
into your
stuff.
local mosque. Break into your local mosque at 2 a.m.
Yeah.
And then just put bring
Yeah,
a tent.
they break into a mosque.
Bring maybe some I don't know, like
They
some
might not come out
hamburgers
with
you
their head
grill out
attached.
there, and why don't you start living there? Yeah, see what happens.
Insane that they're making this stupid argument transparent. And yet, a grand jury indicted.
That's right. You know why they indicted? Because they're looking at the law and they're looking at fucking rhetoric. He's using rhetoric.
Don Lemon, after a magistrate.
What a professional retard. Try that in a small mosque. True. This guy's lacking all logic. Yeah, that guy's out of his fucking mind. Separation of church and state was to protect
Don't
the
drink
church
it all,
from the
Glenn.
state, not the other way around. Well, yeah, obviously, but it should be both ways. I don't want to have the church being making decisions for the government.
No, he's being ornery.
Decisions for the church.
Magistrate said there is insufficient evidence. Well, a grand jury will indict anybody because Don Lemon doesn't appear before the grand jury. Abby Lowell, his lawyer, does.
Some lots of it. Oh,
Let's
thanks.
not take grand jury indictments seriously. That's a
Some
great
lots
idea.
of it.
No, it's a good point. Yeah. You know what? Nothing says dictatorship and respecting democracy like ignoring the legal system. Yes.
Doesn't appear before the grand jury.
Wow, it's fast.
The Justice Department says what the Justice Department.
Hey, don't
wants
you have
the
to get your
grand jury
socks and
believe
shoes on
almost
yet,
every
Eli?
time They believe it. It's all the way it's skewed. This is a ridiculous assault, and I don't want to say just on the First Amendment. It's a ridiculous assault on democracy. Trump administration should be ashamed of itself, but they're not.
Or hilarious. Hilariously stupid. Where's my phone at?
This is a Stretch Armstrong, and I don't know if you know this, but they're pretty good at stopping bullets.
My phone.
It doesn't look like it.
Go
made
get it for me,
back.
please.
And today we have a buttload of Stretch Armstrongs, and we're going to see if we can stop a 20mm sniper rifle. Here we go.
Wow. This looks fun. I used a lot of Stretch Armstrongs.
What's up, everybody? My name is Scott, and you're watching Kentucky Ballistics. And way back in 2018, I shot my first Stretch Armstrong, and I've shot these things with just
Got
about
it.
everything you can think of, and they are surprisingly good at stopping bullets. But I now own weaponry that I did not own back in 2018, such as
I'll take it.
20mm rifles. So I'm going to have to further my testing when it comes to Stretch Armstrongs. And today,
Yep, it's a Stretch Armstrong.
we're going to see how many Stretch Armstrongs it takes to stop a 20mm sniper rifle. Oh, ow! That was so close. I already bent the leg. So before we blast a buttload of Stretch Armstrongs with a 20mm sniper rifle, I think it would be good to give you an idea of just how tough these things are. So first, let's take a few shots at just one Stretch Armstrong and see what it will stop. So first up, we're going to shoot this Stretch Armstrong with a 22 long rifle. This is a Smith & Wesson Victory, and I have a 40 grain 22 long rifle. Okay, here we go. Okay, so we have a hit right here in his right pec, and as you can see, it did not make it through the Stretch Armstrong. So up next, I'm gonna hit this Stretch Armstrong with something I have not used before. This is a Ruger 5.7, and I'll be using some 5.7 by 28 40 grain rounds. This is a hot little round, and I'll be very curious to see if that Stretch Armstrong will stop this.
I think it did. Oh, there's a little hole.
Okey-dokey, where did I hit this guy? It looks like I hit him right in the belly, and it stopped it. It stopped the 5.7, so that is somewhere inside him. Let's go ahead and hit him with a few more rounds. So now we're gonna step it up to 9mm. This is a Ruger RXM, and I'll be loaded up with some 9mm 124 grain Hydra Shock. And I'll be completely honest, I have not sighted in this optic, so for more precise shots like this, I'm not so sure. I may miss.
Nope. He
Looks
hit
like
it.
I hit him in the shoulder.
Is he going to do another one?
Yeah, he's got a lot of Stretch Armstrongs.
I definitely need to sight this in. So I was just kind of guessing with those last two shots. I was aiming dead center, hitting there in the shoulder, and then I just kind of went right to left, and I never hit him a second or third time. But we did hit him right here in the shoulder.
And you can see some of the pellet. Or the just gel up there.
Or almost went through. So I tell you what, I'm just going to hit him one more time, point blank with 9mm. There we go. Oh, okay. Okay, so that time I hit right here in the left pec, and we do not have a hole out the back, so it will indeed stop 9mm. It stopped 22, it stopped 5.7 and 9mm, so how about we try some 45 ACP next? This is a Night Stalker 1911, and I'll be loaded up with some Hornady 185 grain critical defense.
Cool.
I think I shot under his butt.
Yep. Made a jump.
I hit him right in the... Oh.
Yep.
What,
That's not a good place to be hit, just saying. And it looks like it ripped him up pretty good. There's not as much gel in that area. So I think it may have went through the back. Not good.
A piece of head.
Yeah, you see your head up there.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Something out of a movie. Oh.
Daddy.
I hit him
I climb
square
up.
in the chest. You can see the powder.
You see my face, don't you?
But it doesn't look like it made it through the back. So up here in the chest area where there's more gel, it is very, very bullet resistant.
Yeah. Yep, who's gonna shoot more?
What happens when we hit this Stretch Armstrong with a 12 gauge shotgun? This is a Remington 870 pump action shotgun, and I'll be loaded up with a 1 ounce 12 gauge slug.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, and we're gonna go point blank. Ow!
Goodbye, Stretch Armstrong.
That one's done.
I can put the gun back.
Oh, big gun.
No, this.
Why'd you pull that off?
Into this disgusting little pond I got going on.
Well, leave it on.
Oh. Let's see if I can get him out of there. Oh, dear. Yeah, I'm going to say that a 12 gauge slug will do it. Oh, water dissolves all that, so we'll just let him kind of rest in peace in there. Oh, it's so hot.
Shooting the Stretch Armstrongs.
You also want to make sure you're subscribed to Kentucky Ballistics. So
Yeah, always subscribe.
shot Stretch Armstrong with enough small arms to get the point, he can stop bullets. But will he be able to stop
It's a new one.
a 20 millimeter sniper rifle? This is my Onzio 20 millimeter bolt action.
That was a sniper rifle bullet.
Chambered in 20 millimeter
That's a bullet.
and is around 7 foot long and weighs over 110
It's a bullet.
As you can see, the round is almost as big
Mhm.
as the Stretch Armstrong.
Yeah.
This thing is going to be producing over 30,000 foot-pounds
No,
of muzzle
it has
energy.
two
And
heads.
before we line up a bunch of these, I say we just
Don't do
blast
that.
one point blank. Also, normally I have this thing suppressed, but today we have a muzzle brake on it.
No, yeah, come on.
Let's
Stop
send
trying
this
to
Stretch
put my
Armstrong
pants
to the
down.
moon. All right, hopefully my little white table does not break. Here we go. Oh, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
He went into many pieces. What'd he pull off? Yeah, he keeps doing that.
That one, Nicole.
He blasted that one apart. His whole body.
Man.
Well, that
it's
big
really hot
bullet
today, and I feel
shredded
like I'm
him.
gonna pass out, but that was totally worth it. Well, I would say that one Stretch Armstrong definitely is not enough to stop a 20 mil sniper rifle. He is missing his whole upper half. Talk about a clean through and through, huh? Okay, well, now
As he's licking the goo or leaking the goo.
a 20 mil round with Stretch Armstrongs.
A few moments.
Moments later.
So now we have a buttload of Stretch Armstrongs. I believe I have 15 here, and I'm going to get them all lined up. It's kind of hot, and so they are kind of wanting to
That's
just
a lot
group to
of-
one side. But I'm going to get all of these lined up perfectly.
Dude.
And then we are going to blast them point blank with the 20 mil sniper rifle and see if this many Stretch Armstrongs is enough to stop the world's most powerful sniper rifle. All right. Let's get this thing loaded up.
Yeah, I was mean. I pushed him out of the way because he's knocking all my stuff over.
Okie dokie. Here we go. Oh, well,
It's not water.
We took out the stretch arms and the table.
All 15 of them. Holy cow.
That's the one.
And it broke the table. Yep. That's pretty cool. Yep. That's very cool.
Okie dokie, let's have a look, shall we? Looks like our 2x4.
What are you doing?
Just from the sheer force of that 20 mil going off at that range, this guy in the back, he's still okay. He was zip tied to the board and he made it just fine. But as for his friends, I would say that quite a few paid the ultimate price for your entertainment.
Yep.
He got hit in the hip. He may still be okay. We started out with 15. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh. 5, 6. Oh, wait a second. That is a piece of the round.
Oh wow, there's a
That
bullet.
is wild, and that's the rifling. Now I don't know if that is from the round we just shot, or if that's from the first time we shot. But there is a piece laying over here on the ground. We got this guy's missing an arm, and all of these. Well, I don't know. Oh, they look okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 made it. So looks like we destroyed about 10 Stretch Armstrongs. But I don't think it matters how many Stretch Armstrongs we have. I don't think that's going to stop a 20 mil sniper. But that was one pretty cool slow-mo shot. Wouldn't you agree?
It was a very cool slow-mo shot.
Enjoyed it. If you did, be sure and give it a like and make sure you hit that subscribe button. Also, be sure to let me know what you would like to see me blast next with 20 mil in the comment section down below. Also, be sure to check me out on all other social media platforms. Links to those can be found in the description down below, along with a link to KentuckyBallistics.com, just in case you want to pick up a sweaty shirt. And as always, my name is Scott. Thank you so much for watching Kentucky Ballistics. I'll see you next time.
It's hilarious.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not kidding when I say this. I wish I was. But now the Democrats are openly talking about opening up re-education camps in order to propagandize all of us conservative Americans into becoming more progressive or something. This is literally what they're planning on doing should they ever regain control of this country. And we have the video proof. I'm going to show you that here in a minute. But also, unfortunately for the Democrats, one of their top far-left anti-ICE websites has just been hacked by a group of right-wing hackers, ultimately exposing everything. All of the secrets of these far-left anti-ICE groups has now been exposed and turned over to law enforcement so that these people can be held accountable. So, folks, we have a lot to talk about here today. Let's go ahead and dive right into it. Like I said, the Democrats want to open up
there's 2 Rubik's Cubes.
Re-education, really indoctrination, propaganda centers for all of us right-wing Americans. And this information is brought to us courtesy of Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. Take a listen.
We have generational trauma at attempt to destroy our state, nothing in our state's history. And once it's over, what they found out in South Africa and other places is you might bring back the guy who did the shooting, you might put him on trial. But I think everybody recognizes the reason we got to this point was an ideology that's far bigger, that we have to understand this. I mean, after World War II in Germany, we had America House to reteach Germans about democracy, to teach them about rule of law. Maybe we need America House here, once again, to tell us about what is
to
at
fix the
stake.
liberals.
So there you hear it. And by the way, we have heard this very same sentiment from Hillary Clinton. I think many of you will remember that. This was maybe 5 or 6 years ago. Hillary Clinton said the same thing about half a decade ago. She said, we need to de-MAGA. We need to de-MAGA the country. Of all these MAGA Americans, all these deplorables, they're too MAGA. We need to get them back on track. We
The
need
two and two
them
make
more
America great.
progressive,
They
or
need
whatever the
more
hell they plan on
progressive,
doing.
more
Now, by the way, a little
liberal,
bit of a history
more
lesson.
globalist.
Following the conclusion of World War II in 1945, the USA spent right around 10 years and billions of dollars re-educating the Germans following World War II in order to teach them that fascism is bad and that democracy is good. We, the United States, we spent billions of dollars on about a decade sort of re-educating them. Genuinely, we did. So this is what Tim Walz and the Democrats want. They want to shove all of us, Trump supporters, into re-education camps, trying to mind control all of us, propagandize all of us, indoctrinate all of us into believing that MAGA is bad or conservatism is bad and that progressivism is good. That is what they want. Genuinely. We've heard this numerous times from various senior ranking Democrats time and time again, folks. When a senior ranking Democrat says something like this, we need to listen to them and believe them. This is their plan. This is what they want to do. This is what they plan on doing the very next time that they regain control of this country. This is what they want to do. And like I said, the Democrats right now are becoming increasingly hostile, increasingly violent and agitated. We heard the other day from the second highest senior ranking Democrat in the country, House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. He said this. Take a listen. He said this yesterday.
It's disgraceful. She's got to go. We are dead serious. She needs to be put on ice permanently. She's got to go.
He's talking about DHS Secretary Kristi Noem. Horrible. This is the second highest ranking Democrat in the country right now, right behind Chuck
He
Schumer.
didn't think before
Hakeem
at all.
Jeffries talking about DHS Secretary Kristi Noem.
Put her on
Secretary
ice
of the
means kill her.
DHS, Kristi Noem, he says, we need to put her on ice. What does that mean? That's a death threat. That is a
Yep.
death threat. That's what that is.
100%.
We've seen numerous riots in New York City, by the way, from his congressional district, by the way. Rioters in New York City chanting that they are going to hang Kristi Noem. Those are his constituents. And then he gets up here, second highest Democrat in the country, says, we're going to put her on ice. That is a death threat. These people are getting violent. Scott Jennings, he says, Waltz is now
they've
publicly
been violent.
fantasizing about civil war and also talking about re-education camps for right-wingers. Yeah, he's insane. Krasner says he wants to hunt down federal law enforcement officers like Nazis. Larry Krasner, who he's talking about, is the Democrat District Attorney of Philadelphia. That's who he's talking about, Krasner. And then Hakeem Jeffries here, you just saw it, says that we need to put Kristi Noem on ice. That is what we're seeing. Elon Musk.
Apparently, there's supposed to be like an ice protest in my neighborhood.
Elon Musk, he said,
this weekend,
if
I
it
think?
is war Tim Walz wants, it
Weekend
is
or
a
next.
war he will get. I think
Not
Elon
in the
Musk,
neighborhood,
I think
but
he
in the
understands
city.
what is at stake here. What is at stake here? The fate of this republic. These people cannot be allowed to ever regain power or control in this country ever again. The second they do, they will destroy this republic as it stands. We know it is a fact. And this is why Elon Musk, he's coming back out of the woodwork. He kind of went quiet
Damn,
for a
I'm
couple
just getting
months.
tired of,
Now
like,
he's back.
playing
Elon
nice
Musk decided, listen, I'm going to get directly
with
involved
idiots.
in midterms. Elon Musk is going to be spending $150 million or $200 million purportedly to help Republicans retain control of the House and the Senate. Elon Musk understands. Elon Musk knows we cannot let these freaks ever regain control of the House or the Senate. Midterms are important. So Elon Musk is back. He's involved again. He understands if this country goes under, we all go under. And it will go under if the Democrats ever regain control. Let me give you an example of what happens when Democrats are in control of a city or a state. I mean, I think we all know, but take a look at this. This is going to blow your
Look
mind.
at the last term.
Seattle Mayor Katie Wilson makes clear that her city doesn't need signal chats like we've seen in Minneapolis. Instead, she's just going to mobilize the actual police to do what the Minneapolis signal networks had been doing. She will even have the city
busy with this. You might as well have them assist because it's going to make it a lot easier and quicker in and out.
And ban usage of city property by federal agents. Katie Wilson, mayor of Seattle, is a
that's why they have federal property.
Protester. She's manipulating and abusing her office as mayor of one of the most powerful cities in the country to aid and abet domestic terrorists today and to resist the federal government. So we've all seen the signal chat stuff.
Yeah, it's really that powerful. But
Seattle Mayor Katie Wilson says, we don't need a signal chat. We're going to do it out in the open. We're just going to do it in the open. We're not even going to try to hide it. In fact, I'm going to weaponize the police department to harvest intelligence against federal law enforcement officers, handing that intelligence over to far left rioters and agitators. This is insane. Here's Katie Wilson posting her step-by-step plan on social media. She's not even trying to hide it. She's not even trying to hide it. Absolutely astounding. Now, like I said, we actually do have some very bad news for the Democrats today. We've got some bad news for the Democrats, some catastrophic news. The Democrats have, for months now, been using a website across the country called stopice.net. Well, this morning, stopice.net was hacked by a group of right-wing hackers. If you visited the website this morning, the message was this: we were not kidding. We sent your names, logins, passwords, and location to a bunch of government agencies. Sherman Austin is a terrible coder. He's the coder behind the website. He created the website. They said, Sherman Austin is a terrible coder. And so is the other guy that ran the website. Right-wing hackers infiltrated stopice.net today. Now, I looked into what this information exactly is, and I want to tell you, this data includes IP addresses, email addresses, phone numbers, vehicle information, and user locations with exact geo coordinates. All of the information of all of these far left insurrectionists, all of it has now been apprehended by this group of far right hackers and, according to them, turned over to the appropriate government agencies. This is what their website looked like earlier today. We were not kidding. What's more, late last night, President Trump issued a direct warning to the far left leadership of Minneapolis. You know how a lot of people have been saying? A lot of people have been saying that Trump has gone soft. Trump is pulling out of Minneapolis. Trump got bullied or pushed out of Minneapolis by Tim Walz and Jacob Fry.
Keep home in there, the job will get done.
Bull crap. That is not what happened. That is not what happened. Take a listen to what Trump had to say last night about this entire dynamic. Listen up.
Back immigration enforcement agents out of Minnesota.
We want to keep our country safe. We'll do whatever we can to keep our country safe.
So, yeah, pulling back?
No, not at all.
So you're not pulling back? He said, we're going to do whatever it takes to keep our country safe. Insofar as Minneapolis goes, the reporter says, so just to be clear, you are not pulling back? He says, no, not even at all. No, not even at all. So there you have it. We also see that accountability is already underway on the streets of Minneapolis. As it would turn out, it was Tim Walz and Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry that have completely capitulated to President Trump by lifting their stand-down order on police all across the state of Minnesota. We have seen that in action. You want to see what that looks like? You want to see what it looks like now that the stand-down order has been lifted on Minnesota State Police and Minneapolis local city police? This is what happens. Take a look. This is footage from this morning. These are local sheriffs that are now arresting left-wing agitators on the streets. Finally, we are seeing arrests. Trump, to be clear, the Trump administration was able to sufficiently put pressure on Waltz and Fry. They capitulated. They lifted their stand down order. And now we've really been seeing this for 3 days, but I had to show you guys this one. This is hot off the press. Now these people are getting arrested. The local police now, their hands have been untied. They are able to do their job. And they are. And they are. We've seen dozens of arrests
been
get
able
made.
to do the
Dozens
whole
over the last
time.
couple. There's another one. Look at this guy. Sorry, lady. Sorry, sir. Sorry. Hey, it's ma'am. Hey, it's ma'am. Whatever the hell you are. Sorry, buddy. So we've seen dozens of arrests now, and not arrests being made by ICE and DHS and CBP. We've seen a lot of those too, but now for the first time, the big difference here is the police, the local police, they are the ones making the arrests. Also, you want to talk about accountability? Breaking news. We have a date. We have a date now. Tim Waltz and Attorney General Ellison are set to testify in front of Congress
whatever happened to Bill
on
Clinton?
March 4th. So a little bit over a month from now.
Skip their hearing or
Governor
whatever,
Waltz
right?
and Minnesota State Attorney General Ellison, they have been compelled. This is mandatory. They have been compelled to do this. This is not a request. This is a demand. They have both received subpoenas from the House Oversight Committee. Representative, he's the head of the House Oversight Committee, James Comer. He says, quote, America deserves answers about the rampant misuse of taxpayer dollars in Minnesota's social service programs that occurred under Governor Waltz's and Attorney General Ellison's watch, under their leadership, if you can call it that. So I think a lot of people, there's so much going on right now. It's easy to kind of forget exactly what's happening. The fraud case is still underway. As a reminder, the DOJ is investigating all of these guys, Fry, Ellison, Waltz, and Lord knows who else. There is a DOJ conspiracy case being built against these guys. The DOJ on their own, they have filed subpoenas against these guys. They got a hold of emails and text messages and bank logs, all of this stuff to build out a case here. Conspiracy, the charge here, the idea is that they were conspiring to undermine federal law enforcement operations. Seems like they were. Now, the House Oversight Committee is also looking into the rampant fraud and corruption and abuse in this state under their leadership, if you can call it that. So these guys are getting nailed up to the wall, so to speak, in numerous different ways. They are screwed, to say the least. They are, which is why, I mean, people like Waltz and various others, they are becoming increasingly agitated and violent. It's just the case. They know they've been pushed into a corner. Their back is in a corner. They know their days as free men are coming to a close here. And you know what? We do need to see this type of accountability if we actually want to make America great again and put America first.
Did you take it? Andy Sosa.
Welcome in, everyone. I hope you guys are doing great wherever you're watching from today. I'm filming this on January 30th, and we have a developing situation on our hands out of Iran as a VIP Iranian government aircraft has disappeared. That is right, has disappeared, can no longer be followed. We do not know where the aircraft is. This comes, as we'll get also to in this video, as Trump has reportedly told allies in the Middle East he will order a strike. The war is set to begin with Iran. We have also more movements of assets.
Needs to be
Rapid
destroyed.
military mobilization is
The
underway. So we have
IRGC.
a lot to get into.
Anyway,
Plus,
need to
we've
be
got some
destroyed.
comments from Trump himself. Before we get into it, as always, please make sure to like and subscribe. Totally free. Cost you guys nothing at all. Huge, huge boost to the channel. Comment with your thoughts below. What do you think the disappearing plane means? Where is it? Who was on it? What is going on? When will the bombs start falling? Let me know in the comments below. Hit the notification bell. All notifications turned on so you won't miss a thing. And then Instagram, David_Hookstead, XD Hookstead. That's where you can find me on social media. My DMs are wide open. Please reach out with whatever you got. Now, let's get into it. We are on a clear war footing path against the Islamic dictatorship in Tehran. The Ayatollah's days appear to be numbered.
numbered.
The days of the oppressive regime in Tehran appear to be numbered as the United States of America surges in military assets, the biggest of them all being the aircraft carrier, the USS Abraham Lincoln. We are on a strike status position. We are on a high alert position, a code red position. There's been a lot of very strange things that have happened in Iran over the past couple of weeks since the protests. There's been strange explosions.
Keep an eye on
The
it.
air travel situation is insanely strange. Stuff is just flying in random patterns. Military, government officials appearing to be trying to disperse across the country, and the Russians and the Chinese are rushing naval warships into the Gulf to do joint exercises with the Iranians. I'm going to put this up on the screen here. What you are looking at here on the screen, it had been the most tracked plane in the world. It is an Iranian government VIP plane for the most important people in the Iranian government. What you see here on your screen, that purple line is when it was tracked. Then it went dark. Now, the reason you can see it a little further in than that is because once it goes dark on the flight tracking data, it will look like it's still flying. But once the line is broken, that means the plane has disappeared. Now, I want to be crystal clear here. We do not know where the plane went. We do not know the status of the plane. We do not know who is on the plane. But this is a plane that had been in Turkey today, January 30th, and upon its entrance back into Iran, as you can see, completely disappeared. The tracking line was broken. It has gone dark. We do not know the status of the plane, but this is another sign that the Iranian leaders are trying to hide their whereabouts. They're trying to make it as hard as possible for them to be tracked so that the United States of America cannot take them out in a first strike or take them out at any phase of the war. So this is just the latest strange thing with an Iranian government plane now missing. Did it land at a military site? Did it land at a secret site? Did it go down? We do not know, but all we know
Involved
as of
in
me
the
filming this
government.
video on January 30th is the
And the
plane
IRGC.
is gone. It is missing. Its whereabouts are unknown, as well as who was on the plane. An incredibly serious and
I
fluid
highly doubt
situation.
the
I'm going to put this
Ayatollah
up on the
threat
screen.
fled.
This
That's
comes
not
from
like
Drop
him.
Site News. Drop Site News.
They're
Exclusive.
delusional.
U.S. military tells key Middle East ally to prepare for attack on Iran. If you scroll down, it says senior U.S. military officials have informed the leadership of a key U.S. ally in the Middle East that President Donald Trump could authorize a U.S. attack on Iran this weekend. Multiple sources have confirmed to Drop Site News. Strikes could commence as early as Sunday, the ally was informed, if the U.S. decides to move forward. So they are saying the bombs, according to Drop Site News, the bombs could start falling as early as Sunday. This is a quote from a U.S. intelligence official. This isn't about nukes or the missile program. This is about regime change. He told Drop Site News that U.S. war planners envision attacks that target nuclear, ballistic, and other military sites around Iran, but will also aim to decapitate the Iranian government, and in particular, the leadership capabilities of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC branch. The IRGC is a branch of the Iranian Armed Forces created after the country's 1979 revolution, whose leadership now plays a major role in the country's politics and economy. It says the idea is a big enough strike can bring the government down. So we have a plane that is missing. We now have a report from Drop Site News that our allies in the Middle East have been told the war will start. The war is a go. It is a green light. We are going in possibly as early as Sunday. Now,
I think it'll be earlier. It'll be tonight, tomorrow night.
More U.S. military aircraft that have surged into the region. More U.S. military aircraft that are on the ground. This is 3 Ospreys that are at the, I can't pronounce it. It's spelled DUQM airport in Oman. So multiple planes, more planes surging in. And then let me go ahead and get this up here for you. It says the ongoing airlift of air defense systems and other military equipment to the U.S. Central Air Commands continues Friday with the C-5 Super Galaxy plane leaving Germany and bringing it to Qatar. So there have been over 20 C-17 and 2 C-5M Super Galaxy flights. This is one of them right here. They are rushing in air defense systems.
Yeah, they've been going back and forth like crazy.
Batteries, any air defense system that's not nailed
moving
down,
a lot of stuff, whatever it may be.
We're moving it to the Middle
air
East
defense
so that we are ready to defend ourselves against
or even
any
offensive
Iranian
equipment.
aggression. On that note, the Iranian regime, what you see here on the right of your screen, which should be the right of your screen, the right picture is the Isfahan in Isfahan and Natanz, their nuclear facilities. I'm going to put this up. Let's see if I can go full screen. What you're seeing here now is they have rebuilt and they are hardening their facilities. So they are putting hardening protection on their facilities in anticipation of a U.S. strike. So they are rebuilding their nuke facilities and they are building them with hardened facilities to hopefully withstand, in their mind, not hopefully in our mind, hopefully in their mind, withstand a U.S. bombing run on their facilities. This is rapidly developing. The information is just coming in right now. These are new satellite photos. Again, this shows you that Iran 100% believes they are going to be hit. You wouldn't be putting up hardened facilities unless you expected another strike to commence. Now, President Trump talked about a deadline for a deal with Iran. Let's go ahead and watch his comments right now.
They don't want to make a deal.
Deadline to make a deal before potentially taking
Only
military
they
action?
know for sure.
Have you communicated that to them directly?
I have.
Did you have a timeline for when you're going to pull back potentially the federal presence there?
So right there, President Trump says that he has given Iran a deadline. He is not going to disclose when it is. Now we have another Trump comment here. Give me 1 second. I'll get it ready for you. So this is Trump talking about the naval presence on the coast of Iran. Let's watch what he had to say.
Doing things that nobody's ever seen before. The country is really in great shape. We have a large armada, flotilla, you can call it whatever you want, heading toward Iran right now, even larger than what we had in Venezuela. It's still in front of Venezuela. The Venezuelan situation, the leadership is doing a very good job. We're very happy, and we're getting along very, very well. And we're inviting.
She just said that she's not going to work with them anymore.
Starting to take the oil. We're going to be heading that with the country.
So right there, Trump talking about how we have the armada coming in.
This must be old.
I'll pull this down and give you my assessment. So we have now learned via Drop Site News.
He put this up 25 minutes ago, but that video for Trump must be old. Because the president from Venezuela, whatever her name is, just said that they weren't going to cooperate with the U.S. anymore. So, I mean, I highly doubt that things are going swellingly with Venezuela anymore. They need to eliminate that general down there and
at the same
end
time
that
that is
lady.
happening. We have a government plane carrying
If they're not going to
VIP
cooperate.
Iranian leaders that has disappeared, fallen off radar, cannot be tracked. We
Like
do
his
not know
football
where
helmets.
it landed, where it is, what happened to it, and it could be they are trying to
These
hide.
two
They
are
trying to
actual
get to
football
secret
helmets.
bunkers. They are trying to flee. They are
That
trying
one's
to
an old
batten
one.
down the hatches before the U.S. strike starts. But all we know for sure is this situation is going to continue to tick up as more and more military resources flood into the region. So that is where we are at as of me filming this video on January 30th. I will be here to monitor the situation to the best of my ability. if strikes start, I will be going live if I have access to a computer. We are going to be watching. We are on the brink. So I will be here ready and waiting. But I want to know what you guys think. Let me know in the comments below what comes next. Will we strike this weekend? Give me your predictions. Get active in the comments.
I think so. I think we'll strike tonight, honestly.
Don Lemon has been arrested.
What's up, Libby? I'm okay right now. Why? What were you thinking? Oh, no, I'm okay right now. Thanks.
Don Lemon has been arrested in connection with an anti-ICE protest at a church in St. Paul, Minnesota.
Ooh.
Bill Malusian joins us now with more on this breaking news.
This is real.
Yeah, Charlie, good morning to you. Our colleague David Spunt and I getting this breaking news from multiple law enforcement sources just minutes ago, confirming that former CNN anchor Don Lemon has been arrested by federal agents in Los Angeles just after midnight this morning at a hotel. This obviously all in connection with that storming of a church in St. Paul, Minnesota by that group of anti-ICE agitators. Now remember, the feds had gone to judges to try to get Don Lemon arrested before. They went to a magistrate judge in Minnesota who didn't sign off on an arrest warrant for him. Then it went to a judge above him. He didn't sign off on an arrest warrant for him. Then it went to an appeals court. They also decided not to sign off for an arrest warrant for him. So there was experts who were predicting that perhaps the feds would go to a grand jury. It remains to be seen if that's what happened here, but we can confirm that Don Lemon was arrested in Los Angeles by federal agents just after midnight Los Angeles time at a hotel. Now,
they pulled him out of a hotel in his pajamas for storming a church, which is illegal.
This is going to grab all sorts of headlines. 3 other protesters from that church storming, have already been arrested, including who the feds say was the organizer of that protest.
And here's what he did.
But there we go. Everybody's ready to go. This is the beginning of what's going to happen here. When you violate people's due process, when you pull people off the street, you start dragging them and hurting them and not abiding by the Constitution, when you start doing all of that, people get upset and angry. And if you remember what the civil rights movement was about, the civil rights movement was about these very kinds of protests. There's nothing in the Constitution that tells you what time
but that's not
you
what
can
this
protest.
is. This
you
is
can
not
protest at any
protest.
time. That's the whole point of it, is to disrupt.
But you're not allowed to be disruptive in the church.
And that's what they're doing, and that's what I believe when I say everyone has to be willing to sacrifice something. You have to make people uncomfortable in these times. If you see how...
But the thing is, you're not supposed to do that in a church. But Don Lemon, he said that he was just out there being a journalist. Meanwhile, we've got evidence that suggests otherwise that he himself provided, which likely led to his arrest.
Into Minneapolis a little bit ago and did some reconnaissance on the ground, speaking to an organization there that's gearing up for resistance and protest. I've been pleasantly surprised to see the community coming together.
Wow.
Diverse community. If you see this when we first pulled up,
So it's alleged that he helped these people storm this church, that he helped them organize. He just said he did recon for purposes of entering a church and intimidating people and making them feel uncomfortable, which you can't do.
These are resistance protesters. They're planning an operation that we're going to follow them on. I can't tell you exactly what they're doing, but it's called Operation Pull Up.
So he knows what they're doing.
And it's Takima Armstrong, and she has been doing this since George Floyd, Dante Wright, and others, where they surprise people, catch them off guard, and hold them to account.
Wow, intimidating
people. So that's what we're doing here, and then we're after that.
Exactly what they're doing. Intimidation.
You'll see it live, and these operations.
Intimidation, fear.
Again, can't tell you where they're going.
But he knows where they're going, and he knows that it's not for purposes of obeying the law.
Screaming and crying about Don Lemon's arrest this morning. I have a couple questions for you. You're calling this an attack on journalism. No, it was Don Lemon who was attacking a Christian church that was praying peacefully. You didn't care about attacks on journalism when Nick Sotor, Nick Shirley, Cam Higby, Savannah Hernandez, Andy No were all being physically attacked. James O'Keefe got death threats this week. They threw rocks, bricks,
that did happen.
Frozen water bottles at his car, shattered his windshield. They said they were going to
Nobody cared about the journalists there.
Nobody cared about attacks on journalism when that happened.
I mean,
so I
the
don't
right
think
did.
so.
I
And
know
then
I did.
secondly,
I
since
didn't
it's an
like
attack
that
on
that was
the First
happening at all.
Amendment, no. This is a consequence that is happening for Don Lemon engaging in criminal
Being chased out of a neighborhood.
Which
Like,
infringed upon
come
the First
on.
was used
Amendment,
by Steve
freedom of
Baker
religion.
when you arrested him for January 6th. He's a journalist that was covering January 6th, and there were dozens of these people. They're on our show all the time. Covering January 6th, I was a journalist. Nope, arrested by the DOJ. We don't like you, we don't like the politics, whatever.
Yep. That's how it works. It's a massive double standard. You're allowed to be a journalist as long as you're playing for the right team. If you're playing for the other team, if you want to do what Nick Shirley did, you want to go out there and expose the biggest scam in American history, everyone out there who's a quote-unquote journalist is going to say, oh, that guy's not a journalist.
Saying that you can't have it both ways. You try to have it both ways all the time. Don Lemon engaged in a crime. Don Lemon was part of a crime. You don't get to say I'm a journalist as a shield for get out of jail free every single time you commit a criminal act. And by the way, it was a grand jury of Don Lemon's peers in dark blue Minnesota that approved the arrest.
Interesting.
So
Minnesota.
I'm not going to hear you crying about nobody is above the law and we're just going to follow the law when now the law says Don Lemon committed a crime.
You know there's going to be people that come out and say that he didn't get his due process. That this is vindictive persecution on behalf of the Trump administration for all the things that Don Lemon may have said about him when he was a CNN host. He's now a former CNN host, perhaps future prisoner. But these are the same people telling us that nobody's above the law and that ICE needs to be accountable, that Trump needs to be accountable, and now Don Lemon's going to be
A
accountable.
lot
They
of
don't
these
like
issues could be prevented if they would have arrested all these protesters that were getting
So again, you
violent.
don't get to have it both ways. You arrested Donald Trump on 92 separate charges, facing
Oh, yeah,
400
they
years in
arrested
prison
Trump. Right.
for things Donald Trump didn't even do, for places Donald Trump wasn't even
Mhm.
sitting there, like, saying that this is about the First Amendment when you arrested Donald Trump for literally using the First Amendment. No, you don't get to have it both ways. So cry more.
Has said all along that he was there not as an activist, but as a journalist. In fact, he was saying those words
was his
and
excuse.
repeating that out loud when he was inside the church. But he clearly knew something was taking place that day with the protesters. He told his viewers on YouTube to stay tuned because there was something about to happen. He was careful not to have his camera crew walk into the
But
church
he knew.
until there was a disruption. And I would urge people to go online and actually watch the
That's
YouTube
why
video,
he's
see
getting
how it all
arrested.
went down. I think Lemon's reporting from inside the church was very valuable.
He's getting arrested because of what he put on that
What
YouTube
value
video.
did it
That is
bring?
the
It
evidence
didn't bring any
against him.
value.
As
It was
viewer,
just a
I learned a
nuisance.
lot about how it happened, how it all went down. He interviewed some of the protesters in real time, yes.
He
also
was a
interviewed some of
rioter.
the worshipers. And I thought their comments were really insightful about what they went through, about how troubled, how scared they
He
were
was
by the
intimidating
disruption.
people.
At the same time, like I said, you learned a lot from the protesters about why they decided to show up there.
They weren't
believing
protesters.
that one of the pastors at the church also worked for ICE.
Listen, you stop being a protester when you start breaking the law. That's the one thing
Yep.
everybody needs to figure out. Yeah, you got the right to protest, but you don't have the right to break the law. These are the protesters saying no one's above the law. These are the protesters that want to see Trump in prison because they think he broke the law.
So,
These are the protesters that will get rid of the Republic
this video, of course,
and
happened on a Sunday morning. This
create
video
some
was then
type of
streaming,
communist
for everyone to see. And by
society
Monday,
and
the day after that
destroy the
incident,
United
there was
States
a
of
lot of
America.
online outrage on the right. Many calls from MAGA loyalists to have Lemon
MAGA
arrested.
loyalists.
I think an important part of the story here is the amount of pressure the Justice Department, Pam Bondi, and others have been under from the right to arrest Lemon. To take
Oh, so they're saying that Trump is under pressure to arrest Don Lemon, that he doesn't even want to arrest Don Lemon, not because Don Lemon broke the law or committed a crime, but because people don't like Don Lemon. These statements almost make it sound
And
as
a
if
lot of people
people
like
on the
him.
right would have been perfectly okay with
Or the
Don
people on
Lemon
the left
storming a
that love
different
him, but
house
he
of
is
worship that was not a Christian
stupid and annoying.
which I don't think anybody would think is cool either. And he celebrated what happened at this
I
riot that he
imagine
went
it's
to.
uncomfortable and traumatic for the people here, but again, careful, it's very slippery right
Yeah,
here.
like those little kids.
It's uncomfortable and traumatic for the people here, but that's what really, careful, please, really slippery.
He
Not
thinks
kidding.
that's okay.
That's what
Do you not know how to walk
protesting
in
is
snow?
about, and so
No,
Watch this guy.
it's not about traumatizing families. You know what? These are the same people that say, oh, Trump's separating families and traumatizing families by closing down the U.S. border and stopping gangs and criminals from harming their customers and harming our country at the exact same time. And these are the same people that come out and that say, oh, Trump's trying to get families. He's trying to make America worse somehow. And here he is at a church. You have families fleeing the riot that he allegedly helped coordinate. And that's supposed to be something everybody's okay with. But what can he be charged with?
It's a strange case. 5 different judges reviewed the evidence against Don Lemon. A magistrate judge who said no, a district court judge who happens to be the chief judge of the district who said no, and 3 appellate judges in the 8th Circuit said no. It is almost unheard of for the DOJ to appeal a denial of the issue of an arrest warrant. They went to the magistrate judge. Here's our evidence against the people that raided the church. We want to arrest all of them. The magistrate judge said there's evidence against this one. There's enough against this one, enough against that one. There's no evidence against Don Lemon. The district judge said no evidence against Don Lemon. The 3 appellate court judges refused to get involved, so they effectively agreed with what the lower judges had decided.
Okay.
So how did they arrest him? The only other way they could have arrested him legally is to have gone to a grand jury and presented the same evidence that these 5 judges said didn't exist and persuaded a majority of the grand jury to indict him.
So that's where the contention over this is going to come from. People who think that this arrest is unjust, they're going to say, see, they went to all these judges and there was no judge in the country who would sign off on this. But because Trump is such a bad guy and such a criminal, they broke the law and went and got him anyways. They went around those judges and got him anyways. But it's a grand jury. If a grand jury says, yeah, go arrest that guy, well, aren't those the same people that would try Don Lemon, that he would be brought before? Wouldn't they decide his fate and review the evidence against him? It makes it sound like we've got the judges in this country that think one thing and common people in this country that think something else.
If he was not indicted by a grand jury, then this was not an arrest, it was a kidnapping. Because you have these 5 federal judges saying we're not signing off on an arrest warrant.
Yeah, but that's far-fetched, right? It doesn't appear to be a kidnapping.
It's almost inconceivable.
Oh, they would have loved
because
that.
they know the laws well or better than I do, that they would have to have some legal basis to arrest him other than their own wish to arrest him, and that must have come from a grand jury.
So let's take it on the merits of where it is today. They were able to at least secure some type of charge based on whichever evidence that we don't have to show just yet.
But we don't know what it is.
We don't know what it is, exactly. But we do know that he is in federal custody.
Correct. He's in federal custody in Los Angeles. That's where they found him.
Yeah.
He's going to appear before a federal magistrate judge in Los Angeles. He'll be released on his own recognizance. Then he's got to appear before a federal district court judge in the district where the grand jury sat under the Constitution. That has to be the district in which the crime allegedly occurred, which
back
means
to Minnesota.
Back to Minneapolis, where all this started.
Yeah.
In Minneapolis. Now, he's going to the district where the crime occurred, which is where this church was, which is where these families are. And when you look at what's happening in Minneapolis, and you see these mobs, you see these hordes out there storming cities, destroying buildings, fighting with the federal government, that might not be the same neighborhood where people are going to church. You see, so there's a big discrepancy here. Don Lemon might be very worried that he's gonna go have to get tried for committing a crime by the very people he harmed, not by the people who might be sympathetic to his actions, who might live somewhere else.
The charges, what they possibly are. It hasn't been announced yet, but there have been reports of what they are, which I read earlier. The FACE Act, a violation of the FACE Act, sticks out to me if indeed that is one of the charges. What does that hold?
Well, that he's
if charged and convicted,
5 years in jail if convicted. He's probably being charged, if I could guess, with conspiracy to violate the FACE Act. They probably have some people with whom he participated in conversations about how to get into the church.
Yes.
Because it does appear from the videos that he didn't do anything even remotely criminal.
Even when the pastor asked him to leave and he did not leave.
Well, the other journalist didn't leave either. I mean, he said,
does that make it right?
Well, they have a great question, Sean.
He doesn't think that's enough. He doesn't think that Don Lemon getting in the face of the pastor who says you need to leave and then him refusing to leave is enough. But what likely is enough is the act of conspiracy, the fact that he was with these radical groups and he knew what they were going to do, and he helped them coordinate how they were going to go do it so that they could go in and storm this place, and that he could show up with his microphone and his camera and say, oh, what's going on over here? Oh, guys, come on, there's this thing happening, and let's go investigate. Meanwhile, he knew that they were going to go to this place. He knew there was going to be screaming. He knew it was worth his time to show up. And he helped them figure out how to do it. That is the allegation.
Can't answer it yes or no, but I can say that there are numerous Supreme Court opinions that say bona fide journalists can stay at the scene of a crime if the acts are still ongoing, as long as their presence there is not interfering with law enforcement.
And they didn't set up those acts.
The pastor said leave. Law enforcement hadn't even gotten there yet.
Hey, but if it was found that he, along with the organizers of this, to go inside of that church and, again, stop that service.
If he stopped the service, it's a federal crime.
Okay.
If he didn't leave when they said leave, that's simple trespassing. The feds don't even have the authority to prosecute.
Conspiracy to violate the faith.
Here's another question for you. What if a journalist, let's say somebody who's not Don Lemon, who has political views that are the opposite of his, went to a house of worship, which was not a Christian church, and stopped that event from happening? What do you think would happen to that person? What do you think would be the outrage over the storming of a house of worship by a right-wing alleged journalist? What do you think would happen then? I think we're witnessing a double standard here. I think it's a huge double standard, and I think that it's about time people were not allowed to be above the law.
Exact. And if he's convicted there, what penalty is he looking at?
Okay, conspiracy
Something
is an
that he's
agreement
owed.
to commit a crime amongst two or more people, one of whom takes a step in furtherance of the agreement. So if he agreed to commit the crime and then did nothing, but one of the others with whom he agreed took a step in furtherance, then he can be charged with conspiracy. 5 years. Conspiracy to commit the crime is generally the same punishment as the actual crime itself.
It is.
So I just want to break this down and end it with, let's put a bow on it. This could be a serious charge.
It's a serious charge
for Don.
It's a serious blow to journalism. I do believe that some other journalists were involved who are not nearly as well known as Don Lemon. We'll know more about that later today.
But you know something? I don't actually want to see Don Lemon go to prison. You know what I would like to see? I don't want him to go to prison at all. Instead, I want his sentence, if he has convicted of doing something wrong here, to be that he has to attend that very same church with that very same pastor every Sunday for the next 2 years. I think that would be great. Then he doesn't have to go to prison. And you know what? We all know there's a double standard when it comes to Christianity in this country. We all know that the Christian church is allowed to be stepped on and tread upon and beaten on. But if somebody who does anything against any other religion, they've just done the worst thing. And people like Don Lemon would be all over them. What do you think? I'll see you in the next video.
Yeesh.
I have to confess, I slept with a Russian woman.
What did you just say?
I
caught an STD from a Russian.
You have Vladmidia.
What's up, guys? It's Benny. We always want to be first, fast, and accurate on this channel so you can have an informed worldview that clearly points in the direction of Bill Gates being the Earth's biggest scumbag. Bill Gates is truly one of the greatest monsters to ever live. We already knew this. Jeffrey Epstein was procuring very, very young Russian girls for Bill Gates to sexually exploit. And then Jeffrey Epstein blackmailed Bill Gates over all of this. But this has been reported. It's over 2 years old in this article from The Guardian here in the New York Post. Who is Malia Antonova, young Russian bridge player, 30 years younger than Bill Gates, who had an affair with Bill Gates? There they are, photographed together.
Yeah.
Here she is talking about bridge and how much she likes bridge. Here's, of course, one of the many photos of Bill Gates and his bestie, Jeffrey Epstein. They were in business together, and they were doing a lot more than business, you know what I mean? Bill Gates wasn't doing the business with his wife. At about this time, Bill Gates' wife, Melinda Gates, divorces him and then goes on national TV and says she can't have sex with Bill Gates anymore. Well, this is a little strange. And it's all leading to brand new revelations that we learned when the DOJ released all of the Epstein files, or at least millions of them. And that happened just this morning. Get a load of this.
Learn about marriage by reflecting on this.
Well, I learned that
you were a famous married couple.
We were, and but I learned, to have a trusted relationship, which is what I wanted in marriage. Both partners have to be honest with one another, and if you can't have intimacy and you can't have trust. And so, in the end, I had to go.
Oh, in the end, she had to go because she couldn't have intimacy with Bill Gates. Now, why couldn't she have intimacy? At the time, I just speculated that it was perhaps because Bill Gates was banging a young Russian girl in this affair, but we've just learned that it is so much worse than that, with the DOJ releasing, again, millions of documents, videos, images, and pages from the Jeffrey Epstein files. Here we go. This is what we learned, and Bill Gates has now responded to all of this. Ooh. Now, there's a little more to why Bill Gates couldn't be intimate with his wife. Let's jump in here. So this is a resignation email that Jeffrey Epstein wrote to himself about Bill Gates. Okay? Dear Bill, I cannot believe that you've chosen to disregard our friendship after 6 years. I'm aware that accidents happen. Each of us has chosen to deal with an unfortunate event that has me dismayed beyond comprehension. You've decided to discharge me from my job and had people tell me about this, telling me that I engaged in morally inappropriate behavior, a major actor in cover-up that would hurt my reputation, he says. Amazing. Bill Gates could hurt Jeffrey Epstein's reputation. But then he goes ahead and says that it is actually Bill Gates who is the Earth's biggest monster. Let's jump down here. Please feel free to read all of this. He says,
impact on the public perception of my reputation. Will have TI diligently avoid the truth. Tell people that Bill will not invest with me and craft an answer that suits your needs. But you did agree to send me. You did agree to send you a letter of recommendation should a future employer ask for one. You have told me that Melinda insists on me not communicating with you unless Larry's copied or present, though you have consistently maintained that I could not have done a better job and that I was underpaid compared to my contribution. You then, beyond all sense of fairness and frankly decency, said that as generous compensation for keeping the Gates reputation intact, you would let me keep what we agreed I had already owned, the investment pieces. And would have said, Boris, this is not your fault. I confessed to Melinda. You didn't. It was in a moment of weakness, and I will do anything within my power to make it right for you. I have more money than anyone needs, and I assure you I will structure something so that you will not be penalized for my error. Lucky for me, I have enough money to provide to you, so it will not heal the injury. Go make you secure in your future. In addition, I will bend over backwards to make sure your next career is rewarding and an upswing. I appreciate the fact. You can have some. Yeah. I appreciate the fact that the drastically alters your plans, and am very aware of the career path you gave up to join the Foundation. Very sorry, but as I believe time heals all wounds, this will eventually pass. In that regard, I suggest I buy you the house that you so had your heart set on, In addition to 5 years of severance, we'll buy you out of the investment contract we had agreed. 30 to 40% of $100 million partnership for $30 million in today's dollars. Terms and conditions to be agreed. That's what I would have done had I been in your shoes. What I did receive, however, was an unfriendly, strongly worded email telling me how employable I am and that I should not look to you for any significant financial help in the future. To add insult to the injury, you then implore me to please delete the emails regarding your STD. Your request that I provide your antibiotics that you serendipitously give to Melinda and describe and the description of your penis. You also made it clear to me that I am not to refer to blank, as that is another topic that must remain between the two of us. In return for all of those quests, which I would have done without a second thought, I am not to attend meetings with Melinda. I should continue to provide you the same level of service and dedication that I have done diligently until you are ready to discard me and our friendship.
Is that he delete all of the emails
Bill. Oh no, Bill Gates.
His STD. This would be Bill Gates' sexually transmitted disease. Your request that I provide antibiotics so that you could surreptitiously give them to Melinda, and a description of your penis. You also made clear to me that I am not to refer to blank. Another topic must remain between the two of us. In return for all these requests, which I would have done without a second thought, I'm not to attend meetings with Melinda. Okay. So Bill Gates gave Melinda an STD. And then Bill Gates was using Jeffrey Epstein in order to sneak that STD to Melinda. Then he writes here in this resignation letter that I would feel dishonest to myself and to my future for helping Bill get drugs, presumably to help with the STD, I don't know, to sneak to his wife, in order to deal with the consequences of sex with Russian girls, to facilitate his illicit trysts with married women, to being asked to provide Adderall for bridge tournaments, as I am a medical doctor but have no prescriptions writing abilities. So this is interesting. Plenty of Russian girls in the file here about Bill Gates that have been well reported, and that he loved bridge tournaments with these young women, right? Like, he's photographed at bridge tournaments with the young Russian women. So some of this does make sense. Bill Gates is now responding. Maybe this is why there was a signed dollar bill in Jeffrey Epstein's possession from Bill Gates saying, I was wrong, right? Right? There you go. Bill Gates, I was wrong. Here's money. Here's some money. It's a weird thing. Anyway, this has made a lot of headlines. Jeffrey Epstein says Bill Gates caught an STD from Russian girls, and that was secretly sneaking his wife antibiotics in the millions of Epstein documents. Okay, Bill Gates has responded with rage. Here we go. Bill Gates issues furious response to Epstein's claim that he got an STD from sleeping with Russian girls, and suggested that the pedophile was desperate to be his friend. Okay. Bill Gates angrily denied the allegations in a rare statement that clearly conveys the depths of his anger. Spokesperson for the billionaire told the Daily Mail, these claims are absolutely absurd and false. The only thing these documents demonstrate is Epstein's frustration that he did not have an ongoing relationship with Gates, and the lengths that he would go to entrap and defame. Epstein made the astonishing claims about the Microsoft billionaire in an email he sent to himself. The emails were among hundreds of thousands of files that were released by the Justice Department. Friday's release also includes multiple new undated images of Epstein and Gates, various locations. Gates had previously said he regrets his friendship with the pedophile who died in a New York City jail. Over the years, Gates has sought to downplay his years-long relationship with Epstein, claiming the pair did not have a business relationship or friendship. That's a lie. That's obviously a demonstrable lie. The allegations are outlined in shocking email, the letter, lengthy message lashed out at Gates for ending their friendship. And then talking about descriptions of his penis, sneaking his wife antibiotics, and all the STDs that he got from Russian hookers.
Cool.
Okay. Anyway, there's lots of photos of Bill Gates in these files.
Oh, good for Bill. No wonder he's been kind of quiet lately.
Dad, you buy my where's my helicopter, Dad? It's in my room.
You said it was upstairs in your room.
But you find it. You find my big no, this is emergency. I made the big house. I have to find that big helicopter.
Emergency. Really?
Gentlemen and female gentlemen, here on Nuxtaku, we do lore videos every single day, and today we are talking about the High Guard situation. There is a lot of lore revolving around the High Guard release. It is a new video game that came out, and quite literally, everyone is freaking out, and I don't know why. I just literally
don't know why either.
So Moist Critical made a video on the High Guard situation. We're going to do a deep dive, and we're going to see what this is all about. Subscribe! Today we're doing gaming lore, but sometimes we do all sorts of lore. Internet lore, religion lore. We do everything here. One video every day. Let's see what we got.
Today's such a special day, even dusted off the bucket hat for it.
Oh boy.
It's High Guard release day.
Oh boy.
I imagine you probably already called in sick for work.
Yeah, I didn't even know this was coming out, I'm not gonna lie. Like, this is a big shock to me.
In order to take as much time as possible to enjoy this
No,
game
it's
that
5v5.
everyone in the world had been salivating for since it was revealed at the very end of the Game Awards.
Yeah, I'll be real, I didn't even know this was happening.
Yeah, same.
It's been
Until I
quite
saw it
a
on
question
Steam.
mark with High Guard because they got the prime spot in the Game Awards
That's pretty
out
good.
of nowhere. A game no
that's
one
not
was
good?
expecting, and a genre most people weren't exactly super excited for these days. Most people perceived it to be
Right, isn't High Guard like an Overwatch clone? I don't know, man. Maybe I'm retarded. But I thought it was something like that. So someone on my chat just said, high equals over, guard equals watch, High Guard is Overwatch. That's crazy. That's crazy. I didn't even think of that.
a hero shooter,
It
myself
literally
included. Because in the footage they showed, it looked like it
Oh my
was
God.
some type of hero shooter.
Again, they have to stop with these hero shooters, bro. You're never gonna beat Marvel Rivals. All right,
No.
you're never gonna capture that. The only reason why hero shooters get popular is if the heroes are popular at this point, because there are already tons of them. Like it can't possibly be better than mid.
Most often compared to like Concord, it wasn't a great trailer, and the position that it was placed in at the Game Awards made things even worse. They also then went radio silent for over a month, up until like a day or two ago,
Wow.
where they finally broke the silence, saying that the game is still coming out as
That's nice.
advertised, and then finally
Man, I
started,
love when that happens.
speaking up about it. The game came out today, and it's very clear that this is not a Concord level failure or anything. It had an all-time peak of just under 100,000 players.
It's not great for a AAA game. Like this
Still,
game is gonna lose that money
some
for sure.
people playing it.
Players, which
Especially because it's a live service game, so they're kind of cooked here.
Concord couldn't have even imagined in their wildest dreams.
All right, someone in my chat is crashing out that Charlie is a libtard. All right, let me make something clear. All right. Yeah, I think Charlie's political takes are generally retarded. But I don't care, okay? What we're
You
doing,
really are.
we're doing Overwatch lore, okay? Shut up. Sorry, High Guard. Overwatch. Oh, fat Overwatch. Gay Overwatch. Which is shocking, because Overwatch is pretty gay.
Game didn't even get to like 1,000,
Overguard.
and it died in 2 weeks. It barely lasted longer than a poop left in a gas station toilet. So this blew it out of the water in terms of player count. And I think a large part of that
Concord
success is because the
Legends.
game is free to play, whereas Concord was a $40 paywall.
This is just Apex.
Even people that weren't exactly hyped
Yeah, by
about
some
High
people.
Guard, they were at least willing to give it a spin, at least give it a chance.
If it's free,
Kind
why
of.
not?
There were some people that literally logged into the game and said this is the biggest pile of dog shit ever, 0 out of 10, throw it in the trash bin. without ever even like playing a match, or maybe they did
All
the
right,
training and they
based.
just said, nope, this is terrible, I quit. I spit on this garbage.
Based.
Whatever, I'm not your fucking dad. If
You do
if
whatever you
that's how
want.
you want to interact with games, all power to you, man. Pretty much the second this puppy
Yeah,
popped
no,
out of
like
the...
playing them.
Why do they keep making characters look like this? I feel like I've seen 40 characters that look just like this, and most of them are lesbians. Like, what are we doing, guy? What are we doing? They're putting the lesbian haircut on men now? Like, why are we doing this, bro?
The oven here. People flock to Steam to leave scathing reviews on it and post their like jokes and memes about how fucking trash it is without ever even loading into a single match. Right now it's sitting at mostly negative. And of course,
I mean, it does look kind of bad.
Not all of that is from people just looking to
Like, bro, this is just Hassan Piker. He has the shock. He just doesn't have the dog.
dunk on it because of the whole Game Awards fiasco. There are plenty of things to dislike about it so far with my experience. For me, I always like to give things a fair shake, so I actually played it a little earlier today with Matt and Danny. I have a video up on Moist Critical Gaming if you want to see how our first match went.
That's a really good
And
thumbnail.
I want to give you like my early thoughts here. I'm going to stream more of it tonight. Real quick though, I want to interrupt to briefly mention something that I've been pretty hyped for.
This video is sponsored
Starforge
by...
just partnered with very generic. And not in terms of this is one of the worst FPS games of all time or something. It's just not even close, really.
Okay, but dude, the thing is, mid is bad. All right, if it's quite literally a AAA game, you don't want it to be mid. All right, why would you ever make a game that's just average as fuck?
It's just very generic. And not in terms of like the actual gameplay mechanics, because they actually do try something different. It's not a hero shooter. It's not a battle royale. It's a 3v3 raid skirmish. I don't even know what to really call it. Where you have a prep phase where you reinforce things, a la Rainbow Six Siege, except the reinforcements here are fucking worthless. Like basically, you take paper walls and you put plastic on top of it. That's your reinforcement. You can still easily get through these reinforced walls. To me, it just feels like the prepping to defense is kind of useless.
This is like
5v5
Fortnite,
now.
Apex.
We might have to check that
Bro,
out.
why would we do this?
Really stop much, at least not so far in my experience. But you have this phase to prep like that. Then you have a resource gathering phase where you gear up. So you go out in the world and you do.
So is that really what the drama is all about? It's just unbelievably mid.
Do some fucking Fortnite mining for materials, which you can spend at the trader for weapons and armor. And you can also find loot out there for armor or, other weapons or even like ability cooldown type stuff. Then after that, then you have the sword part, the shield breaker, where you and the other team will then fight to get the shield breaker. Whoever gets the shield breaker takes it to the other team's base, and then the raid begins, and what you want to do is plant bombs to blow up their base. Rinse and repeat. It's kind of a mishmash of a bunch of different things put into this.
So you got Fortnite building, you got Apex Legends raids, you got like the hero-esque shooter Overwatch, all right? You got the capture the flag, you got the skirmishing from Rainbow Six Siege. This is just literally a hodgepodge of random shit. It literally feels like someone put into ChatGPT, hey, can you please come up with a game? All right, take a lot of popular games, smush them together, and give me a plot. And then they come up with this.
And I don't dislike it, but it feels like some of it's entirely worthless. Like I mentioned, that prepping phase to like reinforce certain walls around the points. Like in theory, that's a decent idea, like in Siege, but here, at least in my limited experience so far, the reinforcing just doesn't really do a whole lot. Like, again, it feels like you're just reinforcing a wall with like some fucking saran wrap. Like it doesn't juice it that much. What you use to blow up walls when they're not reinforced, you will still use to blow them up when they are, with pretty much a very close level of success. So that feels like they could maybe do with an overhaul.
Finding it.
The gearing phase also feels a little not super great, because as the rounds progress, like as the game goes forward, you can just buy what you want from the trader. So you mainly just collecting the crystals is the more important part than trying to like hunt for random loot. And it seems like you all end up getting geared to the same level anyway by the end.
So you end up like just grinding to find crystals during the matches to just pay them and get the actual weapons you want later. So Valorant. Bro. They just literally put into AI, all right? right? Research all the popular games. Give me slop, and then it's like an actual homunculus chimera pops out.
And so
This
those
is
two things I don't
tragic.
think are amazing, but at least the horse makes this game feel faster than I thought it would be. I was under the impression this would be like Concord level molasses that you're playing through, where every character just moves at a fucking glacial pace. And then when I found out it's 3v3, I thought for sure this was going to be a snooze fest. But thanks to like having a mount, you're able to get around pretty quick, so you're able to go from fight to fight. And during the actual raiding, you do respawn pretty quick, reviving is pretty quick, so it does feel much faster than I thought it would. Movement is still pretty slow, like there's not a whole lot of like crazy movement tech that I've seen yet. I've tried like bunny hopping to a certain level and that kind of works, so maybe there's just more unexplored tech there, but base movement is pretty slow. And the big
no
thing
sliding
is
or anything on there.
this has been a contentious one because there's a lot of people that fucking hate it and some people that really like it.
That's all you focus on
I
the
think
game is
that it's
gunplay
solid. I
and
actually
some
thought the gunplay
abilities.
was pretty solid. I enjoyed it more than I expected to. It's not the tightest. It feels like aiming sometimes fights against you because it's somewhat floaty, but overall, the guns did feel good. Like getting
Like, dude, he's just describing this in the most, like, boring fucking way possible. I'm not even roasting Charlie for this. This is just tragic. That the best way you could describe the game is like, well, this part is mid, and that part's mid, and this part's mid. It's just like, it's all just like lots of mid.
into a fight did feel enjoyable. Like, I don't
Lots
think
and
the
lots of
gunplay
mid.
is trash like a lot of people are saying. The big thing with gunplay, though, that holds it back is that there are certain things that this game is missing, which is why I'm saying that it feels kind of generic when it comes to its gameplay. Like, it has decent bones, but it's very bland. So because it's missing a lot of the flavor from some better shooters out there, this one just feels lackluster in comparison. But overall, I do think the shooting is just fine. Like, I have no issues with the gunplay. Some of the abilities are cool too, I suppose. I haven't seen...
Dude, I don't know, man. I just feel like this is Apex Legends with, like, a kind of boring chat GPT level bullshit that just slops together a plot.
Seen all of them, but the ones I've toyed around with seem pretty solid. Really, at the end of our gaming session, the consensus Matt, Danny, and I drew was that was more enjoyable than we expected going into it, though it's probably a game none of us are going to get, like, super into. Like I said, I'm going to stream more tonight, so we'll see if maybe I end up falling in love with it somehow, some way. But for what I've experienced thus far, it's fine. Like, it's just a fine game. There's nothing like particularly special about it, but it's definitely
Midgard,
not
am
like
I right?
a really bad game that
That's
people are
what
saying
everyone's
that
going
it is.
crazy about. You know, this game comes out and it's just boring as fuck, and no one.
Yep.
Real shakeup. It's so structured. It is so it's so intertwined.
Never
right?
mind the fact that there's a huge amount of actual battle experience and so on, even very recently.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, even the chain of command is so detailed and the possibilities are infinite. Who's connected to who answers to who. You don't know that stuff, right? In China, the military command is very direct, right? You have a couple guys that have all the power, right? And those guys have been wiped out.
Yeah.
Those guys have been completely wiped out.
Except for that one dude. What does he do?
He's like an inspector.
He's an inspector?
I guess he's chill.
He's an inspector general?
He's chill.
He's
not
chill?
an inspector general. No, I mean he's chill in this shenanigans right now.
Because he just inspects stuff?
I guess.
You better not inspect him too closely.
Yeah, because then they'll be like, you're out. Too.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, it's only a matter of time.
It is.
It's only a matter of
100%.
time. I think he didn't have as much power, right?
Yeah.
This is a bigger deal than it sounds because China's military leadership, if you look into who's replaced, who's going to replace these people, there's no one with any real military experience.
What are they gonna fix?
What they've replaced people with are career politicians, and not in the American sense.
Oh,
It's career
locked
politicians
up.
in the sense of China's corrupt ladder.
Yes.
It isn't locked up. It's like closed.
It's not closing all the way. It made that noise though. Oh.
Do you recognize that there was Haikal Suleiman, yes or no?
What Haikal Suleiman? I don't know.
You don't know where Suleiman had a temple in Jerusalem?
Temple?
Temple, Haikal.
Bro, nobody know where is the temple of Suleiman. Nobody know.
Habibi, halas, 1 second. I just want to take a moment to pause and break the fourth wall here for the camera. Two Jews who are moderately well versed in the Quran. This is the level that most Muslims are at when it comes to understanding the Quran. We are literally teaching a Muslim his own religion right now.
Allah. You're podcast now, yeah?
Alhamdulillah. Yes, you are, yes. Welcome.
Oh, good.
Where are you from, man?
All of you is Jewish, yeah?
Aywa.
Alhamdulillah.
You Jewish and say Alhamdulillah?
Yes. Of course. Where are you from, man?
I'm from Sina.
Sina, from Egypt?
Yeah.
Mas?
What?
Mas?
Go microphone in your mouth.
Inta min mas?
Yeah.
Alhamdulillah. So, you're Muslim, right? Alhamdulillah.
Of course, Alhamdulillah.
Of course. We are Yahudi, and we are very Sahayuni.
And very, very Sahayuni.
Very Sahayuni.
كتير. You live now, yeah?
Kinda.
How much people say?
Why? You don't need to be worried about that, brother.
Kingdom.
People, they have a nation. People, which people? What is the name of their people?
Banu Sulaiman, Banu Dawood, like this.
Really?
And
Yeah.
Wayne Sakno.
What?
Where did they live?
Live?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't have idea for that.
It's interesting.
Yeah. Maybe it's time to learn a little more about.
And what's it? No?
Should we?
Yeah, maybe Google.
Should we just?
Yeah, go to Quran.com.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey Google. What was the name of the kingdom of David and Solomon?
It was the Kingdom of Israel, commonly called the United Monarchy. It encompassed the 12 tribes of Israel before splitting into the Northern Kingdom, Israel, and the Southern Kingdom, Judah, after Solomon's death.
Would
you like to know?
That's interesting.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
Israel.
No, it was the Kingdom of Israel where Bnei Israel lived. Bnei Israel lived in the Kingdom of Israel and in the Kingdom of Judah.
Banu Israel and Quran, they had Prophet Ibrahim. And Allah make them Banu Israel.
The rubber piece, probably. Give me the guy. You're trying to put it back on.
I can't stay on, but I can't.
Well, you need to stop chewing on it. That's why. There you go.
And all of the world, they don't have a country.
That's a good job.
He's the one who exposed this group chat. Haley West is the independent journalist you heard from in that first video being followed by insane anti-ICE activists. Haley, I want you to take us through what this guy meant when he said that you were confirmed ICE. Take a look.
Not in an ICE vehicle, right?
No.
Right. Right. Get in your truck. Get the out.
Confirmed ICE through who? We're American citizens.
Okay, so why did this guy think you were ICE?
It's a great question. We essentially we were in the vehicle. There were 5 of us journalists who were, traveling around South Minneapolis. At that point in time, Cam had gotten into the signal chats, and so we were essentially listening.
You guys leaving? Love ya. Bye, bye, bye. Bye, little girl. Have fun at the GG's. She's going out to the garage because the stroller's down there. Love ya. You're leaving late.
Yeah.
Love you, little girl. Bye. Bye. I'll be right back. All right, we're back. Back at it. Everything wrapped up. Any ounce of cold touches. Yuck.
Following to see where we could find these convoys and obviously report on them. So we had been driving around and we saw a vehicle begin to follow us. And then there were 2 and 3. And at a point we attempted to lose them, drive around, do a U-turn. But no matter where we went, every corner they have people that are looking to spot these license plates. It's essentially impossible to avoid them unless you actually leave the area. And so we got out and, had this confrontation, and it's absolutely wild in an American city.
I cannot, but the whole place is like a powder keg. Doesn't matter what time of day it is. Cam, I know you know that. Take us through what's going on with this Signal group chat. For people at home that don't know what Signal is, it's basically like a private text message group. We're hearing that Peggy Flanagan, the lieutenant governor of Minnesota, might be in the chat. Is there any truth to that, or anyone else whose name we might be familiar with?
I've definitely seen a lot of reports to that. I wouldn't feel comfortable confirming it myself. I do more of gathering the information and then just dumping it so people like Data Republican or Zero Hour can decipher the information and figure out what it is. I split my time between doing Signalgate research and being actually physically on the ground, like you saw in that video with Haley and I. And by the way, in that clip you showed just after that first one where they're tracking that F-150, that was us. Haley and I were both in that vehicle, and they were following us. And we lost them for a second. Haley mentioned leaving the area. Sometimes it's even more difficult than that. I mean, we had to literally get out of the car and kind of intimidate these people to lose the tails. They were going to follow us back to our hotel.
Can I just ask you if you think the Signalgate story is as big as we think it might be?
I definitely think so. I think that this goes to the top levels. If not the top levels being physically in the group chats, absolutely aiding and abetting. There are actually links. They have entire chats dedicated to legal advice and specifically attempting to incriminate federal agents or local law enforcement who cooperate with them for lawfare. And in there, they have links that link directly to Attorney General Keith Ellison's website, where he has a form set up for reporting federal agents.
Wow. Okay, hold that thought. I want to ask you about that. Haley, do you think it's ironic that the people who are protesting law enforcement trying to identify criminals and arrest them are asking you for ID to identify yourself?
It's absolutely ironic. I mean, you can't make up a more ridiculous story. And that's what it feels like. I mean, you walk into the city of Minneapolis, and we were in South Minneapolis at this point in time. It doesn't feel like America. I mean, we felt like, it's like going to a foreign country and being treated as, a foreigner. And this is an American city. So it's extremely disappointing to see. But this, this network here in Minnesota is so intricate. Like Cam said, you have the community from the Signal chat groups all the way to the top. You have politicians openly admitting to being a part of this and to, helping fuel this entire system that they have going on here. And it's the whole city. I mean, I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah, it's scary to think, too, if ICE operations were to pick up in other blue states and blue cities. Think about cities in California or cities like Boston or Philadelphia, where ICE operations are certainly happening, but not at the scale like they are in Minneapolis. Cam, I just want to get back to that. So there is a link in the group chat. Do we know who posted it? But this link goes to Keith Ellison, who's the Attorney General of Minnesota, correct?
Yeah, so every group chat has a description where they bank what they deem important links. Nobody necessarily sends them. It's just assigned by the admins so that everybody can view it in the description of the group chat. In there is where that link to Ellison's office is, where you can report ICE agents. And then there's also a link to the Democratic Socialists of America, which is, despite the fact they call themselves socialists, it's a communist group. Marx makes no distinction between the two. Their link is specifically for reporting local law enforcement to local elected officials, law enforcement officers who have cooperated with ICE or federal law enforcement officers. And this begs the question, what is the purpose, if they are not cooperating, of reporting local law enforcement to elected officials for cooperating with federal law enforcement. It's not a crime. Are they being penalized for cooperating with the feds?
Again, we're talking about Americans here defending criminals. It's just, this is so bizarre. 2 nights ago, the chat held what they call a healing hour, which apparently they do every night because protesting like Antifa on the streets takes its toll on your mental health. Take a look.
But 2 different ways of moving that can be very helpful if you're involved in something very stressful. One would be like a shaking. So if you might be like, oh, my body would just like to, and just shake it off.
This is just, it's such a weird thing that's just shake it out. Like this is normal now for these people. And I always ask this, but do they have jobs? Do they have families? You're out there every day. Do they have like things to do with their time? Because I'll be totally honest, this could be happening. I have no interest in doing anything like this ever because I have things to do. And Haley, I don't know if you can just, what's it really like in the city? Like, what's it like downtown Minneapolis where the skyscrapers are, where people are working in office buildings? Is it dangerous there?
It's dangerous everywhere. And, you know, I've covered in Portland quite a bit. And, you know, you almost know the schedule of how these events are going to play out. However, in Minnesota, it's very, very different. I don't know if people have jobs because you see masses of people out on the streets of downtown Minneapolis. You see families, you see children, you see grown men. I mean, you see everybody, you know, out in these streets. And it seemed, you know, obviously the day following Alex Preddy's death, you saw more than maybe generally Cam and the others had seen there earlier in the week.
Do you feel safe? Sorry to cut you off. Do you feel safe, Haley? I've just got about 20 seconds.
I would say that it did not feel safe. No, not at all.
And you can't stay in the city. You got to stay 30 miles, 40 miles outside the city because these people will follow you or find out where you are. Stay safe. Keep sending us the videos. We'll keep an eye on that Signal chat as well. Cam Higbee, Haley West, thank you.
And now it is time for Lefties Losing It, and CNN continues to be the home base for all sorts of wild and wacky characters who
Oh, Zoot Remembrance Day. Yeah. The decoy voice.
These activists are finally finding out.
Good.
Sit down. You're under arrest. If you press, sit down. If you press over here. Press, please come on right over. Sit down.
And he's like, the guy was waving the press, come over here, and you see all these people with like very, very expensive cameras. I honestly wonder what the ratios are ever since USAID lost funding and these massive riots ended. How much of these protests, so-called, or riots they are 90% like, or at least 5-to-1 press to rioters now. 3 days ago, they apparently used the LRAD device on them, and they did not like that.
This is a test of the long-range acoustic device LRAD. 1, 2.
Yo, and if you guys heard about the thing over in Venezuela, how the soldiers over there said, out of nowhere, they saw the helicopters coming, they blasted some sort of device, and they said it felt like their heads were going to explode. A lot of them had nosebleeds. A lot of them were throwing up, and they're like, yeah, there's some pretty gnarly anti-riot technology out there that nobody knows about. And this was just a small percentage of what they have.
3.
Yeah, they don't like this. That kind of took the fight out of them, because here's the thing. They use a small test, they move back, they went back to their chances. Like, no, what if they just nonstop use the LRAD device on them? Scary times. But yes, over in Minnesota, so it wasn't this, it was this incident. Apparently, they said they arrested 16 Minnesota rioters for allegedly assaulting federal law enforcement. More arrests come soon. And the funny thing is, though, is she listed off all the people, and Pam Bondi has these rioters, what is this? Change the world by being an example, not giving your opinion. Interesting. But yeah, they show all these people how much regret they have. Like, they keep on reposting this girl, like, very upset, about to get a dose of reality. But also, they're pointing out this specific individual. And apparently, I can't confirm this, but everybody keeps on saying the Bananas and Rice girl is one of those rioters who were arrested. In case you haven't heard the Bananas and Rice comment, which is nuts.
So I'm Somali. I'm proud to be Somali. To me, being Somali isn't just eating bananas with rice.
Yeah, okay, cool. It's not just eating bananas and rice.
But it's all about bananas and rice. That's all she can think about.
It's like, it's an interesting thing. It's very hard to describe what it means to be Somali and what it means to be American, but it's like a cultural fusion. It's kind of like the bananas and rice. You know, so people don't really see, like, you know, it's you know, people don't think, oh, you can eat bananas with rice, but that's what it's like to be Somali and American. It's like
it's not about eating bananas and rice. I think she's the one that said that she was assaulted, but it doesn't seem like she was, and then now she's being arrested. But the sad part is this activism is spreading across the country. Like, you see this, what is this? I think this is Linwood. This is in California, around the Los Angeles area, I believe. But yeah, this is more activists getting out there, getting themselves, not necessarily LRADed, or however you would say that, but finding out. Never before have I seen a group of individuals that felt empowered to stop law enforcement like this. This is nuts. And it's all seemingly one archetype of person. Yeah, she swung at the officer with her cell phone. What did she think was going to happen? Oh my God, they're screaming and shrieking as if they're so surprised. Like, she swipes her phone at him, assaulting probably not even a federal agent, just like a police officer. Swiping at him, they're shrieking when he just sprays a mace. Not even a direct hit in the eyeballs, but just spraying it in the air. They're so upset over this. Yeah. And interesting how that happened. They felt super empowered to block traffic, to be in the streets, and at the mildest level of consequence, now all of a sudden this guy's like, okay guys, time to get out of the streets. Let's get a move. This guy with the high-vis suit. Okay. They're not playing with us. They're not playing. This is real. This is real, actual law enforcement. We can't LARP anymore. Mom says we got to go home. But the sad part is, though, is somebody is still funding these things. Like, this was over, I think, outside the federal building, probably over in Portland. Yeah, Eugene Siege. So I believe that's Portland. I'm sorry, Oregon. But they're bringing out these pickup trucks filled with these pre-printed signs, which we haven't seen in a very long time.
Look at this. Here goes a group of professional activists renting a U-Haul, getting signs out of their trucks.
I think this is Jonathan Cho. Jonathan Cho, really good journalist out there. Yeah, justice for Alex Preddy. I wonder if they know. Well, I wonder if this is the AI image of him. And also, it's always insane to me. They have justice for Renee Good. I'm not saying her image is the most important part of what happened to her, if she's a victim or whatever. But it's always interesting they use an image of these people when they were more like the average American citizen and not like the insane activists they later became, which tragically resulted in the end of their lives. Because she did not look like this average American when she was out there dancing in her vehicle, impeding federal law enforcement. The Alex Preddy guy, we'll get more into that. They were using an AI manipulated version of his image to make him look more Chad-like and more muscular. But it's almost like the same thing where they used like whenever there was a guy in the BLM movement that like fought law enforcement and died, they go back and find their like high school graduation picture when they were like 25 years old, or like an image of them when they didn't have a face tattoo, or the image where their MySpace Facebook image was them holding guns, and then they use a picture of him like smiling and like in his high school cap and gown. Like they want you to think they were very different from who they really were. And sometimes they even Photoshop you to make you look more attractive than you really were, which is beyond insulting. But just the idea that they keep on doing this, like they keep on saying, "Oh yeah, he was an ICU nurse, a VA, a veteran ICU nurse," but apparently he had left that job and was just
the job for a while.
Well, appears to be
9
a
months.
full-time activist. I may be wrong, but that's what it seems like. The same way they said Breonna Taylor was an EMT when she was an EMT like however many months ago. They always misrepresent these people and then put them on a sign, which who's paying for? I don't know.
Not organic. These are the same printed signs, and now they're heading to the federal courthouse.
What do we want? When do we want it?
Do you know who's organizing this?
The PSL, Party for Socialism.
Oh, okay.
Do you want to sign?
I'm just going to observe.
He should have said yes. He should have said, "I want to sign." Oh, thank you, the one Welshman, for the O'Neill Welshman for the Prime sub. I wonder what that sign says.
Oh, okay.
ICE is not a crime?
What? I'm just going to observe. Thank you, though.
Well, okay, wait. ICE out, Arden build. Join the socialist movement. See how this always like is encapsulating of all their movements? It's not just justice for Alex Preddy, justice for Renee Good. It's also Free Palestine. It's also Mask Up. It's also join the socialist movement. How does stopping ICE, saying we don't want police to defend themselves and end the lives of our activists, have anything to fucking do with the socialist movement and ending billionaires? They don't know what the fuck they stand for.
And meet your neighbors, because again, hey, remember, we're not doing this by ourselves, right?
Which group is organizing this?
Party for Socialism and Liberation. We've been out here for
socialism. Okay, and what's the sign say?
Right?
Which group is organizing?
ICE out of Minnesota for good.
For Socialism and Liberation. We've been out.
Protesting ICE is not a crime. Yes, peacefully protesting ICE is not a crime. Showing up armed to fight them is a crime. Showing up and getting in your car and impeding them in the street is a crime. Trying to run one of them over is a crime. But yet, facts don't matter here.
Here for a few years.
How do you join? Like, how do you, if you want to also donate?
It's pretty easy. You can look it up, pslweb.org.
Got it. Is there like a Minnesota or Minneapolis chapter?
Twin Cities.
Twin Cities. So, okay, so people can simply just donate and goes to signs and whatever out here to protest. Okay.
If we don't get it,
yeah, this is maybe like 100 people and maybe 50 journalists.
we don't get it.
If we don't get it, shut it down. Honestly, it's like, when did their protest strategy become throw fits? Toddler politics. If we don't get what we want in the voting booth, the majority of Americans want Donald Trump and they want mass deportations, throw a fit. Literal toddlers out there. Oh, yes. The more insane part right now is, oh, no, this is the one in Linwood, California. The other thing was just in California. This is, they saw TSA officers, so these are airport security. They saw them eating at a restaurant, and somebody falsely determined, hey, these clean-cut men, they're obviously ICE, so they started to charge them. Blowing their whistles as if it's ever stopped a single deportation, holding a flag of a country that 1,000,000% enforces their border laws. If you overstay your visa, you get thrown in jail. If you travel there, or if you're trying to leave there and it expired, they fine you. And also, there was a video of them, like the Mexican authorities deporting individuals that were coming in through their south border and straight up throwing these people in an unmarked truck, and then picked up a kid. Like, the kid had to be like 7 years old. Picked up the kid and just tossed him into the van. Like, they were making deportations, but these dim-witted idiots are out there waving flags. Hey, the country that does worse than America when it comes to deportations, we represent them, as opposed to America, where apparently you can't even have a regular job at the airport without these idiot activists storming your lunch or your dinner. Commies using fascist tactics? No way. Yeah, they had to call the sheriffs out there because this is them actually confronting these poor TSA employees.
How does it? Oh, you can let me show you, but you want to harass people, huh? How does it?
You want to harass people? Imagine harassing a regular guy with a regular job eating a dinner, and they're saying, "How dare you harass people?" They're so dim.
So he did not deny he does work for. He did not deny it.
He does not. Why do I have to speak to the mob? For a group that doesn't want federal employees to say, papers, please. What's your identification? Are you the criminal we're looking for? They demand. Well, we want to be able to demand. Do you belong?
There's so many
here?
uneducated
What are your
people,
papers?
and they like shine in the open for some reason. Like they're so proud with how uneducated they sound.
Selling witch trials all over again. It really looks like it. He did not deny that he's ICE, so we now can essentially LY and some words in the middle, CH. They want to do that to him.
How does it fucking feel to be harassed? Look. How does it fucking feel? That's you. How does it feel? He said it.
How does it feel? How does it feel to be an innocent guy getting dinner and having the mob yell at you? Because I don't know. That guy, he might be Democrat by default. If he's working at LAX as a TSA employee, chances are in LA he's a Democrat. I think this is forever going to make him the most conservative individual ever.
He said it was him.
Wait, the person in the recording forgot to turn off their filters. He went to no red cheeks to red cheeks in real time. Were they using like an Instagram filter to beautify themselves and then put it on him?
He said it. That's you. How does it feel?
Oh, that's a fucking good call out.
What up, controversy going on. Steam, I just realized too. They're being sued. I forget what country is suing Steam. I think it's UK. Steam's rules. That's Grok. Currently facing multiple active lawsuits, primarily antitrust and consumer class actions. Yeah, UK has a class action lawsuit against it. Oh, and the US. All right. Overcharging. Yeah, they're saying they Steam overcharges, and it's like Steam has the best sales out of all the freaking other app stores, you know. Steam's the best. I like Steam.
Why do they beautify this poor well, first of all, why are they yelling at this TSA employee? But why are they beautifying this poor guy? He's just getting his dinner, and now he's getting it like a "you're not pretty enough" filter. That's what we're dealing with, guys. In the new Civil War in 2026, we're dealing with idiots that need to beautify you first.
Look. How does it fucking feel? That's you.
Yeah, he's yellow. Now he's rosy cheeked.
He said it was him. He said it was him. How does it feel to be harassed?
And here's the thing: even if he is a Fed, what do they expect to happen? Do they think that he's going to get like? If he was really a federal agent and they're yelling at him, do they think they're not going to get maced? Do they think they're not going to go to jail? Like, what do they think is going to happen here?
They're untouchable.
It is you. He confirmed. He confirmed.
He confirmed? I think he just didn't know what to say to these people. Oh, your whistles are
Oh, the
your whistles are
whistles.
so good at stopping these deportations.
He confirmed! He did confirm! He works for Homeland Security!
Oh, these
This
women.
person in scrubs, if you're a nurse, you're a dental assistant, you're a doctor, I think you need to be immediately removed from the healthcare system. If on your break period, before your shift, after your shift, you're willing to yell at a total stranger because some other shrieking banshee said, he's an ICE agent because I said so, and you're willing to get into his face, I do not trust you to give me good health care.
Absolutely not.
100%, I think you're a detriment to society. You need to be you cannot be in healthcare if this is what you do in your spare time.
Agreed.
Hopefully their employers saw this, because they're not going to be like, obviously if you had an employee wearing those scrubs that day, you'd be able to say this is the person. Need to get rid of them immediately. I think it's funny. He said decoy can save her. We can save him, guys. We can save him. And here's the thing: somebody else was saying, it's like, so they just think any clean-cut guy,
Any guy that like
any
takes care of
inkling of
himself.
masculinity, whether it be an Asian guy without facial hair with a good haircut because he works at a professional capacity, they probably want this. Or it's a guy with a SUV with tinted windows because they got camera equipment, they're blue collar, whatever they're doing. That just means they're ICE to you. Oh my God. I think it's kind of fun. No, you know, I'm going to keep the hair comment to myself. Never mind. F-U-M-F-er because we're like, oh my God. He's too clean. Get him. Exactly. And what do the whistles do? Whistles do nothing. Oh yeah, this guy's going to do something about it. Yeah, I doubt it. I doubt it. He outweighs this Asian dude by like 50 pounds. I doubt it.
Yeah, we saw
Oh, that hand tattoo is going to be real easy to identify.
You came out with another guy, and I can show you the whole video.
You came out with another guy. Two men together means ICE agents.
He doesn't do shit for you guys.
He looks like he has a job. Get him.
You didn't tell me it's not me.
Be an Asian guy, but
You don't remember me yesterday? I was on the there with you. Come on.
It's insane how fast they can get a mob together and say, they're that person. Oh, is that? So we have basically the cast from Invincible. You got the young Asian guy and the older, taller gentleman with the mustache. You got two guys that look like they're out of Invincible, the cartoon. And apparently that makes them ICE by default. Yeah, so they were after him. They eventually had to get the sheriff's department out there to protect them. I don't want to watch this whole thing.
What's up?
All right.
Let's figure out what's going on. That's it. We are too.
so what's going on?
They're not ICE. They say they're TSA, but everybody got upset. That's what they're saying.
But they don't understand the difference, but that's okay.
Here's the thing: is like, even if he pulled out his TSA badge, even if he like said, "I'm gonna bend the knee and apologize for having a government job," like there's no stopping the mob. There's no reasoning with this level of emotion. So why even bother?
I mean, again, they understand. They're deliberate. What? They understand.
TSA.
So much police resources. It looks like the sheriff's department's there, but I also think that's like regular PD behind them. So because the mob is so regarded over there in Linwood, officers that could be out there
Human
patrolling their
knowledge is
sectors,
being based
officers that could be
nowadays. Heck yeah.
responding to domestic calls. They could be actually deterring crime.
Always have,
to
but
waste
love
all their
root more now.
resources, drive all the way over there just to babysit some emotional idiots because they can't tell the difference between a guy with a job and federal law enforcement. That's who we're dealing with right now.
Dinner.
All you can eat.
After work dinner. Okay, guys.
It's supposed to be a holiday party, but you know, we got pushed.
How many people are here?
Holiday party. We got together, like the pipe fitters union that was staying at that hotel. Got a whole bunch of burly men, masculine, blue-collar workers. They get together, the left freaks out and says, oh my God, there's too much employedness here. We need to blow our whistles.
Now? Yeah.
Yeah, it's right.
Holiday party. Well, holiday's coming up. No,
Valentine's? Valentine's?
It was more, but I think they missed a Christmas party.
They were just at a Christmas party, get together, and that's all they need to convict them. Get them. And here's the thing: is even if they were ICE agents, what the fuck were they gonna do? Nothing. They're trying to set up a national strike tomorrow. They've tried that millions of times. It never works. I think they finally, they never realized in their little pockets of Facebook, in their pockets on Reddit, in their pockets on their little signal chats, they think they're the majority. Oh my God, Stephen Colbert cried on TV, and my favorite basketball athlete that knows nothing about nothing was crying at a press conference. We must be the majority. If we say we're going to shut it down, the whole world screeches to a halt, not knowing there are probably 10% of people that actually believe it, 5% of the people that will actually do something about it, and 1% of them that are actually in that chat. They actually have no pull like they think they do.
I thought you run this shit. You're just running away.
They're calling them goofy while they're spending all their free time doing this. Like, I don't want to get too philosophical, but people forget they have a very finite amount of time alive, conscious. Think about if you're like that lady looked like maybe she was 30 years old. Maybe she has until 60 where she can actually enjoy her life going out there being active. Of that 15, of that 30 years, half it will be asleep, so it's 15 of that.
This guy's mouth. He doesn't have one. How is he talking?
I owe you all an apology. For days now, I have been lying to myself, saying things like, I'm a good person. I've done a lot of good for the world. It's all bullshit deflection to keep me from taking responsibility for my own actions. I've built this entire platform on inclusivity and kindness. And I lost sight of that in my own ego. I lashed out at people.
With that mustache.
I responded to hatred with hatred. I apologize for not being of character. The character that I promised you I all had. I hope that I hope that you can accept that. And if not, I understand. If you don't want to support me anymore, I understand. I hope that one day I can regain your trust soon. But for right now, I have to focus on the safety of my family. So I'll be back. I'll see you guys soon.
Obviously, he is the tree hugging Lorax. Oops. GIF. Nope, nope. GIF. The Lorax. Sorry, that was hilarious. No idea who that guy is. No idea.
15 years, half of it's got to be at work, so you got down to 7, and then of that time, how much is it going to be like traveling or maintenance or work? Like, she really only has like 5 years, depending on your religion, of actual enjoyment of what you're going to do with the gift of life in America. She's spending that finite amount of free time shrieking and
Yelling
screaming
at some
and yelling
guy.
at TSA employees because that's how she wants to spend her limited time here. Possibly even more limited if she's going to charge at federal agents. But the idea that I'm going to call you goofy for going to a holiday party with your coworkers, meanwhile I'm doing this with my life. Aren't I proud of myself because I have sub-shoe-sized IQ levels?
On camera so you can go back when you're on the clock and you show your people. You know exactly what you come for, right?
Okay, they're gonna yell at him for like another 5 minutes, but it's
Yeah,
crazy that this
can't
is what
stand
it
it.
is. And I don't even think they even had like, a
Ten
legitimate
Ruku?
I think they questioned him at one point in
Bracken?
time. Why do you think they were? And they got nothing.
Then
Well,
Raku.
this appears to be a case of mistaken identity. Some
Korean
TSA
barbecue?
officers were eating dinner here. Someone thought they were ICE, and then the crowd showed up. A crowd of anti-ICE protesters swarming a restaurant after reports that off-duty ICE agents were inside.
But why? Why would they?
But law enforcement sources tell Fox 11 this may be a case of mistaken identity. The agents weren't.
Obviously it was. They're TSA.
Officers eating dinner. LA County Sheriff's deputies called in for crowd control. Eventually,
crowd control. So they actually had to have everybody from the. You look at this, like 8 officers had to respond to this in a not so great community. Like Linwood isn't the worst herd, but it's also a place that you need your very finite LA Sheriff's Department resources to be spread across the city, and now they're just too busy dealing with you idiots.
Yeah.
Talk to y'all about what happened?
Oh, sure. Who are you guys with?
We're at Channel 11.
Oh, Fox?
Channel 11, Fox 11, yeah.
Oh, okay.
We asked an organizer what
they don't want to
happened.
know.
No comment.
Oh, we just want to ask what happened.
No, I know, but I just don't trust Fox.
She refused
I don't trust Fox because you don't have an answer.
Uh-huh.
If you had a very clear distinction, they were ICE because of this, or they're ICE because they're lying, whatever it is. No. I don't want to be questioned.
She had no clue.
I'm responsible for this fiasco. I want her personally to be billed, just like if I need the fire department. Like if I get in a if I fall off my bike and I need the fire department to come out and transport me to the hospital. To my understanding, I get billed for that if I don't have insurance. I want her to get billed for this police response. If that happens, this ends tomorrow.
Speak with us, saying it was because we're Fox. Did you guys think it was ICE?
Potentially.
Yeah.
Potentially, yeah. So we know this was a false alarm, but we're not going to apologize.
Yeah.
So why would we apologize?
Yeah, there's nothing to apologize for. Yeah, they didn't do anything idiotic.
The organizer followed us inside,
They are idiotic.
in Spanish, not to speak with us.
Racist. She is so racist.
Either.
Look at her. Being all sneaky fat.
Protesters also recording our camera, trying to stay incognito.
I think there's a place and time for everything.
This man arrived moments after the chaos ended to eat at the restaurant it all started. These are TSA agents.
I'm telling you right now, they're trying to protect the restaurant. We're saying in Spanish so they don't deport you, automatically assuming the employees there are illegals. That's insanely racist of her.
Yeah.
The idea that we're protecting them from ICE because they're having a holiday party. Yeah, they have the opportunity to sell probably like 10 meals to somebody in a very struggling economy. Restaurants are always on the brink of collapse. They lost an entire day of business. And probably even like with Citizen App saying, don't go to the area because ICE is there, all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Very sad, but they're destroying their business. Hey, look at this. Every neighbor, spacefully. So other places have already gone under in this struggling area.
Yeah.
And to protect the illegals, they're losing an entire day or entire evening of profit. These guys are such short-sighted idiots. None of them own restaurants. I can tell you right now, none of them own restaurants because they would know better.
None of them own a
than to fuck
business
up their
to begin
business
with.
for an entire evening.
You want to understand people get very emotional, so they easily make mistakes. It happens. You take it out on the wrong people.
Oh, see, that's the same thing they said during BLM. They're emotional. They're going to make some false accusations. Some innocent people will die during the BLM riots, but you have to understand, guys, these are subhuman IQs that they just need to kill and destroy things because they're too emotional. So he's sitting there saying, because people get emotional, I condone them destroying this business because they're emotional. It's like they don't see you as a person. It's sad.
Which Same thing as ICE. They say they're after criminals, but they're taking it out on everybody.
The TSA workers.
See, there you go.
Not taking it out on everybody. Everybody's following them.
People riot and destroy things and accuse random workers of something. So you know what? I'm just gonna make up a lie about ICE too.
Eventually escorted out safely with no arrest or injuries. But a moment.
No, you needed an arrest. There should have been an arrest. There's only one way to stop this.
That highlights how tense emotions are across LA. So a moment of mistaken identity, but again, no arrest and no injuries. Reporting live tonight, Matthew.
And was this restaurant Tenraku? Is that? Yeah, it's Korean barbecue. Guys,
yeah, I was gonna say it looked like Korean barbecue place.
By destroying Korean businesses. Again, same thing happened over in LA, anti-ICE riots. They looted a struggling sushi restaurant in Little Tokyo. They took the registers and they say, no, let them do it. Stop recording. We're rioting. Looting a sushi restaurant, shutting down a Korean barbecue place. What other city was over in France? They were protesting the farmers and they destroyed a Korean restaurant. Like, they really seem to always go after us for a reason. I don't know, guys.
Or Fox 11 News.
I wonder if there's a Korean barbecue place by me.
So bad,
I'll have to look it up.
Again,
But wanting to go to one.
Who is this? Araceli B. Apparently, she was attending the peaceful protest, and apparently they tried to end her. Again with that stupid siren.
This is what you guys do?
They're wearing masks, and they always demand the ICE not wear masks. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
What are you guys doing?
What are you doing?
What are we doing? What are we doing? Out of my face. What are we doing? I don't want. What are we doing? What are we doing?
Again, when you have someone like that shouting in your face, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? You can't reason with them. Don't even answer their questions.
No.
They're like children. They're throwing fits over something. Yeah, this is the LA federal building. It's right off the 101. And what do you call it? It sucks because whenever they protest this area, like the most
shuts everything down.
Downtown LA off the 10, like that little intersection over there, get closed. Very annoying. Very annoying. I don't go to LA often, but when I have, and they shut down this area, it's like it detours you super far. You got to go off of like exit. I think it was I wanted to get off in downtown. I think I got routed all the way to Vermont and had to loop back around. Super annoying. It's because they want to throw their fit.
Yeah.
What we doing? What we doing? What we doing?
Oh, she's tying her hair up? What?
Oh, these little idiots.
Oh yeah, she's yelling. Oh, I'm tying my hair up. She hasn't taken out her hoops yet, but I mean,
I hope they find
really
these people.
She's accomplishing something. I'm yelling at a random person with a camera, shouting "What we doing" over and over because I don't like.
A knockout would be so great right now.
They're actually attacking her. Yeah, I think they actually attack her, and she's got to evade. It's very, very sad this can happen right outside a federal building. But that's not even the worst thing, because over in Santa Clara, so I mean, it's just like north of us. This is what the activists are going towards.
What the fuck are we doing here? Seriously, you have had
No. You can't show up. You can't show up to a city council meeting and about like a movie.
A horrible movie accurate Batman costume.
It's like, yeah, it is a Temu Batman. I don't know what's worse. The fact that he has I'm not making fun of his outfit.
A decent belt.
Like an airplane belt buckle. I don't know what's worse. Did he buy this or did he make this? Seriously, guys.
I don't know.
Months to prepare for this upcoming event. I don't give a damn if this is outside of decorum. People are dying on our streets.
Interesting how he only cares about two particular deaths. Good, Pretty. Didn't care about Lake and Riley. Didn't care about even
any of the girls that were killed by the
very big tragedies that have occurred. Then we should be
illegals.
How do we avoid them? How do we make certain the criminals off our streets?
Any of the girls raped by these illegals, like none of these people.
Because in his Timu Batman brain.
Yeah, the small brain.
Comprehend what the TV told him to.
Small, smooth brain people.
Every single day in this country, because we allow this
His
federal
bats are
government to
smarter.
walk all over you. Look me in the eye.
Guys, I can't.
Can any one of you go home to your children and tell them that you did everything you could to protect their classmates? To protect them?
You're assuming they're all illegals. Very racist of you.
I don't think you can, with the exception of Park. Thank you. I am disgusted by each and every one of you, with the exception of Councilmember Park, that you have not done something more.
I wonder if like Councilmember Park is like the baddest council member, like the hottest council member, and he's just there trying to like court her. I wonder.
You need to affirm that no city resources will go to ICE, that no cooperation will be given to them.
They don't need your cooperation. They just come there and do it. What do you...
Federal law, rules, state law.
Because as of right now, I stand in front of a council of cowards. And if you do not act, you're not just cowards. You are traitors. Traitors to each and every individual you serve.
I don't think I've ever seen Batman get this emotional.
You need to do something about getting these policies into writing, ensuring that your officers do not cooperate with ICE, ensuring...
I'm pretty certain in these deep blue areas they already don't. They just respond to 911 calls and crowd control. That's all they do. He already has what he wants, and yet he decided he needed to dress up like Batman with a stitched-in six-pack to say, you guys are traitors, except for Councilmember Park. I guess I shouldn't even look up, but I just wonder, how hot do you have to be to get emotional Batman to say?
Probably some bald guy.
That they cannot use city resources, that they cannot tap into city data before more people die. Yes.
Don't tap into city data. Don't tap into...
Council member Kevin Park. Outside Agency Committees, Association of Bay Area Government, Human Trafficking Commission, League of California Cities, Neighborhood University Relations Community, Police Activities League, San Jose, Santa Clara Clean Water Financing Authority. Sheesh. Councilmember Park. Everybody. Found him. Not a woman.
City data so they can find the C molesters and the child R's and all the murderers. Make it so ICE can't come in here and arrest them out of our jail cells or after they lose their court cases. Protect them from that. Because when we don't allow them in the courthouses to deport them like they do in Texas, Tennessee, and Florida, you have instances like over in Minneapolis where you have activists losing their lives trying to protect them in the streets.
More people die. I don't think I need to go into how many people have been shot, how many people have been taken.
No. How many people have been shot? Is the answer two?
Yeah.
If the answer
Two.
is two,
That's not even in your state.
How many people have been taken? Yeah, a lot. I think it's in the millions, but less than Obama.
How many children have been abducted and used as bait?
Again, those are
None.
lies. They used them to lure the parents outside. It's like those are objective truths that they didn't happen. The father ditched the kid, and the mother the mother declined to take them in that most recent incident. And the other incident is, again, the father left them in the car while he's running away from ICE agents. Like, they're abandoning the kids. It isn't what you think it is, and yet he's over here demanding you guys are cowards unless you're as emotional as I am.
I don't need to tell you that. You see it on the TV every single day. I don't want you to...
Because the TV lies to you, but go on.
Sit back and watch. I want you to fucking do something. I'm not begging you. I'm fucking demanding.
Oh, what are you going to do about it? Like, I hate to be like... not acting like macho with this guy, but it's like, what is weirdo Batman gonna do? I'm demanding you do this, or what? You have all these cities defrauding you, taking all your tax dollars, doing nothing. What are you gonna do now? Nothing. It's all performative on this very elevated level.
That you act with some semblance of a fucking spine.
You're Batman, dude. You act like with a spine. You go out there and do it. I don't want you to, because you're probably gonna lose your life. But if you really were about that life, this Batman life, I don't think you'd be in here begging city council, with the exception of Councilmember Park, that this is what you want.
Do something.
Oh, he
Thank you.
He think he did
The
something.
walk off.
I feel like everything would be more dramatic if I had a cape. I could bookend everything I say. Just like, you know what? Do something. Get out and vote. Or I don't know. I need a cape, guys. I bat swaddles away. Exactly. Do it. His mom must be proud. I'm not trying to say there's mommy issues involved in this, but I'm also not trying to say it has nothing to do with how he got here.
Oh gosh. No. Now watching that.
What's up, guys? It's Benny. Elon Musk has been named in the millions of Epstein documents, videos, and photos that were released by the DOJ today, and it makes certainly for a scandalous headline. So what did Elon Musk do with Jeffrey Epstein? We're going to break it down here. Look at this. Elon Musk asked Jeffrey Epstein about pedophiles' wild island parties and when to attend them. Uh-oh, for Elon, who's a man who has never shied away from talking about Jeffrey Epstein, either as an aside, a joke, a tweet, even tweeted that Donald Trump
he's in the
wasn't
files.
releasing the Epstein files because he was in them. That was, of course, rock bottom with the Elon Musk-Donald Trump relationship. That tweet went thermonuclear. Elon since deleted it and seemingly apologized to Trump. They're back on good terms. Elon Musk asking about Bill Gates in the Epstein files. This was at the height of Doge, when Bill Gates was attacking Elon Musk. Listen to this.
Comments that Bill Gates made the other day, which and I know that you called him.
Yeah, he's a huge liar.
I know you've said that already. I wondered,
also,
and I'm just.
Who does Bill Gates think he is to make comments about the welfare of children, given that he frequented Jeffrey Epstein?
Okay, well, he said he regrets those, and he spent a lot of his own money on philanthropy around the world over the years. My question to you is, have you looked?
All right, that's a roast and a good one from Elon Musk.
Doesn't really matter how much money you spend if you're doing evil crap. You get trouble for doing evil crap.
Bill Gates is the world's biggest scumbag, and that's really not.
Yeah, he's got an STD.
Listen,
from a
Bill
Russian
Gates,
girl.
Having affairs with other women is why his relationship and marriage was destroyed. His wife will tell you that. Yeah, she straight up went on late night TV and said, "I can't be intimate with this guy because I don't trust him." Right, and then said that he loved Jeffrey Epstein. They were such good friends. Well, listen, here's why they were friends. Jeffrey Epstein says Bill Gates caught a sexually transmitted disease from the young Russian girls that he procured for him, then suggested he was secretly slipping Melinda antibiotics. Oh, no. Along with other pretty despicable claims. that seem to, at the very least, align with what we publicly know about Bill Gates, with young Russian bridge players and so on. So all I'm trying to say here is that what Elon Musk was saying in this exchange certainly makes a lot of sense about Bill Gates and his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. But what about Elon Musk's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein? Let's go ahead and read.
I think he was only mentioned for the most part being at a party.
Pedophile Jeffrey Epstein about what day would be suitable to visit the financier's famous island for a wild party. What day night would be the wildest party on your island? Musk emailed Epstein in 2012. Uh-oh. The Tesla CEO's inquiry was in a response to an email that Epstein sent Musk asking how many people would we be able to helicopter to your island. Musk's cozy relationship with the deceased pedophile was unveiled on Friday. It hadn't previously been known, writes the Daily Mail here. Is that true exactly? Well, let's go ahead and look at the emails here, right? And the reporting. Elon Musk appears in latest trove of Epstein files. He previously denied any involvement.
Comes out.
More exchanges between Elon Musk and Epstein in a new batch, says this Politico senior legal reporter. I'll send a helicopter for you, says Jeffrey Epstein. Will be in St. Bart's over the holidays. When is a good time to visit? You can see here that that Elon Musk and Jeffrey Epstein were writing back and forth. And people are reporting on this. I'll send a helicopter for you. Musk has stated that the exchange would be in the British Virgin Islands over the holidays. British Virgin Islands are about 15 miles away from Jeffrey Epstein's Predator Island. So people are obviously going out and reporting this. Elon Musk is getting dunked on over this, right? This is the famous deleted tweet trying to drop the big bomb. Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. And that's the reason they haven't been made public. Have a nice day. You know, you can see that this was this was seen by millions of people. Trump to Elon, Uno reverse.
Seriously.
Yes. So what is the truth exactly? Do you remember Elon Musk? When you get a good scandal, call it Elon Gate. That's right. This is what Elon Musk says. People calling it clickbait. We'll go over why I see a lawsuit coming for the Daily Mail over this. If there's ever a scandal about me, please call it Elon Gate. That's from Elon Musk. All right. So what is the scandal here exactly? Well, if you go through the full email exchange, what you'll find, not just the snippets that are posted, what you'll find is that Elon Musk seems to be going back and forth in good humor with Jeffrey Epstein about a potential time to visit their island, the island. That is, a matter of fact here. But every single time Elon Musk demurs and says, I can't do it, I'm too busy, I can't do it, I'm too busy. There is no physical evidence, zero physical evidence.
He's never actually gone
whoever had
or met
in common, ever did any business, that Elon Musk was ever on the island at all. Zero physical evidence. Of course, there's lots of physical evidence that Bill Clinton and hundreds of other people were on.
Yeah, and Bill Clinton dodged the
photos of Bill Clinton with young girls in his lap on the plane.
The subpoena,
so what do the
didn't he?
reporters say about this? More exchanges with Musk and Epstein. Here's my takeaway. This is from the stodgy Politico legal reporter who would love to destroy Musk's career. The Epstein-Elon exchanges, actually that Epstein repeatedly tried to get Elon to visit him, offered him helicopters and planes and everything to get Elon to his island. Elon kept blowing him off, saying that he was too busy, and there's nothing in what I've seen so far that says that they actually ever physically met. There were a lot of unrequited asks by Epstein. So Epstein was running his op.
Yeah.
He already had the blackmail on the richest man on earth, right?
Yeah, Bill Gates.
On Bill Gates here. So time to move your way down the chain to Elon Musk. He was running the op. He was running the intel op. But here is, again, Politico senior reporter saying this isn't true. Now, here's more evidence that this actually isn't even a new allegation. Look at this. In this older article, you can see that Elon Musk is named as somebody who Jeffrey Epstein requested to go to the island. But again, here is Forbes saying, this meeting never happened. There were requests that Elon Musk could go to the island, but it didn't happen. Elon Musk has also commented on this. Here we go. from 2025, September 27th, 2025. Shame on Sky News for this utterly misleading headline. Anyone pushing this false narrative deserves complete contempt. Epstein tried to get me to go to his island. I refused. Yet they named me even before Prince Andrew, who did visit the island. So Elon Musk saying, I have nothing to hide, and even got a big fat community note here. Elon Musk, Prince Andrew, named in latest Epstein files release. So this isn't even new news. So if you see it in your timeline, it's not new news. Here we go. Both names appear. Circumstances are vastly different. Elon name appear as a possible scheduling item only. No evidence they ever met. Prince Andrew appears in Epstein's flight logs and settled a civil case regarding sexual misconduct that cost tens of millions of dollars to the royal family.
Yeesh.
So there it is. Don't be duped by the fake news. That's all.
That's
And then it's Elon Musk who's straight up saying that the reason why so many of these billionaire donors support Kamala is because they don't want the files to be released.
January 6th, protesters in prison and not one person on the Epstein client list.
Will that ever come out, do you think?
You know, I think part of why Kamala is getting so much support is that if Trump wins, that Epstein client list is going to become public.
Yes.
Yeah.
It kind of is.
And some of those billionaires
Very bad day for Bill
Kamala
Gates.
are terrified of that outcome.
Yeah. Do you think Reid Hoffman's uncomfortable?
Yes.
Yeah.
And Gates.
And Gates.
He always throws Gates out there.
Right.
Yep.
So until you show me physical evidence of Trump wrongdoing or Elon wrongdoing, then
Yeah,
all
which
of it
there's
is
none.
just salacious rumors and gossip column garbage. You're gonna have to bring the physical evidence.
No, if his bananas, rice, and ice. What is this? Watch one last one on Lemon being screwed. I think so.
Nobody is above the law.
Nobody.
Alert, journalist Don Lemon has been arrested in connection with an anti-ICE protest at a church in St. Paul, Minnesota.
Make no mistake, under President Trump's leadership and this administration, you have the right to worship freely and safely. And if I haven't been clear already, if you violate that sacred right, we are coming after you.
Last night, the DOJ sent a team of federal agents to arrest me in the middle of the night.
And you did get arrested.
I've been doing for the last 30 years, and that is covering the news. The First Amendment of the Constitution protects that work for me and for countless of other journalists who do what I do.
Yeah, but not when you're participating like you did.
And I will not be silenced. I look forward to my day in court.
Like, subscribe to the channel, hit the bell so you get notifications anytime I go live or make a video. I love you guys. God bless America. Let's get into this.
I hope he gets the max, honestly.
Don Lemon Juice got arrested this morning. And when I heard of his arrest, I got excited a little bit. I'm just playing.
No, you're not.
Y'all gonna think I'm gay like Don Lemon. No, I did get happy. Like, I woke up to that news and I said, this is gonna be a good day.
Yeah.
Not because I want him to be arrested because he's a leftist nut job.
No, because he's a loser.
I believe that justice should be served if you're doing stupid stuff like Don Lemon is doing. You cannot
Don Lemon always does.
coordinate an activist effort and then claim to be a journalist. It doesn't work that way. Don Lemon had prior knowledge to what these people were going to do in that church. He not only had prior knowledge, when they went and executed what they did, he was front and center badgering and chastising the preacher when he should have been outside waiting for the parishioners to come out and then interviewing them. You cannot stay and remain on private property after a reasonable request for you to leave and think you're not going to go to jail. Let's roll the news clip. Roll it.
Journalist Don Lemon has been arrested in connection with an anti-ICE protest at a church in St. Paul, Minnesota. Bill Malusian joins us now with more on this breaking news. Hey, Bill.
He's not a journalist.
Yeah, Charlie, good morning
No,
to you.
he's
Our
not.
colleague David
He's an
Sparks and I getting
activist.
this breaking news from multiple law enforcement sources just
minutes ago, confirming that former CNN anchor Don Lemon has been arrested by federal agents in Los Angeles just after midnight this morning at a hotel. This obviously all in connection with that storming of a church in St. Paul, Minnesota by that group of anti-ICE agitators. Now remember, the feds had gone to judges to try to get Don Lemon arrested before. They went to a magistrate judge in Minnesota who didn't sign off on an arrest warrant for him. Then it went to
That's because the
judge
court
above
system's
him.
so
He
flawed.
didn't sign off on an arrest warrant for him. Then it went to an appeals court. They also decided not to sign off for an arrest warrant for him. So there was experts who were predicting that perhaps the feds would go to a grand jury. It remains to be seen if that's what happened here, but we can confirm that Don Lemon was arrested in Los Angeles by federal agents just
That
after
dude was
midnight
giddy
Los
about it.
Angeles
Come
time
on,
at
like
a hotel. Now, typically, standard procedure with an arrest like this is the defendant will likely make their first court appearance sometime the same day. So there's a chance we may see Don Lemon make his first court appearance in Los Angeles sometime today. But obviously, this is going to grab all sorts of headlines. 3 other protesters from that church storming, have already been arrested, including who the feds say was the organizer of that protest. The woman in the middle there is a school board member in St. Paul, and then the mugshot on the right is an online personality / agitator, if you want to call him that. He's known as the Woke Farmer. Those were the 3 people that the feds had already arrested, but we have confirmed that Don Lemon has now been arrested in Los Angeles in connection with that viral incident. We all saw the video of it that spread and drew widespread condemnation. The feds have been going after these people on FACE Act violations. So this is still breaking news. Once we get more details about the potential charges here, a court appearance, we'll, of course, update our viewers, guys.
You can go to the store at theofficertatum or tatumstore.com and I give credit to my wife because she's the one thought this was the coolest thing ever. And I said, how do you know what a whole bunch of stuff on here, 6% off the from
Don Lemon was taken into custody by federal agents last night in Los Angeles, where he was covering the Grammy Awards. Don has been a journalist for 30 years, and his constitutionally protected work in Minneapolis was no different than what he has always done. The First Amendment exists to protect journalists whose role it is to shine a light on the truth and
protect activists.
There is no more important time for
And he wasn't being a journalist, he was being an activist at the front line.
Instead of investigating the federal agents who killed 2 peaceful Minnesota protesters, the Trump Justice Department is devoting its time, attention, and resources to the arrest, this arrest, and that is the real indictment of wrongdoing in this case. This unprecedented attack on the First Amendment and transparent attempt to distract attention from the many crises facing the administration will not stand. Don will fight these charges vigorously and thoroughly in court.
Bro, Don Lemon wrote that. Ain't no attorney with a license would say something stupid like that. If you're fired, well, I hope he keep that attorney. But if you out there have an attorney, and your attorney on a documented on a documented statement says that 2 Minnesota peacefully protested were killed, peacefully protesting and get killed, your attorney, who should understand law, says that in a document, it's crazy. It's crazy. You can articulate that you'll be wrong, but you can articulate that they shouldn't have been shot if that's your position. But you can't say they were peacefully protesting.
No, they weren't.
Protesting your car. How do you protest in a car when you end up hitting a border ICE agent? How is that? And then we got video of her blocking traffic. What y'all talking about?
Her being a nuisance.
Guy, after his 3rd arrest, with being physically violent with border patrol agents, he ended up fighting them, committing a felony crime with a gun, and your attorney, Don Lemon's attorney, says, peaceful protesters. She also told him he wasn't going to get arrested. He probably need to switch it up. All right, looks like we have a new clip of Don's husband waiting outside of the courtroom, looking like a stooge. Dude, nothing against gay people. But why you gotta be weird though?
Yeah.
Why can't the gay dude be like a normal dude? That's what.
Why do they gotta be so flamboyant?
Like, what is being gay? Why do you gotta be different? Like your mannerisms even weird. He's staying like he gay. If I was looking at this guy, I'd be like, man, that dude gay. Why are you staying gay? I don't get it. I don't get it. Like, I mean, maybe I'm tripping. How you born? Are you born like this?
Knees buckled.
Roll the clip.
Shoulders relaxed.
My baby.
Yeah, he's not like standing sturdy. There's nothing like sturdy about the way he's standing whatsoever.
I couldn't look my family in the face, and I'm out here like this dude. Another man to come out the door to hug me. Come on, somebody play the clip. Is that it? Oh, that is him just sitting out there looking stupid. I don't know. It just him and Don Lemon specifically just bothers me.
Well, yeah,
right, we got another clip.
Get it with Don Lemon.
Because, of course,
I don't know much
Brian
about his
Stelter, which I thought
husband.
I didn't think he existed anymore. I guess his bald head is still on TV. Come on, roll that clip.
Has said all along that he was there not as an activist, but as a journalist. In fact, he was saying those words and repeating that out loud when he was inside the church. But he clearly knew something was taking place that day with the protesters. He told his viewers on YouTube to stay tuned because there was something about to happen. He was careful not to have his camera crew walk into the church until there was a disruption. And I would urge people to go online, actually watch the YouTube video, see how it all went down.
He was in there before they disrupted.
Was very valuable.
He led the charge.
I learned a lot about how it happened, how it all went down. He interviewed some of the protesters in real time, yes. He also interviewed some of the worshipers, and I thought their comments were really insightful about what they went through, about how troubled
Guy's a
and
joke.
scared they were.
Whoever this
by
guy
the
was.
disruption. At the same time, like I said, you learned a lot from the protesters about why they decided to show up there, believing that one of the pastors at the church also worked for ICE. So this video on YouTube, this is the real focal point. This video, it of course happened on a Sunday
Interrupting
morning.
a place of
This
worship.
video was then streaming,
What
for
low
everyone to see.
lives.
And by Monday, the day after that incident,
No
there was a lot
respect.
of online outrage on the right. Many calls from MAGA loyalists to have Lemon arrested. I think an important part of the story here is the amount of pressure the Justice Department, Pam Bondi, and others have been under from the right to arrest Lemon, to take action like this. And as you said, the initial attempt to do so failed in Minnesota. Now we're seeing another attempt to do so. And
Like, it's not that there was pressure on the right. Don Lemon created pressure on himself because he went out there and recorded a crime. He recorded premeditation of working with their staff or whatever these activists were to go into a church and commit a crime. He knew they were going to do it, and he participated in it. He was standing around talking to people. He participated in the entire event. Let me tell y'all something. This is journalism. If somebody goes into a church and commits a crime, as a journalist, you stand outside of the church. And if you can get a view into the church, you can peer into the church. When parishioners come out, you can interview them. You cannot go and insert yourself in a criminal act and then act like a journalist. I just don't understand. What, that's like saying this. Let me give you an example.
He's not a journalist.
Like
That's why.
Allah Akbar is standing outside of a building and say, I'm finna go in there and throw acid on people because they Christians. And the reporter is standing out there with him and going, I know something's going to happen, and you just stay tuned. He already told you he's going to commit a crime, and you know he's going to commit a crime, and you're participating in covering his crimes. And then the guy goes into there, and he throws acid on people, and you go up to the person with the acid on their face and go, how does it feel? No, you are a Christian, and Christians don't like Muslims, right? And the person has been violated and a crime has been committed against them and you're interrogating them. How does that make you a journalist? And then, let me say this. The guy with the acid on his face at a private bar is like, please leave the bar. And the journalists say you, and he stays and he interviews more people who have been victimized. That's not journalism, bro. You are participating in it. All right, Hermie Dillon has got something to say, and she's also an attorney, wrote a clip.
When I first saw the video that Don Lemon himself put out about his conduct that day, it was clear to me that we had the predicates for pursuing FACE Act and conspiracy. We did our homework, sent prosecutors there to the ground, took affidavits, took evidence. They buttressed the case that we could witness from Lemon's own testimony and statements and admissions against interest in his own videos. And we have aggressively and very rapidly sought legal process. We're going to pursue this to the ends of the earth.
Good.
I think that's the right approach. Let's get to the next one. Pam Bundy has something to say.
Make no mistake, under President Trump's leadership and this administration, you have the right to worship freely and safely. And if I haven't been clear already, if you violate that sacred right, we are coming after you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Pam Bundy. Now let's go to another guy who claims to be a lawyer. And this is what he had to say from TMZ. Roll it.
So the Trump administration wonders why people are saying that they are trying to form a dictatorship. Well, look at the landscape. Arresting Don Lemon, who covered a protest in Minneapolis, is just insane.
Time out. I'm going to let him finish. But, like, he was a part of it. The whole scheme of everything they did were to expose the pastor. He was a part of the exposing of the pastor, and he put it online. It's like they did the crime and he covered it for them. He gave them publicity. He gave them coverage. That's like if I was going to go down to somebody's house and I say, man, I'm going to kick this dude door in and I'm going to beat everybody up in the house. And I got a guy behind me that's a cameraman that's like, all right, bro, I'll put it on YouTube. Okay? I go and beat people up, and he go in there and cover it on YouTube and put it out. Bro, we both going to jail.
Yep.
You guys have literally sold past half of our inventory in pre-order in 1 week.
That's pretty awesome.
During the pre-order period, which I think is going to be at the end of this week, it's going to start shipping out. If you want the verdict, you better. If you're interested, you drink responsibly. Today,
This is the playbook. Dictator-like. This is the playbook that dictators use to destroy democracies.
TMZ, what fresh news.
It is as simple as that. The First Amendment is the First Amendment for a reason. It is considered the preferred amendment when you have to start balancing what's more important. The framers of the Constitution knew that a free press was essential to a democracy. Without a free press, you don't have a democracy. And it's real clear that Donald Trump and company doesn't want a free press. The idea that a journalist, which Don Lemon has been for 30 years, would walk into a church and film a demonstration which is of national interest, and then to say somehow, when you watch the video, they say he's part of the protest. Watch that video. He is covering the protest. He is covering it. That's what journalists do. I covered riot.
No, bro. He is a part of the protest.
Yeah,
He's
a part
giving
of it.
them exposure on his channel into the world. That's like me. I'm Brandon Tatum. I got all my followers. I got a big platform. If somebody was like, I'm going to go to a city council meeting and expose these people, I got a platform. So I go and give them a platform by covering them exposing somebody. That's me participating, bruh. And then let's be clear about private property and religious freedom. You cannot go on somebody's private property to interview them without consent. I don't understand what we're talking about. If the police, show me anybody in journalism that after the police force entry into your house and arrest people, that the media gets to come into your house while you're on the couch in handcuffs like this, and they get to put a microphone in front of your face and talk to you about it. Show me where that happened at. Show me. I don't know of any situation where a reporter is allowed to go in during the commission of a crime to interview the victim. Quit acting like that's real. He got caught, bro. That's just what it is.
He absolutely did.
Let's give you another example. On January 6th, remember on January 6th, when people were just going in to cover the insurrection, people were just on their cameras going in to be journalists observing the insurrection at the Capitol. They all went to jail. They did not consider that journalism, did they? So January 6th, no matter what your coverage is, you're not a journalist, you go to jail. This fool went into a church and he's now a journalist. All right.
That's just an idiot.
Let me let him finish. Roll the clip.
I was a local reporter in Los Angeles for 15 years, and I covered riots and floods and earthquakes and all sorts of things where I had to step into areas where there were police, where there was activity,
I guess right now.
private property.
I'm just gonna
when you're
no-cam it.
covering an event like this, like a protest, which I've covered many, you step into it. And that's what journalists do. And that's
Because that bright light is getting to me. So we're gonna no-cam for a little bit.
Private property. That is insane. A church invites everybody in. Have you ever seen a church with a no trespassing sign saying no journalists allowed? Have you ever seen any house of worship that says that? It is insane.
Time out.
Insane.
Time out. This is a grown man saying this. They, like, private property means that it's privately owned by someone and they have the right to invite you in or not. Like, if you go to a stadium, I don't know, the Dallas Cowboys Stadium, it's a private property. They invite you in. And if you cut up, they get the security and they kick you out.
Mm-hmm.
When Donald Trump would go on his campaign trail, he would rent out private venues. And so he would do his rally in private venues. And when you cut up, they, by law, can make you leave. A church is a private venue. They reserve the right to kick you out if you are disorderly. They pay the rent there or they own the property. They voluntarily allow you to come on to the property. My house is private property. If my neighbor is down the street, I let them come into my house. And if I say, Joe, get out, Joe better leave. There's something else that'll happen to Joe. But since I'm on a live stream, if Joe don't leave, I'm going to call the police to pick him up. But no, I'm going to call him first. Why is this guy lying about private property?
Yeah.
Roll it. And I got a little, I see the chat. I got you in the chat. I'm going to plug you right after this. Roll it.
That they're making this stupid argument transparent. And yet, a grand jury indicted Don Lemon after a magistrate said there's insufficient evidence. Well, a grand jury will indict anybody because Don Lemon doesn't appear before the grand jury.
That's false. That is so false.
Before the grand jury. The Justice Department says
Grand jury will not indict anyone. Grand jury only indicts when they have probable cause.
All the way it's skewed. This is a ridiculous assault. And I don't want to say just on the First Amendment. It's a ridiculous assault on democracy.
What about
Trump administration should be ashamed of itself.
Yeah, it's an assault on the church.
And they will continue to do this. And they are going after journalists. They're getting search warrants.
Their leader's been captured.
Now, have y'all noticed that he said he's supposed to be a lawyer with your constitutional rights and everything? He didn't mention one time the violation against the people who were there to worship. They have the right to assemble as well. What are you saying? Your First Amendment rights cannot thwart another person's rights. Why didn't he mention the church's rights at all? If this was a mosque, I put my life on it. He wouldn't say anything. When Donald Trump got indicted, I can almost put my life on it that he didn't mention nothing about a grand jury would indict anybody. Why do they do this, man?
No ideas. Wow, it's almost 9 o'clock.
Hello friends, my name is Shoe-on-Head, and welcome to my new series, The Hellworld Report. Some of you may remember my old series that was just called Hellworld. If you do, you can qualify for a veterans discount. Congratulations! And if you remember the Gamergate days, well, please come collect your retirement. But yeah, if you have not seen my old series, go check it out. I will put the link to the playlist down below. I think it's a really interesting time capsule into the years 2020 and 2021, like how crazy it was back then, and then in retrospect comparing it to how crazy it is now. But this is a shorter, more condensed version of that series. Think of it as a Temu, Jon Stewart, or Stephen Colbert before they morphed into the same flavor of shitlib. You see, I'm better than those late night Jimmies because I don't get my news from mainstream sources like some kind of hack. No. I get them from far more reputable places like Instagram Reels and Femboy Groiper 69 on Twitter.
Diva.
From furry ballrooms and the Epstein files,
Stop digging.
fans' green cards and kidnapping foreign leaders, from government-funded purple-haired girlfriends to a potential civil war, we have a very packed show for you today. It has been a crazy year, and it is only January. As I am filming this, we are currently having a huge winter storm.
This morning, snow, ice, and frigid temperatures sweeping across the nation. 20 states under a state of emergency.
Ah yes, perfect weather to make some poor immigrant deliver me chicken tendies. It's so cold that Michigan and Minnesota received reports about exploding trees. Leftists said no more ice, and God said... Anyway, in news that should have stayed in 2016. Apparently, there is a new term women have coined called man-keeping. Man-keeping is why women are done with dating. Researchers at Stanford have finally given a name to something many women have been dealing with for years. It's called man-keeping, and it's helping explain why so many women are stepping away from dating altogether. Man-keeping describes the emotional labor women end up doing in heterosexual relationships. It goes beyond remembering birthdays or coordinating social plans. It means being your partner's one-man support system, managing his stress, interpreting his moods, holding his hand through feelings he won't share with anyone else. All of it unpaid, unacknowledged, and often unreciprocated. I hate this therapy speak people talk with nowadays. Emotional labor?
Yeah.
You mean being there for your partner? This is why so many people are just gonna start dating ChatGPT. People thought men were gonna be the ones dating AI. No. They're gonna be the ones with these sex robots. Women are the ones who want the daily affirmation machines. Yes, honey, I love when you talk about all the drama at work. Tell me more about that bitch Veronica. Man-spreading, mansplaining, man-interrupting, man-keeping, manscaping. Speaking of manscaping, before we dive into the news, let's quickly give a shout out to today's sponsor, a sponsor that can help you with your manscaping, Henson Shaving.
Oh, okay.
For the last few decades, razors haven't been designed to work better. They've been designed to be marketed better. More blades, more features, more gimmicks, and skin irritation is just something you're told to deal with. A big cause for that irritation is blade flex. Most razors use springs to let the blades move as you shave. That causes extra friction and razor burn, so people use aftershave, cold water, moisturizer, whatever. They fix the symptoms instead of the cause. But the question nobody asks is, should the blade actually move? How do we fix the actual problem? That's where Henson Shaving comes in. By fully supporting a two-sided blade all across its length at a 30-degree angle, they hold the blade in place to prevent any bouncing, skipping, just giving you an irritation-free shave. No springs, no movement, no reason to compensate with pressure. What separates Henson is the precision behind their design. With their Henson AL-13 safety razor being manufactured in the same aerospace machine shop that built parts for the International Space Station. This level of precision allows the blade to extend just 1/1000th of an inch beyond the shave plane, less than the thickness of a human hair. Since I switched to Henson like almost 2 years ago now, I've noticed my shaves have been way silkier and smoother. No tugging, no cuts, just a close shave that feels great on my skin. And here is the best part. Once you invest in a Henson razor, it is a lifetime purchase. The only thing you'll need to replace is the blades, which cost 10 cents each. So once you own the razor, you'll only be spending like $3 to $5 per year on blades, compared to the ongoing cost of buying those little plastic cartridges. Also, the Henson store offers a bunch of different colors, so you can pick out the razor that best suits your vibe. So if you're tired of razor burn, skin irritation, and paying for overpriced razor blades, Henson Shaving is definitely worth checking out. Just head over to hensonshaving.com/shoe and add both a Henson razor and 100 blades to your cart. Then enter the code SHOE at checkout to get the blades free with your purchase. Big thanks to Henson Shaving for sponsoring this video, and thank you, the viewer, as always, for not skipping the ad. You didn't, right? Now, let's get back to the video. Alright, let's start with some good news. The median age of home buyers is now 59. But that's not all. America's seniors will now see a new $6,000 bonus exemption as part of the Working Families Tax Cut. That's $93 billion in tax cuts for seniors all over the country. And by Working Families Tax Cut, they mean you, the working family, giving another billion-dollar wealth transfer to the most oppressed class. Boomers. Why are we giving these geriatric f***s another tax break? Maybe they should pull themselves up by their bootstraps. Maybe they should stop buying so much avocado toast. God forbid we help young families raise the next generation of Americans. No, that would be communism. Young people are poor as f*** nowadays. What are they supposed to do?
Piper Raquel, 18, claims she made $2.9 million in a single day after launching OnlyFans.
No more rights. No more women's rights. I am ready for the Islamic Revolution. Mayor Memdani, please press the Islamification button. I know the go-to joke is always, haha, women, am I right? But I think the real question here is, should men be allowed to have credit cards? This woman didn't magically create millions of dollars with her mind out of thin air. No. Millions of men made this woman a millionaire overnight. Where's the accountability for that? I'm out here policing the whores. We need some men to be out there policing the simps. We have a simp epidemic. Simps are out of control. Not all of them, though. Mine are cool. They can stay. Also, isn't this like the third OnlyFans 18th birthday announcement and the woman turns into a millionaire overnight? Someone a little sus about that. But don't worry, thanks to AI, we are entering a new age of goonerism. Honestly, what's the big deal? Men are already talking to the guys in India who run the accounts of OnlyFans models. Is this really any different? The internet is slowly but surely just becoming Indian men scamming other Indian men. But don't worry, not every internet waifu is a man using AI. In fact, if you live in the UK, you may get a state-funded, far-right, purple-haired waifu. Introducing Pathways, a point-and-click video game created by the UK government to help prevent online radicalization.
Pathways is an educational visual novel and learning experience created by the UK media company Shoutout UK, with funding from UK government's Prevent program run by the Home Office. The game is meant to teach the youth about dangers of radicalization and extremism in both real life and online. This is done by putting the players in a role of a character named Charlie, who must navigate 6 different scenarios relating to extremism. In the second scenario, the player is introduced to the character Amelia, a staunch anti-immigration protester depicted as a goth girl with purple hair, a pink dress, and a choker.
I gotta pee. Be right back. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this. Okay, we're back. Got me sodas. Gotta get my blanket back up. Hurts me ankle. Hurts me everything. All right.
The internet instantly fell in love with her. It's like they made her have short purple hair, thinking that that would prevent this from happening. But the UK failed to consider the fact that conservatives love art hose. They act like they don't, they'll deny it.
No, we do.
They'll pretend they just want a blonde traditional housewife, but deep down every conservative wants a woman who looks like this, who says the N-word. Government-funded video games. Incredible. At least our government doesn't do weird shit like that. No, our government is very normal. Believe it or not, Mar-a-Lago Furry Party was on my 2026 bingo card. I miss when this weird shit was just done underground. I miss when these parties were secret. Speaking of, the Epstein files were released. Wow. Incredible. The things they are showing us are eerie enough. I couldn't imagine the things that they're redacting. It is absolutely disgusting that these powerful people are still being protected. We as a country should be extremely concerned about an international child trafficking ring. This is not just something we all move from, and we kidnapped the president of Venezuela.
Breaking just now, Maduro, the president says, has been captured.
Maduro has been captured and flown out of the country.
In total, more than 150 aircraft, bombers, fighters, intelligence, reconnaissance, surveillance, rotary wing were in the air last night.
First pictures of Nicolas Maduro on the Iwo Jima that he was being transferred on.
Trump voters voted to fix the economy and to afford homes again. They didn't vote to kidnap communists in the middle of the night. Actually, they probably did vote for that. Never mind.
The oil companies are going to go in, they're going to spend money, we're going to take back the oil that, frankly, we should have taken back a long time ago.
Holy shit. This is the most transparent administration in history. They weren't lying. I don't know if it's the Stockholm Syndrome or what, but it's almost refreshing to hear a leader say, yeah, this is about oil. Like, thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you for just saying it's about oil. Thank you for not pretending it's about saving democracy and just doing imperialism the old-fashioned way. We have such terrible Middle Eastern war fatigue that it was shocking to not hear about how Venezuela is just jealous of our freedoms or some shit. Like, no, it's just for ExxonMobil. Like, okay, carry on.
The U.S. used a powerful mystery weapon that brought Venezuelan soldiers to their knees,
the discombobulator,
their nose, and vomiting blood during the daring raid to capture dictator Nicolas Maduro.
Yeah, if you're wondering why we don't have healthcare, this is why. We have invisible laser beams that can make people bleed out their f***ing eyes. Apparently, directed energy weapons are real. The Goy beam is real. Deep state pedophiles are real. Havana syndrome is real. Hell, it's almost like being a conspiracy theorist is just another word for being correct too early. What's next? COVID was fake?
There have been significant developments in the last 5 to 7 years on social, environment, and technology fronts that could help realize My Carbon initiatives for shaping the future towards smart and sustainable cities. COVID-19 was the test of social responsibility. A huge number of unimaginable restrictions for public health were adopted by billions of citizens across the world. There were numerous examples globally of maintaining social distancing, wearing masks, mass vaccinations, and acceptance of contact tracing applications for public health, which demonstrated the core of individual social responsibility.
Oh, sorry, I just owe many people many apologies. Anyway, Venezuela has no president. Who is going to run Venezuela?
So we are going to run the country.
A few moments later.
Hola amigos, yo soy su nuevo presidente, el señor Donald J. Trumpo.
Can we maybe just fix our country first? Can we fix our broken infrastructure, our education system? Can we do a little nation building in this nation? Can a bitch get a little regime change in our own country, please? And you know, with modern American nation building comes refugees. So who is gonna take in these Venezuelan refugees? Are we? Only the hot ones, apparently.
United States increasingly issuing work visas to OnlyFans models based on level of audience reach, according to the Financial Times.
Imagine being an immigrant from like some poor country, working your ass off to get a work visa in the United States, when all you had to do was bend over and show hole. Big booty Latinas to the front, Tortas to the back. Anyway, na boo boo, my president can kidnap your president. We're invincible. We can regime change anyone we want. Who's next? Canada, Greenland, Cuba? Cuba's literacy rates are higher than ours. Maybe they should come liberate our dumbasses. Kids are swiping on books. But f it, the Don Rowe Doctrine, baby. Let's go. America is back.
Don
Dick
Rowe.
Cheney is looking up at us smiling.
You just wait for Cuba. Cuba is a communist dictatorship. Their days are numbered.
Trump, listen to me. Wait, Trump doesn't watch this shit. Vance, listen to me. Get people like Lindsey Graham far away from anyone in power right now. This little Venezuela stunt was cute, but we are not touching any other countries. We are not touching the Middle East, especially. No more Middle East. We all have Middle East fatigue. We are done. This whole thing really put into perspective just how weird it was that we were there like for 20 years. You mean we could have just been in and out in a few hours? I guess those poppy fields couldn't maintain themselves though. Anyway.
They seem happy.
Yeah, sorry, excuse me. But did you forget to check in with Lilith, the barista from Bushwick, and see how she feels about this?
Trump said the United States will be running Venezuela! Woo! A colony! Woo! Imperialism! All for what? So a fucking multinational corporation
Is that with this girl?
get profit!
You know what's funny is I basically said the exact same thing this person said, but I said it less loudly. She has a nose ring and I don't, so I'm right and she's wrong. End of story. I guess this is just what happens when you dismantle the soft power of things like USAID. We're no longer doing secret regime change operations behind the scenes. Now we're just straight up kidnapping other world leaders in the dead of night and just saying it's about oil, which honestly kind of makes me believe it's not about oil. It's never that blatant, right?
What's about the drugs in China being there?
Oil isn't behind this one, right?
The implications here are really great for the Venezuelan people.
Oh, God damn it. You know, people say I have Israel derangement syndrome, but I'm sorry, I can't help it when they get on TV and say shit like this.
No, it's difficult to hear, but it's time to limit the First Amendment in order to protect it. And quickly before it's too late.
What the heck?
I mean that we need to control the platforms, all the social platforms. We need to stack rank the authenticity of every person that expresses themselves online and take control over what they are saying based on that ranking.
The government.
The government should
control social media.
Yeah.
Nope, I
They
don't
should
trust
do that.
it.
Try explaining that to someone without showing them the video. Go ahead. Yeah, there's a Jewish billionaire named Shlomo who wants to control the internet. Like, okay, man, you're in too deep. No more Instagram reels for you. Anyway, you should have just let us play video games. Now we're perp walking the president of Venezuela down the streets of New York City. But hey, leftists, just think of it this way. By bombing and kidnapping, instead of just doing the usual covert psyops, we saved maybe, what, $1 billion? $1 billion that could go to other, more important things, like defense contractors' stock buybacks.
Like taking Iran back.
empty Somalian daycares, apparently.
This is MAGA YouTuber Nick Shirley, back at a daycare in Minnesota.
He's just a YouTuber. Why do they consider him a MAGA YouTuber?
Shirley tries to open locked doors and talk to people at various daycares he claims are frauds.
The point is that blacked out doors, they can't give you any information. You call that number, no one answers.
It's not like Nick Shirley was the first person to expose this either, but now it exploded. And the fallout has been bizarre, to say the least. The funniest part had to be when the infamous Learning Center claimed to have been broken
Banana's not right. This is the most hilarious part of it now.
We saw that there was
This dude with $3,000 glasses.
enrollment of the children. And
Oh, and everything got stolen. Our documentation anyway.
there were also
Also our passports
checkbooks
and green
that were
cards.
ripped from our check papers that were ripped from our book. This is devastating news.
Oh no, somebody broke into the daycare and stole all the paperwork we needed to prove we are a legit
To verify that you're legitimate.
Suspicious exact paperwork we need to prove we are a legit Operation Shaped Belly. Listen, no hate to the Somalians, but when my family came here 100 years ago, we did organized crime the right way. We would have had Tim Walz.
Oh yeah, she's Italian.
This is just sad. This is cartoonishly pathetic. Listen, nobody is gonna want to support government programs if they think it's all going to like this. If you want people to support a welfare state, you have to make sure that welfare is actually going to real things that help real people. Listen, it's already hard enough to convince a right-wing audience that there's more to leftism than Reddit and butt sex. Now I have to convince them the wealth redistribution I advocate for isn't all going to Somalian welfare pirates. Thanks. That money should be spent on more important things like New Gaza. That's right, the World Economic Forum and Jared Kushner are proud to present New Gaza. Yes, the demolition project is finally complete, folks. Time to build a Sweet Green and a f***ing Deloitte branch on top of the bodies of thousands of dead children. Hell is not hot enough, ladies and gentlemen. Hell is not hot enough. Anyway, because of all this fraud stuff, Tim Walz is stepping down, which is sad to see because he has to be one of my favorite characters in modern America lore. The first white male DEI hire, the last white dude for Kamala Harris, a dying breed. But hey, maybe this marks an official end to the Kamala Harris era, and we can move on and focus on rebuilding the Democratic Party to something more.
Harris stepping toward another White House run.
No. We are not doing this. No. I swear to God, the Democratic Party is like an old friend addicted to heroin or something. You want to help them, you do everything you can to help them, but they don't listen. They keep doing stupid things and hurting themselves. But you just can't give up on them. You can't. You want to see them get better. You know deep down they could be how they used to be. But it's hopeless. And all your other friends keep saying to you, just forget them. Just forget them, it's not worth it. Come hang out with us instead. But those friends are on crack. Those friends are on crack cocaine. But this Minneapolis fraud thing is looking pretty bad for Tim Walz and the Democrats. People aren't just gonna forget about this.
Yeah.
And an ICE officer just shot a woman in the face in Minneapolis.
You can hear the agents tell the woman to get out of the car and approach the SUV. The woman then drives forward. That's when the shots are fired, the car crashing.
As I was writing this video, an innocent woman was picking her kids up from school when an ICE officer jumped in front of her car and randomly shot her in the face. Also, an angry protester was blocking the road and tried to run over an ICE officer with her car, so he shot in self-defense. Depends on how you look at it. Depends on how you voted, apparently. The way I see it, this woman was not trying to hit him. She was not trying to run him over. I think she was trying to drive away. And in an alternate universe, he dodges the car and she drives away. And it's easy to be like, oh, in hindsight, he should have done this, he should have done that. That's like so much of the discourse right now I'm seeing is just in hindsight this, in hindsight that. And it's easy for us to say in hindsight, you know, after the fact. It's easy to say he could have, he should have, but all he saw was a car revving up and going towards him. This has been one of the most insane political Rorschach tests I've ever seen in my life. It really all comes down to how you view ICE and police officers in general. Many, not all, leftists view ICE as completely illegitimate. Same with the police, they want to abolish both. So you're not going to get a real unbiased conversation with those people. Because why the f should a protester respect ICE in the first place? And many, not all, conservatives tend to be complete and utter f***ing bootlickers. Completely unable to criticize anything the police do. ICE can do no wrong. Don't tread on me becomes tread harder, daddy, real fast. This is extremely aggravating discourse, and you should be questioning anyone who takes a really firm, hard stance either way and like can't fathom how the other side is seeing what they are seeing. The first episode of my old Hell World series was actually all about police brutality. It was all about police brutality towards innocent protesters. I was a little more ACAB-y back then. I was a little more libbed the f out back then. But hey, to be fair to me back then, that is what happens when you live in the sheltered suburbs of Long Island in your parents' basement versus having a kid and living in the city for 4 years. The police are a taxpayer-funded HR department for structural violence. They exist solely to protect the rights of private property. Yeah, we need more police. Police are good. Police are great. Give the police more guns. More guns. Give them more guns. Tanks. Tanks, even. My overall opinion is still basically the same. I'm very critical of the police. I am very pro First Amendment. Protesting is a fundamental American right, and we can't just go around labeling protesters domestic terrorists. That is an insane, slippery slope. And if you support that, I promise you will come back to bite you in the ass.
These
so in 2028 when President Newsom knocks
signal leaks.
Whoa, knocks you up. Whoa, what's going on here? Good luck in 2028 when President Newsom locks you up for protesting against mandatory forced feminization or whatever the f it is Democrats do. What do they do? Nothing. They do nothing. I don't fucking know. I left this joke blank.
Waste money.
Something pronouns. Like, God forbid the state ever turns me into Swiss cheese and the president's like, she was a radical leftist lunatic. The people called her Kami Mommy. Can you believe that, folks? Kami Mommy. Sad. And some people were like straight up mocking this woman, celebrating it. And then when people were like, what the fuck? They were like, well, you got Charlie Kirk, so now we got one of your guys.
No.
Is that what we're
That's
doing now?
messed up
We're just
too.
gonna keep killing each other back and forth? Is that what this is now? Like some kind of civil war? Who gets me in the national divorce? Hell yeah, 2 Christmases. Like, you agreed with me when I was upset about the reactions people had about Charlie Kirk, and then you're over here like, boo-hoo, she was a stupid libtard. Honestly, some of you just don't have morals. You have like temporary weapons you can use to bludgeon people you don't like when you have the chance. You and all the people who mock Charlie Kirk are all going in the pit, and you can come out when you learn how to be normal. In my opinion, a lot of focus on illegal immigration should go to the employers employing illegal immigrants for cheaper scab labor. I feel like that's really important, and like, we're not doing that. It's kind of interesting that the government is focused so hard on immigration right now, but like, apparently hasn't made any like real actual legislative change to the laws of immigration. Dragging Jose at a Home Depot might work for now, but they have to be working on something more substantial, right? Well, Palantir, the company named after the evil crystal ball in Lord of the Rings, right, is apparently working on a new tool for ICE. And what does it do? Oh, nothing really. Just creates a map of deportation targets, pulls up a dossier on them, and assigns them a confidence score. Because if there's one thing we can trust, it's a private Silicon Valley tech company's algorithm deciding who gets disappeared. Every single surveillance tool starts by simply protecting us. It's only gonna affect the baddies. But who are the baddies? Today it's illegal immigrants, tomorrow it's furries, next week it's people who are into feet, and before you know it, it's fans of VTubers. You know, on second thought, I don't buy into the propaganda that simply enforcing border security, something every developed country has, is akin to Nazi Germany. Sorry, I don't. Build a wall? Hitler. Deport illegal immigrants? Hitler. Just kick out the criminal ones at least? Hitler. Like, there's no other option besides open borders that is acceptable to some people, and I don't get that.
Which is ridiculous.
What I do get, however, is that people don't want to live under a Palantir police state where people can't even film ICE agents without getting put on some kind of fucking list. I feel like there has to be some kind of normal, sane option besides total free-for-all globo homo versus Peter Thiel nightmare tech bro dystopia. Like, how is it not possible to just, like, be normal, be normal, be normal, be normal. But hey, it's cool the DHS created a portal where you can see all the people they have been deporting. One guy was deported back to Yugoslavia. Yugoslavia doesn't exist anymore. We sent that motherfucker back in time. Listen, what happened to Renee Good was a tragedy. It was terrible.
Yes, it was a tragedy.
Nothing like this ever happens again. And another person was shot by ICE in Minneapolis.
According to a preliminary Department of Homeland Security report, 2 Border Patrol agents discharged their weapons, seen here in graphic cell phone video captured by eyewitnesses. 10 shots fired off in total in just seconds.
Yep, in seconds.
To be absolutely clear, stuff is still coming out about this as I am filming. Literally, as I am filming, this happened. You know, there's no body cam footage yet, so I could be totally wrong. Totally possible, totally possible. However, first impressions of watching the video at multiple angles, multiple times, yeah, I think they just fucking murdered that guy. It looks like they took his gun and then shot him. Like 10 officers come over to him, wrestle him to the ground, the agent disarms him, take his gun, they yell gun, 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 and then they shoot him several times in the back. More information can come out, but the compulsive bootlicking I have been seeing has been fucking insane.
Yeah, the fact that the gun discharged.
To go confront ICE armed with a 9mm handgun. Only one person could have prevented this from happening, and it's Alex Reddy.
Yeah, who goes to a protest and brings a gun? Look, if the government
non sequitur, and he actually raised his hands up.
Because you had a firearm, then nobody actually has a right to own a firearm. If
they didn't kill him because he owned a firearm. They killed him because he was aggressive and fighting officers.
Genuinely literally just forget that police are just...
Oh, shoe on head.
ICE officers are just people. They're literally just people who work for the government like anyone else. They're DMV employees with guns. They can be stupid. They can be bad. They can make mistakes. Like, I don't know what it is about some people. Like, once someone has a badge, it's like, that person is just a perfect angel and cannot be criticized at all. You're telling me all
Oh, they can be criticized.
People listen to me is to dress like this? Alright,
I
fair
mean...
enough. Stop gooning. None of this would have happened if ICE agents were being trained better instead of being rushed through the system with little to no training. And if Minnesota just worked alongside ICE to make sure they were doing this in a safe and more effective way, instead of just egging on a fucking jihad against them. Also, if ICE's goal is to round up pedophiles and fraudsters, I hear there's a pretty big list of pedophiles and fraudsters that need to be rounded up. Unfortunately, we'll never fucking get to see it. I'm trying to make this video somewhat funny and entertaining, but I'm not gonna lie, this is really bleak. Is America okay? Can we please go one single day?
Well, they did just release, what, 2 million pages of Epstein stuff?
Please? And a bunch of new Epstein files just dropped.
Yeah.
Great.
Today.
We're going to war with Iran soon, aren't we? Where was I? This just says Mr. Beast tendies. What? Oh, yeah.
Oh my gosh, this is simulating a chicken's body and the cells are just multiplying. I honestly can't tell the difference. What the heck?
I will not live in a pod. I will not eat the Antichrist lab-grown chicken tendies. Oh, I completely forgot about this. Sorry, I am not on my Vyvanse today, folks. I forgot to take my normal pills. It wasn't long before the race hustlers took advantage of the terrible Renee Good situation in Minneapolis.
Say Her Name is a movement started by Black women, for Black women specifically, and it's not appropriate to use in regards to Renee Good.
She deserves a hashtag and everything. It should not be Say Her Name. Say Her Name is reserved for Black women.
This is not for any other race. Simple as that.
Say Her Name is specifically reserved for Black women.
Say Her Name is for Black women.
It feels kind of wrong being here in some way. I don't know why.
Why do you think, yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know why. That's called
Beth
white guilt.
is a white woman.
That's the white guilt you're feeling. It's amazing. You can literally be killed by the state for the cause. And these fucking people will still disgrace you for the curse of being born Caucasian. This is very woke 1.0. I thought it was dark woke time.
Nobody forgetting Renee Good. She has achieved the highest honor a white person can achieve. Race traitor.
She has achieved the highest honor a white person can achieve. Race traitor. And this type of psychotic rhetoric seems to be working. Because like 70% of the videos I see of people like trying to disrupt ICE has been white women. White women literally throwing themselves at armed officers like lemmings off a fucking cliff for street tacos. What the hell is going on with white women? Who will save
They're losing
the
it.
white race?
Oh gosh.
Ah yes, Hitler's strongest soldiers. A Mexican, a Dominican, a black guy, and a looksmaxer.
That looksmaxer is none other than Clavicular. Clavicular is a Gen Z influencer and live streamer who got his start within the niche red pill communities and has recently blown up to mainstream popularity, especially in right-wing circles. His main claim to fame is looksmaxing. Looksmaxing, for those of you who are employed, is...
Looksmaxing is a term for aggressively maximizing one's physical attractiveness through routines like skincare, facial exercises, mewing, fitness, and sometimes extreme cosmetic procedures. Originating in online incel forums but popularized on TikTok, focusing on enhancing features like jawline and bone structure.
I personally think it's interesting to see men adopting the insane beauty rituals that women have been doing for decades. But now that a man is doing it, it's seen as psychopathic or gay. A woman will literally spend thousands of dollars on hair, makeup, skincare, peptides, plastic surgery, fillers, Botox, red light therapy, moon water, and we just call her Stacey. But a man does it and we call him Patrick Bateman. A woman reshapes her entire face with makeup? Normal. A man reshapes his jawline with makeup? Gay. A woman wears a push-up bra to make her tits look bigger? Empowering. A man shoves socks in his shoes to make himself taller? A liar. A woman gets lip filler? Typical. A man smashes his face with a hammer to make his jaw swell up? Okay, yeah, that one's a little insane.
It's a little intense.
Some young men are apparently doing is called bone smashing, where they take a hard object, usually a hammer, and smash the bones in their face to make their face temporarily swell up and allegedly give them that Chad jawline. Honestly, don't knock it till you try it. Here we go. Perfect. So that concludes this episode of the Hell World Report. If you liked it, please subscribe and consider donating to my Patreon, link down below. It helps the channel and I appreciate it so much. If you don't want to do that, you can also put a little tip down in the tip jar somewhere over here somewhere. I feel like a barista. Yeah, it's just gonna ask you something on the screen down there. If you have some stories you want me to cover in the next Hell World Report, be sure to send them to me on Twitter at ShoeOnHead. I will give you a little shout out if I wind up using the story in the next episode. Okay, and I will see you guys with a new fun slop video. I keep promising a slop video and then terrible things keep happening. I'm sorry. Next video is a slop video. I promise. Okay, bye.
Don't always agree with her, but she's hilarious. And it's probably one of my favorite leftist. She's not liberal. She's just kind of like left. Definitely more left than me. Oh, Timcast is talking about Don Lemon. See, this is what happens. I want to play like a video game, and then like there's just so much going on. Let's see.
Welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. And of course, here's the meme of the day brought to you by 5mind.com. Well, it's exactly like I told you. It's not time to panic.
Ooga booga.
Now, the worst thing that you could do in politics, especially when it's not, an October surprise, it's not a month away from an election, the worst thing that you could do is get cold feet, is panic. No, you need to be patient. You need to understand that the news cycle is moving quickly, and that what exists now, the current state now, will likely not exist in a couple weeks or a couple months. And of course, I addressed this the other day. The premise for slowing down, backing off, totally capitulating to the Democrats was the midterm election coming up. We're in danger of losing the midterms, therefore we must surrender. This is complete and utter nonsense. And again, I need to keep reiterating this. This notion that it's preordained that the Democrats are going to win, it's going to be a bloodbath, a blue wave unlike anyone's ever seen, thanks to Donald Trump and his ICE deportations. This is complete nonsense. And now, speaking of that, we just got a shock poll that completely flips the conversation on its head. We got the morning compost of all polling outlets showing the generic ballot race within the margin of error. Let me reiterate, now is not the time to be getting cold feet. Now's the time to be maybe doing a slight strategic maneuver, a slight shift, but continuing to spearhead forward, not giving in and capitulating to the Democrats, but rather beating them in the public debate, especially when you really have nothing to lose, and that's kind of what should describe the current situation. Democrats are supposed to win. The idea that you would be playing safe, that you would be taking back steps when history suggests you're in the weakest position that you're going to be in at the first midterm of a presidential term, it's utter nonsense. Let me show you guys this incredible poll that just released. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so just take a look at this on screen. Open Source Zone on X writes, 2026 generic congressional ballot, Democrats sitting at 44%, Republicans sitting at 43%. Then if we take a look at the crosstabs by race and compare it to the 2024 election, it appears Donald Trump is shedding some white vote, which of course is the worst demographic to be losing, but there's still a lot of game to be played here. But then if you take a look here, Hispanic voters haven't shifted, black voters have shifted significantly away from the Democrats, and so have Asian voters. And also keep in mind, this is from the Morning Compost. This is from the most Democrat bias pollster in the game, or at least one of the top 5. So these numbers might be wildly inaccurate and overestimating Democrat support. Folks, this is not the time to be hitting the panic button. And again, right now, this is when the numbers are going to be the absolute worst, because Democrats got their little moment. They got their tragedy that they can then run with, cause chaos on the streets, another George Floyd moment. This is when Democrats are at their strongest, when they're pushing a psyop, when they're pushing their emotional manipulation.
You got your own baby.
Bullshit. And of course, not to mention, it's roughly a year away from the election. So we're considering this early polling data. That's when Democrats are the strongest. If we go back to 2018, for instance, which is the most relevant comparable, well, at the same time, roughly a year away from the election, back in 2018, Democrats had a plus 7.3%
How was the
average.
visit?
Right now, they're sitting at 4.7. And the closer we get to the election, well, it's likely the numbers are going to continue to shift. And again, we have to repeat the same factors. Once common sense starts to re-enter.
Oh, if you want to watch my phone, you can have it now, I guess. You're calling Papa Granddad? Why were you doing that? Why Granddad? Granddad dog?
I don't like it.
Oh, thanks, kiddo.
You can have soda.
I can have soda.
No, you can. I can't get soda. No.
You get no phone. Damn apples, boy.
Yeah.
There you go. Okay.
People's minds, and as Democrat lie after lie continues to get exposed, like moments like this from CNN.
CNN has obtained a video posted by the digital outlet The News Movement from 11 days.
Oh yeah, this breaks their whole narrative.
This just came out. Preddy is seen shouting at agents, kicking their vehicle's taillight as the agents are driving away. The agents stop, they leave their vehicle, they tackle Mr. Preddy to the ground. The interaction in Minneapolis, it lasts a few seconds before Mr. Preddy is able to get up. A gun appears to be tucked in his waistband. It is unclear if the agents noticed the gun. They do not disarm Preddy. They instead walk away. It's unclear what took place immediately before or after this footage. A representative for Preddy's family confirmed to CNN that the man in the video posted Wednesday is Preddy. The Department of Homeland Security told CNN Wednesday it is reviewing the footage.
Once they realize that really Democrats are playing a fast one on them, the numbers are going to get closer. They always do. This is not a 5-alarm fire, and the job needs to be damage mitigation, slight damage mitigation, little pivoting, not total capitulation. You know what it's looking like here is less of a blue wave and more of a slight Democrat resurgence. They might pick up some House seats. They might get a small Democrat majority, but they also might lose the Senate. In fact, most prediction outlets are showing 51 safe Republican seats in the Senate. It doesn't even look like Democrats have a path to flip the Senate. The goal right now is to shake you. It's to make you emotional, fearful, lose your footing, and frankly, make a mistake, make a misstep. Screw all of that. Ignore all the noise. Again, like I keep saying, you do not win in politics by doing what the opposition wants you to do. You win by having a very decisive vision and pushing that vision forward unabashedly. And when the tough times come, you don't cower in fear. You find solution. You continue moving forward. And most importantly, you make the case. You make an argument. And in this case, you expose the friggin' left-wing lunacy. I mean, really? Now's the time to ditch the Trump mandate, to ditch the Trump policies that have clearly been working so well on so many different issues. The border's totally shut down. Illegals are being deported, which the American people support. Maybe, they're viewing it right now as heavy-handed tactics, but there's a way to kind of ameliorate the situation there. The economy is roaring on all cylinders. Things are going well right now. But now's the time time to totally ditch that because the mainstream media has made you piss your frickin' pants, and so now's the time to support this nonsense?
I don't want you to sit back and watch.
Oh, we just watched
do
this.
something. Each and every one of these people who have came up has been very polite, very earnest, very kind, pleading you, begging you to do something. I'm not begging you. I'm demanding that you act with some semblance of a spine. Do something.
Give me a freaking break. Now's the time to support the people shutting down the government, engaging in the most inflammatory and ridiculous rhetoric imaginable? No. And again, midterm strategy is all about galvanizing your base. Now's the time to be
I
further
can't believe there's a
emphasizing the Trump
Batman.
agenda, to be convincing people what is at stake here. You need MAGA, you need the Trump voters who voted in the 2024 election to show up in mass in 2026. And that's what Democrats are doing. They're galvanizing their base. And they're going to do that regardless of whether you give in. That's why they're causing the mass hysteria. That's why they're going to shut down the government again, because their voters live for that stuff. Oh, sabotaging Trump at every freaking turn. That is what keeps these people going. And that's what Democrats are doing. And so now's the time to do the exact same thing. Play the same game. Don't play their game. Galvanize the MAGA base. Hit us with the double down. Some strong speeches. Address the people. Send the message. Push a very strong on the grounds campaign. Get those ads going. There is so much freaking ammunition. The Democrats have given so much. Revive and relitigate everything from the Biden years. Expose all the chaos, the domestic terrorism, the Tesla riots, all the lies, the shutdowns, the no kings nonsense. Democrats saying they're going to use pain as their leverage. Expose the fraud. What do you want? You want more freaking daycare fraud? More immigration fraud? Is that really what you want to vote
really
for
need to
right
expose
now?
the fraud in the Democrat Party.
Shutting down the mass deportation efforts and going back to open borders? Now's the time to be voicing what is at stake. And again, we're not in a position of weakness here. We're in the strongest position I've seen in a very long time. Democrats are not doing so hot in generic ballot data, despite all their efforts, despite the psyops. Their party approval rating is still in the dumpster. It seems like there's really not that much to lose, and so act like it. Start freaking acting like it. I'm so sick of this neocon cowardice. Now's the time to totally capitulate and give up on everything. Shut it all down. We might lose the midterms. You cowards. We got people like freaking Susan Collins and others now voting with Democrats to defund DHS. These people are out of their damn minds. Push forward. And again, it's going to be a completely different situation. Nobody's even going to be talking about this topic during the midterm elections. And if things keep going the way they're going, the economy's going to be roaring. We're talking about over 5% GDP in Q4. I'm just not with it, folks, and I'm not seeing it. Sure, we've seen some bad polling, like we always do.
Yeah, I just had my camera off.
Oh, a thing happened. Oh, here's all kinds of polls from the worst pollsters in the game, the frickin' push pollsters, showing absolute utter devastation for the Trump administration. It's the same frickin' thing. We've been through this rodeo before. Don't get caught by the distractions. Don't let them set the conversation, set the rules of the game. No, frankly, do exactly what the Democrats are doing. Fight like hell. And not physically.
Yeah.
Well, maybe don't do exactly what the Democrats are doing. You know, politically, with words, with campaigns.
Use the
with
words.
The truth and the facts, armed with the truth and the facts. Fight, defend the agenda, call out the BS, call out the propaganda, call out the lies. Because when the argument is made, no rational human being, it's only the pink-haired freaks who truly side with the Democrat Party when it really comes down to it. You know, when you have a fact-based conversation, when you really get into the nitty-gritty, all the details, realistically, nobody
I'm
actually
wondering how
wants
you're
the
comfy in that
Democrats
inner
to be
tube.
the most extreme of far leftoids. Nobody wants open borders. Nobody wants to defund the police, defund DHS, stop enforcing immigration laws. Nobody wants tampons in the frickin' men's bathroom. Nobody wants men competing in female sports.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to enable SNAP fraud and Medicaid fraud, immigration fraud, election fraud. People want voter identification on all the issues. Republicans win almost all the issues. And frankly, basically everything except for like abortion and healthcare. Abortion is a non-issue. Leave it up to the states. And healthcare, well, we have a serious angle there to keep hitting on these Obamacare premiums, on the corruption corruption that's happening there. Trump's got an actual solution of putting money in the hands of the people to purchase their own plans. You know, that's another issue Republicans can win on. So win. Stop being such an emotional freaking coward and win. There's an opportunity here not only to mitigate a Democrat blue wave, but to stop it entirely. Democrats are at a historically weak position, within 1 point on generic ballot from morning consult. If things keep trending that way, if Trump can kind of stabilize the ship here, this could be a real dogfight. But of course, inherently, you gotta fight. You can't give up. You can't be a pussyfooted coward falling into that same neocon trap. I thought we were done with that era, and so unashamed, unabashedly, keep moving forward. Anyways, that's what I got for you guys. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
Okay. Let's check out some Where Winds Meets quick. Ba-da-da. Dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun. Sugar we're going down. What? What do you want? Green Hulk? I signed in for the day. What else we got? And there's a guild thing going on soon, right? $10. The army is 11, right? Yeah. 8 doctor tonight? And we can do the player emotes. Showdown. Yeah, the showdown's tonight. Yeah, I'll go to the showdown. Wait. How's there dead magpie here? I don't know what to do next on this stinking mission.
means, did Chin Chen scoop up yesterday? Haven't heard anything yet.
Yeah. Those. To have been examined and approved by the Imperial Court, receive a certificate with it. You may study the debating laws to do something like this have been approved by you. When did this examination take place? Yeah, I already did all this. Everything is clear. If you have any interest, they come to me and request to read the book. However, this book is extremely valuable and secret. You harbor no ill intentions. You may not copy it or remove it from these premises. This is a rule. Thinking I don't. But these people are planning, but it sounds like I could use this books to improve my skill. Okay, let's gain insight. Yeah, that's done. And that's done. Maybe next time.
When I get back to Yongzhou, I can say I've seen the world.
I must get in touch with them somehow.
Wait, what? Some. Me too.
Like, I do. Oh.
Out of the box. I'll have one. Oh. We're gonna put slime post down. Go drink. Duh, duh, duh. Then I guess finish this encounter. What is here? Yeah. Empty house. House. That's a... You I guess I've done my part. Okay. Sam in the letter. Through life in a haze of drunken dreams, so remarkable and endless, to now find myself near the end of my days. Half a lifetime spent in hardship, solitary and humbled. But to have found a friendship with you that transcends age has been my greatest blessing. The reckless words I spoke in my cups that night were mere folly. I hope you'll kindly pardon them now on the threshold of my final hour. One burden still weighs heavy upon my heart. unearthed a precious keepsake of mine buried beneath the stone mill in the courtyard alongside a jar of aged wine and bury it with me. Accept this fine wine as a token of my apology. Such an enigma. Even if the star wasn't true, we should still share this fine wine together. Dig up the lone drinker's keepsake in the yard. He's chatty. Why? Oh no. Well, on in for the Scarlet musician wasn't as happy as in the story. Still, since it was his last wish, I must this jade flute. Go to the graveyard. The jade. But years, for the brief moment we crossed paths. Aw. Oh, we got a new avatar. Alright, let's see. I can join the showdown here in a little bit. Let's go. Let's give away to the beggars first. What? What? It's late, kid. Bubby, maybe we can do it. Maybe we can do it another night. picture. Save the image. $1,000 points. Far away am I? Oh, I'm almost capped. Oh. Hi there. Hi, little lady.
Shatter the circle. Square.
Oh, I'm spectating. But the spectator is not working very well. Yeah. No, I agree. I agree. You can put her in the bottom part and turn it sideways.
You.
Actually, let's do part you. That was crazy. How do we solve this? Do that. Try it again. I have task manager up. This game does not like to run smooth. What? Way too. Maybe this helps. Yeah. Bro. Oh, okay. I would love to stream this game, but You okay, baby? You okay, Savannah? Hi, my lovies. Are you okay? Are ya? You gonna get breakfast? Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure. She does put her hands wherever she can. Oh, sometimes if they end up in the mouth, they end up in the mouth.
When he left, it was. Yeah. But so he just like puts.
Break. Square. Shadow. Circle. The circle. Spin.
come back to this game later. This will be an offline game until I get a better computer. Yeah, unfortunately, games are getting too tough to stream for this one. Everything used to be perfectly fine. Now it's not so much. Thank you. Happy baby. Ice cream.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna get you. Well,
But we'd have a second one, and it would be down here. I mean, we can literally extend my desk out a little bit, or even like what I want to do is have one back there and then have one hanging underneath.
that would be actually good. Hey.
That is the happy girl. Hi, happy girl. What you doing? You got your reindeer? Your reindeer? You're going. Here. Second cabin. Help me. Yum, yum, yum. Yum, yum, yum.
Put it on. On.
Hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. Oh. Ah. Hey. Love you, little baby. Me, you got it. Got it. What? Savannah, 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 Savannah. Yeah, yeah, you got heart. Huh? Do they have heart? I mean, you are the cutest person ever.
Until you met her.
Uh-huh.
Okay, I'll take it. I'll take second cute girl.
I might be hungry. No, no, you eat them. I'm too good for those.
What is going me? Champagne is he accidentally proposed. Oh no. Oh.
Man, look at you.
Joker. Like kissing the floor.
the issues.
All of these guys were absolutely jacked, like shredded. Insane. It was a different era, a different era. Not these days. Very clearly, things have changed a little bit. Yeah, Ronnie Coleman was a cop. Yeah, right. Yep. That's right. I used to watch the Olympia every year. It's been a couple years though. But I used to loosely follow all the bodybuilding competitions every year. Kind of got boring though. Bodybuilding got boring. Oh, we might be losing our aerial feed. You have anything there? Hold up. That's ABC 7. Stand by. They're doing the weather. Oh, look at that. Tuesday's going to be 80 degrees. Wow, there's our 7-day forecast. Okay. Okay, well, for the time being, we'll flip that off. And we lost our aerial feed.
You're late.
Okay. It's NBC LA. I'm looking for another aerial coverage here. Stand by. Well, hey, thank you all for being here tonight. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it. Everyone out here. Make sure to hit that like button and follow and subscribe and do it all. Means a lot.
I think this guy's just bored as fuck. Why is he picking up the trash?
He's just a good Samaritan down here. We got good Samaritans.
It's a turd, it's still a turd.
Well. Corn Cob, hey there. rodent dung. Hey there. Troy DeSenior, he says, it makes me want to stand
energy drink, bro.
as a patriot with all these law enforcers to help combat these libtards. These people are nuts.
What do
They
we think?
are.
You think it's dying out?
Oh, people
All it
there
takes
though.
is one more person to throw shit.
You know, I understand the sentiment. I kind of like the notion of counter-protesting, all these libtard protesters and rioters.
Yeah.
I always,
Is
you know,
that
I'm a very objective-oriented person. It's like, okay, if a bunch of right-wing Americans got together and counter-protested all of these unhinged, deranged libtards, then what? What?
made an adjustment?
What are we accomplishing? Keep in mind, we won. We have the country. We are running. Like, the reason they are protesting is because they lost. Winners, I feel like at a base level, I feel like winners don't protest. You know, protesting is what you do when you don't get your way, when you have been voted out of power, when you got kicked out of the White House, when you got kicked out of the House, when you got kicked out of the Senate. These people are protesting down here because they are mad that they lost. So I don't really think we get anything out of going down here and counter protesting them. What's the point? I think it's much better for us to sit back on our lazy boy recliners or whatever you're sitting on right now and watch these people act like idiots. Just watch, just relax. We are calling the shots.
We went in, we sat down.
Joe Rogan. Yeah.
And we were talking about something completely unrelated to, I think, what we both wanted to discuss on the episode.
Love you, kiddo.
And then we were just bullshitting.
Get
He
some
came
rest.
over and
I'll
he
see you
sat
in the
down with a
morning.
cigar, and we were just talking and this and that. And then I think both of us kind of realized the cameras were rolling at some point. So that whole like first 20 minutes, the reason there was no intro or any of that, I don't think either of us really knew that we were we were doing the show just then. That was really just us bullshitting. Really. That's why it was so kind of like such a strange intro. Because we were already slipping into good conversation, and they just kind of didn't want it to stop, so we just kept going. That's what happened. I was like, "Can I smoke in here?" He says, "Yeah." Like, Andrew Dice Clay really, really used that privilege, and I was like, "You ain't seen nothing yet." That you ain't seen nothing yet. I've given you a lot of shit on some of your debates. I'm the one asshole in the comments that points out the L surrounded by all the W's. That said, could not be happier for you. Well, I appreciate that, man. Look, it's not a cult, right? I wish it was. It'd make things easier. You can disagree with me. It's not a problem. Just don't spam the chat and don't violate the TOS. That's it. Here's 5, brother. Not to say I've been here since the beginning, but I've been here since just before the whatever days. Well, that's a long time. Just got here. Do you mind explaining how you got on a show again? No. You're going to have to rewind it or become a member. Anyway. So I light up, and he didn't give a shit. Didn't care at all. And that was one of the best parts of it. Totally at ease. I was like, yeah, I'm not going to worry about fucking running out and having a smoke. So we just sat down and shot the breeze. And that's the thing about it, right? Is that that's what it was. It was like catching up with an old friend. That's what it felt like. I genuinely liked the guy. Within first 10 minutes. I just genuinely enjoyed talking with him. If I didn't, I'd tell you. And you would be able to tell too. Just genuinely enjoyed it. People before I went on were like, yeah, you can't push back because he gets upset. He didn't fucking care. And you were all wrong. All of you sending that advice, you were all totally fucking wrong. What it is when you're having a conversation like that, you can tell when somebody else is just being a dick, right? You can just tell when they're being a fucking jerk. That wasn't what the purpose was. I don't even know that there was a purpose. You know, I'm not even sure that there was like a greater purpose to it. I think the guy just wanted to have a conversation. And sometimes, you know, you just
That's what
end up
Joe
having a
Rogan's
really
like.
fucking
He likes
good
having
one for
conversations
no
with
good
people.
reason at all, and that's what happened there. I don't think there was any
My
greater
alerts.
design, any greater, you know, greater
Have
things we were
alerts like
trying to
that.
necessarily get at or push towards. Just felt like two old friends catching up. Unironically. That's what it felt like the whole time.
So you did, but you can give me another if you want. Yep.
Anyway, we were done with the show. He says, "Man, that was great. Love to have you get back. I'd love to have you come back on." Yeah, I'd love to come back and do this again. Really did have a good time. He said, well, we're going to have this big after hours party over here at the mothership. Why don't you guys come over? We'll put you in the VIP room. Oh, okay, sure. Have some money. Keep up the good work. We'll do. The chair does smug better than the cult leader. I mean, us Texans can sniff out good people. Austin's like our retard cousin, but even our worst is not that bad. True.
Yeah.
24 however many fantastic stream invasion this gets me, but who am I kidding? I'm here for good. Been here since the Mr. Slave debate. Oh, yeah, that was a funny one. So anyway, we go over to the mothership that night. Me and Rachel went back to the hotel. First thing I did was I had a celebratory shot, and it sunk in that I was just on the Joe Rogan podcast. And I was honest with Joe when the podcast first started. I was like, you know, man, I really never expected to be here. And he said, yeah, man, I never really expected to be here either. I was like, well, there you go. So I had a nice celebratory shot. I'm going to have another one. Wife, bring me one. And we went over to the mothership, and it was surreal.
Did they get?
You know, Tony from Kill Tony was over there. Right. Ron White, Tony was at Hinchcliffe, right? Bert Kreischer, all those guys. They were all doing comedy sets. Joe Rogan did a comedy set. Rogan did a comedy set in the show. You know what he did that was different? It was kind of cool. By the way, Tony is really funny because Tony Hinchcliffe got into it with a chick in the audience. He was telling a very racist joke. That wasn't a racist joke. And some chick just started freaking out in the fucking audience. He just roasted her ass. It was fucking hilarious, dude. It was fucking hilarious. She was like, that guy's not black enough. If he says that, he just fucking tore into her. And of course, I was laughing at the top of my lungs. And then, you know, I was pointing too, because if someone's you're going to point while you laugh. Otherwise, what's the point, right? So anyway, so we were all up there. Me and Rachel, anyway, we're up in VIP stands. Waitress comes in, you know, have some good drinks. We watched the whole set. But one thing Rogan did in his set that was different, when his set was done, he said, look, 10 minutes and I'll answer any questions the audience wants. Oh, wow, it's different. You know, so the first question was, who was your favorite person you ever had on your podcast? And he's like, you know what? I don't have any favorites. He said, you know, like today I had a great conversation with my friend Andrew Wilson. That was great. And I was like, you know, and everyone stops. They look up. And I was like, you don't have a favorite guest, Joe? So, you know, everyone's laughing. You know what I mean? Anyway, it was a great time. Right? So after all the sets are done, Rogan answers all the questions that he had. He took about 30 minutes, even though it was supposed to be 10 minutes. Me and the wife, we go down to the VIP lounge. We kick back. We have some drinks. You could smoke back there in this VIP lounge. You couldn't believe it. Walking, I was like, I can smoke cigarettes in here. You know, Tony's sitting back there. He's like, yes, yeah, everyone can smoke cigarettes back here. I thought the guy was gay. I didn't know. Okay, thought he might have been gay, but he was like, yeah, you can smoke back here. It's fine. I was like, well, fuck yeah. You know, and then there was alcohol, and I was like, wow, I'll just help myself to this as well. I was back there bullshitting with Ron White, Tony, and Joe, and everyone for like 4 or 5 hours. We were just in there fucking hanging out. Dimcast raid? Well, hell, we appreciate that. You're just back there getting fucking drunk as could be, lighting that place up with cigarette smoke. And man, it was one of the greatest times I've ever had in my life. Just kicking back with these guys and just bullshitting about the world. Now, I'm not going to tell you everything that we discussed. And what I'm going to do is chop that up to I was so drunk, I just can't remember. Tim Cass, thank you so much for rating Tim Pool, ladies and gentlemen. By the way, I'm going to go, I think I'll be hosting the nightly show a day this next week, I think. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to announce that or not, but I think that that's what's going on. I think so. Anyway. Welcome, all you Tim Pool people. You want to see the thing that I do that makes Tim the most jealous? Watch this. You see, hang on, let watch again. You even imagine? Could you even imagine that, Tim? No, could you even imagine that, Tim? Could you even imagine? I'm kidding. I'm joking. Anyway. So me and the wife, we sat back there, man, and we just partied like rock stars with people who I think are more famous than most rock stars. And they
Pretty
were,
famous.
you know what? It was about as down to earth, a grounded bunch that I ever seen. And I saw something. I saw something there that impressed me more than anything else. More than anything. And I'll tell you what I walked away with, why my impression of Joe Rogan, my estimation of him just kept going up and up and up. You know, you hear things about people and this, anything people can do to poison the well, right? Here's why my estimation of Joe Rogan went up and then increased. You know, here at the Crucible, we've always, for like smaller creators, things like that, we've always given them an avenue using the Discord and other things to help them build an audience by giving them access to the audience that we have, at least to a limited basis, so that they can rep their shows and they can tell people when they're live and they can get the word out to thousands of people at a time or hundreds of thousands of people at a time. And it really has helped a lot of creators. It's helped a ton of creators really get moving. And that's what he does there at the mothership. You know, I talked to the people around Joe when Joe wasn't around. You know, he just kind of asked the question, like, so what's all this about? You know, how'd this come about? What's kind of the background here for the career path? Every one of them had the same thing to say. We're here because Joe helped us get our foot in the door. He helped us get where we're going, where he provided this great venue for us that we could really start to push our comedy.
That's pretty awesome.
That's what he did. So my estimation of him just continued to increase. Those guys, even though they're mega famous, you know, what Tony has 100,000 live viewers when he does a show. Ron White was ultra famous when I was a kid. Of course, Rogan, most popular podcaster in the world. We're about as grounded a bunch as I've ever met in my life.
Yeah.
If you never knew anything about those guys and you just ran into them at a local bar, you would just think to yourself, that's a hell of a nice guy.
Pretty awesome.
That's what you would think. And that's what impressed me. Not the fact that this comedy club was great or the VIP passes or any of that shit. What impressed me was that guy obviously was trying to help people get where they were trying to go.
Do a carom for the babies.
Which means that he didn't make life all about me.
Just drops it on its face.
And you know what's really interesting about that? By not making life me,
You silly girl.
he probably ended up with vastly more wealth and riches than if he had. Isn't that the biggest irony of all? Anyway. So we leave there. Had a great night. Woke up the next day. Joe had texted me. He said, "Hey, man, thanks for coming on. It was a great show. Love to have you back." Wife gave him a copy of the book. Now, who knows? Maybe we'll see Rachel on Joe Rogan podcast one day. But it was a good experience, and he was he was absolutely a very grounded, very decent man. And whether I agree with him or don't agree with all of his political takes, or even most of his political takes, that was the sense I took away from him.
What's
Is that
the
there
matter?
wasn't an act and it wasn't bullshit. And I can say that in this industry about what? Maybe 1 in every 10,000 people, 100,000 people. I don't know. So, yeah, that was my experience with Joe Rogan. That was my experience with the ultra famous comedians back there who we chopped it up with. Was that they were a pretty fucking grounded bunch. So then from there, because we were in Austin, I'd promised Harrison Smith, who I've met a few times before, and he's been to a couple of parties with me, eating my food, that fucker. Called him up, and I was like, "Hey, man, I'm in town. You want to do a show?" He's like, "Yep, sure do." I'd been promising him one, right? So I head over to the InfoWars studio, go in, and wife's with me, of course. So I go on. I'm doing the Harrison Smith, or I'm sorry, yeah. I'm doing Harrison's show, right? And as we're doing the show, fucking Alex Jones crashes it right in the middle of the fucking show. Comes over, right? All I see is this fucking Alex Jones' big fucking head just come right around me, right? Big giant fucking Alex Jones head, his big ass smile, that Alex Jones smile, just fucking snakes around me. "Hey, Andrew, sorry I have to interrupt the broadcast." Well, fuck, I'm pretty sure that this is all yours, bro. I'm pretty sure you can break in whenever you want, Alex. So he chimes in. He's like, "The global government's coming, criminal organization." And it reminds me of the documents. And he looks over and he's like, "Nice to meet you, Andrew." "Yeah, it's nice to meet you too, Alex." Out he goes. Right? Out he goes. Then we finish the show. So I invite the cast out. I'm like, "Why don't we all go out and have some drinks and get some food?" And unfortunately, Harrison couldn't that night. He had a big interview that he was doing. He's like, "Fuck, man, I really want to." He's like, "That's always fun, but he's like, I got this interview, so just took the camera crew out instead. Fuck it."
Maybe because of the
Why not?
filter.
We went out and partied with the camera crew. Why the fuck not? We're there. Yeah, legend Alex. It was funny. And then we came home. Of course, there's a bunch of stuff that happened in between, but conversations like that or private combos I have with people are none of your fucking business. They're none of your fucking business.
True.
So I ain't telling you nothing. What I will say is that, and I'm going to keep this very cryptic, Rogan's way more fucking based than you people think. That's all I'm going to ever say about that. Never going to say anything more. No specifics, no nothing. But he's way more fucking based than you people think. Just saying. Way more. That's all. That's it. Make of that what you will. Make of that whatever you will, okay? Whatever you want to make of that, make of that. You're living the ultimate underdog story. Love to see it. Made it to Rogan without sponsors, without signing with anyone else. Dedicated fan base is powerful. No, we did it all. We earned our place, man. The Crucible earned its fucking place from the ground up. We didn't sell out to fucking nobody. Ever. And we're never going to fucking do it. Never going to do it. There was some massive media organization that wanted to enhance our message without changing it. Sure. That would be real fucking hard to find, though. And Mama didn't raise no dummies. So you ain't gonna find that happening with me, basically, ever. Our engagement of the left is paramount. We know what our job is. There ain't nobody better at doing it than us. And there's not. By the way, if there was a hole in the market from that, I don't know who the fuck else could even fill it. We're so fucking good at what we do. We're just like, we're the ultimate at holding these little key lines in the trench, man. We do it better than anybody. Anywhere. Bunch of nobodies from nowhere, a bunch of ragtaggers from across the world who thought that they could maybe do something to stem the tide. And then we all got together and we did. And it's just a really tiny part in a very large cog. But we do it better than anybody for our part. Great episode on Rogan. Thanks for what you do. Thank you. Your father must be proud of you, Andrew. Immensely proud. You know, I think my dad was proud long before I ever did any of this stuff. He was proud because I was just a good man. I think that was enough for him. I enjoyed the episode. Have a question, though. What's the difference between your response to Joe's security job story about us versus them and what was said later on in the Roll Initiative clip? Well, the one he was clowning on him for being stupid. I think that's the difference. Can someone clip where he said Rogan is based and send it to me? I have something to send to Myron Gaines. Oh. Yo, do you allow any content to be advertised in your Discord or just debate stuff? For instance, I do culture gaming stuff, then political debate content. Yeah, content creators are welcome to advertise there. We have a whole section for them. It's a very large Discord. It's not the biggest on earth or anything, but it's a very large Discord. And a lot of people who go over there who are just getting started in streaming, they usually will pull 20, 30, sometimes 40 people out of there and live viewers, which helps them in the algorithm just as they're getting started. Some people will do that for 2-3 years as they're getting moving. It seems to really help them. I've always offered that as just something we do for, just kind of help out. We didn't have anything like that, so try to kind of make it for other people, Met Alex in Austin. Dude is the same exact person off the air. Sure is. Stepfather myself, you're an inspiration. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Hi, Andrew. Enjoyed your discussion with Joe. Thanks, man. 6,000 people watching a man talk to himself. You must be Andrew. How could 6,000 people be watching me talk to myself? What? I'm guessing others feel the same, but I felt like even I made it on Rogan seeing you there. LOL. Great episode. That's why I think that we got such a slew of supporters saying, like, look, man, really proud of you, this and that. I think we kind of feel like we crossed the finish line, or at least crossed that Rubicon together. Crossed it together. Subscribe or you're gray. Don't be gray. Yeah, don't be gray. Or gay either. This message has always been truth, and that is music to most folks' ears. Epic way to meet Alex Jones. I can hear it in my head completely. Loved the Joe Rogan episode. Another Andrew-filled workday. Forget politics. I'm judging you by your favorite childhood Saturday morning breakfast cereal cartoon. Exo Squad, bitch. It was Exo Squad. You got nothing. Got nothing better than Exo Squad. Give me one thing better than that. You never even fucking heard of Exo Squad. That's how awesome it was. Congrats on the appearance on JRE. Thank you. I'd give a kidney to see you unfiltered on The View. Oh, God. I'd almost give my kidney to go be unfiltered on The View. Andrew, you fucking represent us. We made it. I think that's accurate. We got across that finish line, boys. And they were way better people than you could ever imagine. That was the shocking part. That was the part that was blindsiding. It's like some people, You can like maybe feel an air of arrogance or something like that coming off of him.
That's funny.
Just nothing like that with that guy, with Joe. In fact, there wasn't anything like that with Tony. There wasn't anything like that with any of those guys. They were just fucking chilling, man, smoking
And
cigarettes,
this facility
chatting
had
about the world.
an almost identical layout to that of the Natanz uranium enrichment plant. Here's the main campus sitting within the desert right here,
Yeah.
which then leads to an entrance of 4 tunnels, once again into another subterranean.
And how you doing? Yeah, I'll get back into that game one day. One day. I've been kind of missing it now that Dota's streaming it again. Cross always fun. Yeah, right now it's free games for me. Give me a few more months. And some things will be settled in the real world, hopefully. And we'll see. Maybe I'll be able to build a new computer too on top of it all. Yeah, I know. Don't worry, I'll come back eventually. Yeah, I assumed it was you, Colt. We're still running around on that Augie showing Dota how it's done.
strategy? Die first and Gigi no heal. Duh.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Only one team wins this. Try to make it yours.
Watch out, coming through! Oh, yeah.
But you can still turn this around.
Here comes Headpool!
You wish you were this cool.
Hands up, losers! Tremble before fast! Time wasted! Get with the clicky clicky and finish the challenge already!
Love that healing. Go, Deadpool. It's your birthday.
Us against the world!
Come on. I didn't come here to read.
Enjoy the amplifier! Here comes Headpool!
I'm feeling trigger happy. Go, Deadpool.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man! Maximum pulse!
Aw,
The wrath of the goddess! But you can still turn this around.
go, Deadpool. It's your birthday.
We are undefeatable!
My body's fully recovered. My brain not so much.
Watch out, coming through!
Oh yeah, baby, that's the good stuff. You wish you were this cool.
Hands up, losers!
They've come from behind. But you can still
Judge! Jury! Executioner!
Go, Deadpool. It's your birthday.
Here comes Headpool!
I'll take this. No shield up.
Watch out, coming through!
Love that healing feeling. Okay, a game within a game. I'm meta.
Here comes Headpool!
Now I got you.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man! Maximum pulse!
No. Gee, thanks, healing factor. Now I've got to fight these losers again. Jerry! Go, Deadpool. It's your birthday.
We are undefeatable! A nice deep freeze.
Leave them to Khonshu! Watch out, coming through!
Hey, team, enjoy the amplifier.
Watch out, coming through!
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
Go, Deadpool. It's your birthday. May the force be with you.
Watch out, coming through!
I am ready to put on a show!
Here comes Headpool!
I am ready to put on a show! Only 60 seconds left.
Okay, let's give it another shot, rookie. Heads up, losers!
Judge, jury, executioner!
Here comes Headpool!
Down to 30 seconds.
Feel the wrath of the goddess! Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Who's just about to have
Maximum pulse!
Undefeatable!
You wish you were this cool!
Fast! Grace us with victory!
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Stream off. This is just impeding my performance. Crazy. I need to pick for something else to stream from. I can only like stream videos, not games anymore for some reason. Just falling behind. But that'd be something different for another day. Don't like the quality I'm streaming at right now. All right. Thank you, everybody.